once again. Welcome back to the second day of All Black Everything Summit. Listen, y'all. I mean, what do they say? We're in Mercury in retrograde, isn't that? Can we blame everything on that? So how's everyone? Welcome back. I'm so happy to see you all. I'm so happy. Listen, that intro, regardless, it still had my head bobbing. It still had the head bobbing. I am so excited. Everyone, come on into the room. Come on in. We about to do it up. Because listen, we have a amazing panel to start off the day. Let me tell y'all, Jay Bolin is here. Okay, Jay Bolin. I love me some Jay Bolin. I really do. I see him smiling backstage, and I know because he knows I love him. Jay Bolin was our guest for the first summit. He's one of our guests for the first summit. This time around, he's a moderator, and I am so blessed and happy that he said yes. So I really appreciate it. This panel is for designers, was geared towards designers, but honestly, if you're creative and you have a business, it's geared towards you too. Because if you are not spending money or at least thinking about marketing in your budget or marketing for your business, then this is the panel for you because it's such an important part of your business. So I want to go ahead and bring Mr. Jay Bolin into the room.
Well, hello.
Look at you. You look. I need a hat. I really need a hat.
Well, it's available to you. Okay, you can always put you a cool hat. Okay.
Yes, I mean that hat is amazing. I love it. How are you this morning?
I'm doing excellent. I am sitting here looking off into a beautiful set of woods right now. I'm in Houston, Texas, and I'm excited to be here this morning. This is going to be so good.
Yes, it is. I'm so excited. I can't come on. We're going to have a good day. Kelsey, yes, we are. Yay, so excited. Me too.
Hi, Kelsey.
Good morning, Daria. Good morning. So listen, we have two guests that you're going to be moderating with. And we have Brittany Antoinette and then also Amber Tolliver. Brittany Antoinette is the owner of The Ideal Girl. And if you guys don't follow Brittany, then I mean, you got to look at her posts. They're so creative. Amazing. She's a marketing genius. Let me back up real quick. One of the reasons why I wanted to have you on is because when you look at your feed, you have marketing down. Last summit, Jay Bolin said, if your phone isn't ringing after you post something, then something's not right. And I was just like, okay. And then when you see the feed, you understand exactly what he means. Because you spend a lot of time, you put a lot of time and attention into detail, and I love it. Each thing you bring out is a whole new campaign. How do you keep up with
that? It's fun.
Okay.
I find it to be fun, and I also find it fun not to be broke.
Okay, what is it? What is it?
I find it fun not to be broke. So, getting up every day and doing something that's creative and innovative and being able to just live and do something that I love to do.
Yeah.
I know what it's like to do something that you don't enjoy doing.
Yeah.
So, I'm so blessed to be able to get up and do it every single day. And, I've been able to get up and do these campaigns, and it's helped me to conquer poverty. And so I've decided to continue to build this legacy and leave more legacy for others.
Yes, I love it. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. All right, well, let me bring in Brittany into the room because I think you guys are going to hit it off and it's going to be a conversation. And good morning, Miss Brittany. How you doing?
I'm great. How is everyone?
We're
awesome.
Yes, great. Well, while we're bringing you into the room, I also want to bring and introduce Miss Amber Tolliver. Amber, her brand, Liberty, is amazing. Liberté is amazing. I love it. And I just think that she is going to be a great addition to this panel. How I met Amber is through her publicist. So I think that is a great way to segue Miss Amber on into the room. How are you, Amber? I think you're muted, so you have to unmute on your end.
I am muted. I was. Thank you.
Good morning. Good
morning.
How are you? Listen, I can't wait to hear this conversation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and head on out, and you guys get it popping. See you guys in a little bit.
Thank you.
I promise you, they're in good hands. You left them with me, and they're in good hands right now. Okay. Hi, ladies. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I am so excited to be talking to you guys. So, first things I want to say is that, I mean, Brittany, let's just get right into your social media and the aesthetics. I mean, my God, like every single post was yet entertaining. You know how you can see someone page and you can see the consistency, but then you start to get a little bored after a certain amount of time. I cannot deal with you. I got full off of the appetite. My appetite was just like, I want more, I want more, I want more.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm like blushing.
Let's keep the blushing going. And then, so I want you to know that I feel like we're family already because my entire family's last name is Tolliver.
Stop it.
Yeah. So, and I've never met anyone else outside of my family.
With two L's?
Yes.
Stop it.
Yes. So
we might be. My family's huge.
So we're one big family today, and what we want to do is that I would love, if possible, if we can be as transparent as possible on this session. I know that this is an area that a lot of people don't necessarily know a lot about. I would just want to be as transparent as possible, honestly. So we're going to get right into it, and I'm going to ask you guys a few questions, and I'll kind of chime in as well. But so with marketing and PR for a designer and stylists and us as creatives, you know, we hear the word target audience all the time, and like, who's your target audience, and make sure that you're catering to your target audience. What's a target audience, and how do you find them?
Okay. I'll start off.
Okay.
Your target audience is, think about it this way, right? You have this product that you're selling, you have this service that you're selling, and you created this product or service to make someone's life easier, right? Now, whose life are we trying to make easier? Let's think about, things like, who's going to be using the product the most? Who's going to get the most benefit out of it? So essentially, your target audience is kind of like that bullseye. It's right in the middle. It's that group of people who essentially is just who you're trying to market to. It's definite. It's everything from the demographics of that person to the psychographics of that person, what their lifestyle is like, their age, their race. Because when we create products and services, essentially we're creating them for other people. So we want to make sure that whatever it is that we're creating it can be useful to them. So I deal with, every brand that I work with. One of the things that we focus on is a target audience, because we want to make sure that we're not just marketing to just anyone. It's really similar to, when you're putting out a Facebook ad or an Instagram ad, and it's very, they ask you questions like, who do you want this to reach? Who do we want using our products? Who do we want to be extensions of our brand? Because essentially your customers are also going to become a part of your brand.
Yeah.
I think maybe you can explain a little bit more, Amber.
Well, I was going to say target audiences also are a little bit tricky, because when you launch a brand, you have this ideal of who your target audience and your core demographic is going to be. However, that may not be the case. You can go out guns blazing and think that your core audience and your target audience are 25 to 35, live in an urban environment, they're making XYZ dollars, but who is actually engaging and converting on your website and purchasing your products may be somebody completely different. It might be a suburban, dad or mom who you wouldn't even thought of. So it's really important to make sure that you're paying attention to things like Google Analytics and Facebook Analytics, who's opening your newsletters, who's following you on Instagram, so that you have a firm understanding of explicitly who that core target demographic really is, because it really may not be exactly what you thought it was. And that was actually the case for Liberté, which was very interesting. But yeah, so just pay attention to the data and make sure that you are staying in line with the data for your consumers.
So I find that it's ever changing. Like for someone like myself, like I am a designer and a stylist. So I find that my audience changes throughout time, like the demographic of people and who I'm reaching and who's enjoying the product and who's not enjoying the product anymore. How do you study that? Like in what world, like what are the avenues and what are the apps? Where do you go in your Instagram? Like we hear, look at your analytics, but then some people don't even know how to even get to the analytics. How do you get to those places to identify as your brand continues to shift based off of the appetite? It's almost like appetites with us humans. Like one day we like one thing, the next day we don't like it, we don't like it too much. So how do we navigate that, guys?
Well, there's a number of platforms that can empower brand owners, founders, designers to understand and accumulate as much data as possible. So Facebook and Instagram insights are one and the same because obviously the two platforms bridge. So that's one way of understanding base level information about your consumer and who's engaging with you solely on Instagram and on Facebook. However, if you have a website, it is really important to implement Google Analytics, which is huge, but also things like a Facebook pixel is important to understand where people are going on your website, how they're using your website, where you're losing people on your website, what your bounce rate is. All of these things can be found through Google Analytics, as well as the Facebook pixel. But also outside of all of that, understanding things like your SEO, and how you're populating for Google searches and things like that. That type of platform and that information can be found on a website called SEMrush. It's a pivotal tool for me and my team to understand how our SEO is performing as opposed to how well our website is performing, if that makes any sense, because they are tied, but the SEO is how your brand functions and how it populates outside of your website. And then the Google Analytics will teach you and tell you everything that's happening on your website.
Great. And so Brittany, when is it time to hire someone like you to come on board? Like, when do we know that it's time,
Well, just kind of piggybacking off of what you were saying earlier, consumerism, essentially psychology, right? We buy based on how we feel. We are an economy that we purchase based on what we want rather than what we need, right? So in marketing, we have something called the business life cycle, kind of like the consumer life cycle, where you from different stages, introductory, like introducing the product, and then you have your people who are using the product, then you have the people who kind of like phase out, who go into the maturity orphanage side of your consumer scale. I don't remember everything per se from class, but one thing that I've noticed is that it's really important to tap into your audience and more so listen to the problems that they have. I feel like that's how you grow with your audience. Is people go through different phases in life. My 20s is completely different. I'm about to enter my 30s. Yeah. So my early 20s, my lifestyle back then, partying, completely different towards now, where I'm like, okay, well, I want to make sure if I'm dating, get married, or make sure, okay, I want to make sure I, accumulate a certain amount of wealth, So my mindset is different. So it's really important to study your consumer. Analytics are great because what they do is data is great because it helps give you an idea of who's engaging with you, who's converting, who's engaging with your content, who's not engaging with your content, what is their gender, where do they live, what their age is. But that is the demographic level. When it comes to psychographics, we are now talking about the psychology of the consumer. We're now talking about their lifestyle. We're now talking about buying decisions that are based on celebrities that they hear talk about, certain things, mention certain brands. We're talking about television. We're talking about ads that are thrown and shoved in your face every single minute. We're talking a new age of influencers who are the new marketers. Companies are now like, buy to my marketing department and let me just get a couple of influencers, because consumers buy based on trust. So if someone knows that whatever they're getting from you is reliable, they can depend on you, they trust you. I mean, essentially, once you earn someone's trust, once you earn a consumer's trust, you got them for life. They then turn from a consumer to a loyal customer, which is why we have companies like Sephora with loyalist points and Bloomingdale's with loyalist points. I remember I worked at Bloomingdale's and I wouldn't buy perfume there because it would mess up my points that I would have got at Sephora, even though I got a discount, even though I got an employee discount. So everything is all psychological. So I think even just tapping into your audience, asking questions, even just analyzing the top 10 purchasers on your site, and maybe seeing if you could spy on them on Instagram a little bit and see what their lifestyle is like. Where do they work? What are the things that they're complaining about? What issues are they concerned with? What social issues are they taking action against? I think just maybe taking a more intuitive approach can be just as beneficial with pairing with an analytic data approach as well. They both work great hand in hand, but your consumer and just tapping into them and knowing exactly who they are, what they're here for and what they want, I think that will get you just as far.
So this question is for both of you. What kind of budget should one have to put aside? Like, is this a business expense that creatives should be putting aside as they're getting their career started? What kind of budget are we looking at here?
Well, I feel like especially in 2020, that's a bit of a conundrum, right? It's not about what budget you put aside, it's about what budget you have.
Yeah.
And you really have to work with what you have. And unfortunately, especially now, so many founders, so many brands don't have a lot of money to put towards marketing. And that's when you have to put on your school cap and really go to work. You have to do the research, you have to put in the time, and you really have to focus on what your goal is. And as Brittany mentioned, it's important to have a holistic 360 approach, right? So you can't just focus on one side. It's like a long balloon. Like if you squeeze one side, the other side gets inflated and you're not able to see what's going on. So don't go so far into the data and don't spend so much money on the websites and the platforms and the subscriptions that you forget to check in your DMs and the comments and really get connected with who is engaging, because those are the core consumers. And in terms of, influencer spending and things like that, you can find influencers that really believe in your product and just want to post about it, who are excited about it, that you don't have to pay. And actually the influencers that you ultimately have to pay are the ones that will lose trust with your consumers. Because if somebody goes to their website and they're like, or their page and they're it's all paid advertising, you're like, you just paid for this. They don't believe in it. That doesn't make me want to trust it. They just got paid to post this. And so I would say focus on the people that would do it for free. Focus on the platforms that you can get for free. So that way you're conserving money for things like advertising. If you can bootstrap your marketing and really get down and dirty with the alternate routes of getting information, you can then siphon off those funds that you would have spent on marketing and put them into Facebook ads, put them into Google ad, word buys and things like that, so that you're creating that funnel, that marketing funnel, right? So you want as many people as you can get into the funnel, and then you engage them, and it kind of filters down. And the ones that finally engage, you re-engage them to continue that trust line and to continue their life cycle within the brand, and give them new reasons to come back to your website, give them new reasons to come back to your page. But that in itself is free. You can hit somebody in the DM and be like, we saw you looking at this, here's a 10% off coupon. That doesn't cost anything. That's for free. That's 3 minutes of your time that you can focus on re-engaging people that are already engaged in your company or within your brand. And so
That's a great point. So that's kind of the DIY, like do it yourself.
Yeah.
So then we get to the point of where we have exhausted all of those things. We've exhausted our DMs, we've exhausted our ads, we've exhausted all those things. So then that's when we want to go to someone like Brittany and say, listen, I need your help. Like, help me out. What kind of budget am I looking at when I come to you? How do I get your attention, Brittany?
Well, for me, I'm more so on the brand strategy side. So whereas branding is the why, marketing is the how. One thing that I've noticed with a lot of people, everyone jumps into marketing. Now, marketing is going to be one of the largest expenses. Unfortunately, if you have a business, especially a product-based business, your marketing budget is probably going to be more than you spent on the actual design of the product itself, right? So now there's different ways to kind of look at the marketing, which is the how and how we can get your message out there. So we establish the why. We establish the purpose of your organization and who you're here to serve and how you're going to do it, right? The how now comes where the marketing is now, it's more so, now the thing is with marketing, it can be measurable to an extent. Now, the thing is that marketing, what might work for someone else is not going to work for you because, again, it's attached to your why. So now you have to be super creative in how you are going to now get this message out there. Marketing can be as simple as getting testimonials. And that's free. It's as simple as getting testimonials and getting people to say how their experience was with your product or your service. That's marketing enough. Marketing is also something like, aside from sharing a testimonial, it could be, just as Amber said before, an influencer maybe reviewing the product itself. Now, from what I understand and just from what I've seen in investors decks and pitch decks from a lot of my clients, I've noticed that marketing is almost about 60 to 80% of their budget. 60 to 80%. Wow. And this is not even Facebook ads. This is not even Instagram ads or anything. This is solely on marketing because there's so many other components that go into that. Content is probably the priciest thing. Whenever I work on projects, I'm like, I have enough money for my photographer because that alone can range you anywhere. You get a good photographer, the cheapest, and I'm talking if I know someone, it's about $2,500. But you need to at least have, for a great photographer, at least $5,000 reserved. A lot of the times I always recommend for people to DIY in the beginning. Do what you can in the beginning until you can't do it no more. And until you get your product or your service to the point where you're making money, then you can flip that money, put it back into your business and just revamp whatever it is that you need to revamp. But I feel that marketing, I might get a couple of stones thrown at me. I feel like it is something that can be learned. Mm-hmm. There are so many other components that go into marketing that more so align with branding. Now, that's things like your copy. How do you speak to your audience? What is the messaging? Am I saying words like lit? Am I saying words like, oh, girl? There's sometimes where I've seen, people who are not Black and they say, hey, girl, hey. And I'm just like, who are you talking to? And that's the honest truth, right? So it's about how are you saying these things. So marketing, I don't want to sit here and tell everyone you need to have $10,000 or $50,000. I mean, I'm sure even Amber knows because Amber has a product-based business and she's going to have to spend a lot more on marketing than I'm going to have to spend on marketing because my marketing is the work. My marketing is the results that the client gets after working with me. So to be honest, I've never spent anything on an ad for my own business. I've never done those things. And just because it worked that way for me, it doesn't mean that it's going to work that way for someone else. Again, Amber has a product as to where she needs people to physically try her stuff, wear her items, post about it, share with their friends. Meanwhile, me, all I have to do is share my portfolio work and probably just have other people share for me. So I think it also depends on whether or not you have a service-based business versus a product-based business. And I'm going to say that a product-based business budget for marketing is going to be way bigger than a service-based business.
Yeah. So if anybody on here that knows anything about my business at all, Listen, I'm giving a campaign every single week, and you said what the photographers cost, what the hair and the makeup cost, and it's like a chug in the throat every single time you think about putting out that kind of money. And I remember flipping money. Okay, I remember starting off with one pack of clothing, to sell, and then which is like 6 pieces. And so when I would sell out of those pieces, I would be so happy. And then I would take that money and I would flip it into the next thing. And then I thought that, man, I need to do like this big extravagant photo shoots in the beginning. And I would just go outside and take photos of my models literally outside of my house with my cell phone. And it started to work. It started to sell and to push. And that was just extremely organic and extremely relatable to people. So it just kind of caught on to like, I'm going to buy it because it seems so trusty. Like I can trust him because he's taking this with his cell phone. And then what I did was I continued to like take my audience on this journey with me. Like I'm growing, so I'm going to stretch you guys to grow at the same time. So I'm going to welcome you guys into my world as I continue to grow. And so now, like I'm sitting on this huge property right this very moment, and we're shooting our next campaign. And yes, I had to hire makeup artists. Yes, I had to rent a Sprinter bus. Yes, we had to take care of all hotel rooms. Yes, we had to take care of all these expenses that it takes to go into it. And I still don't have a marketing team. I still don't have a publicist, but it's just us getting as grimy down in the grain as possible to make sure that we can get the products out to people. And we're just bringing in all talented people, bringing them all in at one time so that everybody can really shine and really showcase what we do.
I would love to add, just again, like going back to the times, so many people are laid off. So many people are excited and willing and wanting to work.
Yeah.
So make sure you dive into all avenues before you accept a large budget or, a $2,500 photographer fee. Platforms like Mixer, Backstage, you can really get scrappy. And, these are for brands that are startups. Like if you have it and you want to hire an amazing photographer, incredible. Like go for it, build out exactly what you want and what you envision, but be smart about the spend, because I promise you other expenses will come up. And if you blow out your budget all on marketing, you're going to hurt later, especially if you have a product-based business. If you have a service-based business, okay, like but for product-based businesses, maintain that scrappy mentality as long as you possibly can, because things like, I don't know, lawyer fees because you want to update your trademark, or because you need to get new insurance, or whatever it is, I promise you an expense will come up and you will want that extra 10%, 5%, whatever the amount is, set aside for contingency. So get scrappy. Do it yourself if you can. Learn as much as you can. Buy a camera or use your iPhone. I promise you it'll be super relatable, just as Jay said, because people want to see and feel like they're a part of the process. They want to like get in it. They want to be like, oh, I'm there, even though nobody has gone anywhere this year. So just, articulate that as much as you can, but be mindful of your budget, because marketing can definitely eat up 80% if you let it, but try not to put a rein on it and just pull it back.
Do you think that some people are over exhaust social media with putting themselves? Okay, so tell me what you think about that.
Well, I just look. I'm one of those people. Like, I'm not great on social media. I do have a team that does my socials for Liberté. I'm one of those people. I'm like, for me, I'm not fully engaged on Instagram. Whereas like my brand is fully engaged, but I do find that there is overload. There's information overload. There is this idea of like, well, how are you even, like, what's happening? Especially like, for example, we were talking about influencers. You get paid almost every day to make a post about something they love. It's like, you don't love all this. You probably don't even remember what you posted 3 days ago. So how is it that you're putting your stamp of approval on these items when you probably know very little about it? You were sent one for free, but you would never purchase this in store. So that's where I feel like there's a disconnect, because if I don't feel like you would actually get up and spend your hard-earned money on it, but you're doing it because somebody sent it to you for free, that's where I lose interest, and I think that it's gone too far. And I feel like that the industry as a whole has moved away from that, because as someone who has participated in influencer marketing and in gifting, it does not convert. The money that you put out there for influencers, we don't pay influencers, but we did gift for a short period of time, but it doesn't convert in a way that is meaningful and trustworthy for our consumer base. So let's go back to the beginning of the conversation, because what works for other people will not work for me, and what has not worked for me may work for other people. So like, always keep that in mind. But for us specifically, I have a lingerie brand, so like bras, underwear, it's a very intimate experience. And just because somebody said, buy it doesn't really convert.
Yeah. What do you think, Brittany?
I agree with Amber. In addition to me, I work with a lot of brands. I can't even count how many brands I create a year. Mm-hmm. But one of the things everyone, kind of makes a focal point is social media. Mm-hmm. And I feel so many different ways about social media. I feel like it's a great marketing tool. I feel like it can be a source of inspiration if you want it to be, but then that's the upside of social media. There's also a downside of social media where, just as Amber said, it's information overload. Instagram pretty much integrated 3 apps into one. I mean, I get that they're trying to dominate the industry and whatnot. No more TikTok. I get it. But now it's kind of like, you can go to Instagram, you can get inspired, you can use reels, and then you can make purchases. What? This is crazy, and it's causing a disconnect even just with humanity, because the first thing I do sometimes, and I had to actually slow down a little while back and say, Brittany, what are you doing? I would wake up, go to my notifications, see what's going on, and not even say thank you for another day. Social media can do that sometimes, but that's only if you're not using it to your advantage. Now, when you use social media to your advantage, you are controlling what you see. You're controlling what you digest. You are controlling what you watch, what you hear, what you see, right? So now everything is about trust. And as I said before, all buying decisions are they're all psychological. And they're based on, how much do I trust you enough to give you my money? Because that's the one thing no one likes to part with money, even me. Yeah. Even when I have bills to pay, even when my landlord comes to me to pay rent, I still don't want to give my money. It's like, it's getting someone to part with money because we value money so much. We need it to get things. We need to purchase things. Now, when it comes to a brand utilizing social media to sell their product or promote their products and services, yes, sometimes you can overexhaust it because it might not seem authentic. Yeah. And something that's not authentic is not going to garner trust. So, there are times where I'm like, oh my God, she's just selling this to me to just sell to me. Because granted, I'm on both sides. Even though I work with companies, I'm also a consumer. I like to shop. So a lot of the things I buy are based on how I feel. And then, I test them out and I go back to my clients and say, this isn't that great anyway. Maybe you should develop a different formula. I test things out and I come back and I report. And one of the things that I've noticed is that everyone put so much emphasis on social media. But the thing is that social media is not always going to convert. And the thing is that you don't own social media. I always tell my clients, I tell everyone this, please have your business outside of social media. Because if Instagram wanted to shut down tomorrow, they could. And how would you operate as a store? Yeah. Your website is way more important. Email marketing is way more important than social media. I haven't posted in about 2 months and I still get leads. But that's because I have my website there. As Amber mentioned earlier, SEO, where are you ranking? I make sure to write blog posts. Blog posts are a surefire way to get traffic to your site. Because Google goes based on the amount of words and what words are hot words and keywords and target words. And that's how you show up in the search engine. So I think with social media, you can overexhaust it, but it's no point in overexhausting using social media if you're not converting, if you're not making money, because it's not guaranteed that once this influencer posts, their lingerie set, everyone's going to buy into it, and again, trust. That's all it's about. So I post, once in a blue moon or whenever I'm in the mood, but I don't have to rely on social media for me to make money. I don't have to rely on social media for people to know who I am and see me, because I went outside of that. There's so much more. The World Wide Web isn't just Instagram or Facebook. It's search engines. It's an actual website. Your website is what's gonna convert. Even though platforms do have tools like Amber mentioned earlier, Facebook Pixel, which is amazing. It's kind of like stalking your customers in a way.
That again.
It's absolutely stalking your customers.
If you have a business account through Facebook or Instagram, well, if you have an Instagram business account, you have to have a Facebook business account. A Pixel is like this little tool. It's like a little tool that pretty much tracks the movements of your customers and see what it is. It's a little invasive. I feel like Amber can explain a little better than I can, because again, I'm not on the product side of things, but if you have a product-based business, you are definitely going to be able to benefit from that. I just solely remember it being able to get a lot of data for us, kind of track movements and see where people were heading on our website, what pages they were sticking to, how long they were sticking on them for, from when we converted them from our Facebook ads to our website.
Got it.
Did I explain that right, Amber?
Yeah, for the most part, you're spot on. It just FYI, so people don't like freak out. They're not like, opening a Trojan horse in your computer and downloading all of your stuff. Like it's purely the information that is readily available in terms of your actions on the website. So it's not going to like download your life history and all of that onto our back end. What it does is say, IP number located in this general vicinity is operating in this manner on your website. And, these are the steps that they took through your website. This is how long they stayed on this page. These are the products that they looked at. And that gives us an idea of which part of our website is working the best, and we can optimize that. And for those areas on our website that it's not working, we can make adjustments or, say, hey, we're going to build out a whole new page so that we can make this just as effective and interesting as these other pages. The idea is to get people on your site for as long as possible, and then to get them to product, which then leads them to convert and purchase. So that's the idea. But again, like, knowledge is power. Understanding where, why, and how people are utilizing your platform will give you the tools that you need to make sure that the next 10,000 people that come to your website follow that same track, that are able to do the same thing, convert in the same way, and then, potentially even increase their cart value and have them coming back to the website a month later. Whatever it is, that's Facebook Pixel, Google Analytics, those tools will help you understand that. And there's like a whole nother side of crazy that I could go down, but I won't for time purposes. But yeah, there are a lot of tools that can help you understand the usage of your platform outside of Facebook and Instagram.
So I'm gonna speak on the devil's advocate side. So I am a small town country boy from Mississippi, and I just wanted somebody to know who I was and what I was doing and what service I had to offer, because when I started out in the market, I was a stylist. So that was more the service side, but now I actually offer a product. And so I have used social media since the day I've started my business, and it has been extremely helpful to the business. I started with MySpace. Y'all remember MySpace?
Hey.
You know what I mean? Top 10 friends, really cool background, all that cool stuff. And so I made my page look great then, and at that time I was extremely broke. Okay, I'm talking about with nothing at all, and just trying to get somebody to hear my name, and MySpace was able to help with that. And then I was able to go from MySpace to Twitter, and then I said, I'm not doing any more social media platforms. This is it, just these two. And then Facebook came along, and I was like, okay, maybe I'll try Facebook. My friend signs me up for Facebook, and it went on and on from Facebook, then to Instagram. And so with that being said, I've had over 80 to 100 clients, from celebrity to influencers, whatever you want to call it, high profiles, and it's all come from social media. Every single person that's come from social media, and every single sale that I've had from going into multimillionaire sales, from starting at ground zero, guys, in my freaking living room, has all come from social media. And it's come from me literally posting. And so I always say this when we're talking about it, because I have a lot of other panels and bloggers, and they always say, don't post, Jay. I have friends that unfollow me and say, you post too much, man. Like, you're posting all day long. I wake up in the morning time, I see your post. I go to bed, I see your post. Like, you post all day long. And I had to tell them, like, every single time that I post, I hear my PayPal, or I hear my my merchant system going off to let me know that there's a sale happening. And so that's been from the beginning. Whenever I would post in, I would get some sort of inquiry or some sort of lead, or someone to come over to my page to book me for as a stylist. But then you're making money, and you're doing great, and you're seeing that everything is moving like this, but nothing is doing this, right? So what happens when you're here and you don't see this happening, and you're using social media, you're using everything that you know how to do? Like, at what point and what other avenues do you take when you notice that business is going great and money is going good, the formulas that you put in place are starting to work, but you're just not noticing growth? Then what happens?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I'm a firm believer. Like, my parents are both from the South, like, historically. Right. So don't put all your eggs on one basket.
You know that we're definitely relatives. Go ahead.
Don't put your eggs all in one basket, and don't count your chickens before they hatch. So here's the thing. Like, if you're putting all your eggs in the Instagram and Facebook basket, that's a problem, because there's only so much, you know, that can hold, and there's only so many eggs you can put there. But let me step up a little bit back and say, okay, if you have an avenue of money coming in from Instagram, you keep that. That doesn't change. But then you add the revenue from coming in from Facebook, and that joins together for your collective success. Then you add website, and I will take it even further and add another platform in which a lot of people sleep on, Pinterest.
Oh my God, I was just about to ask.
It's another avenue that will make it go like this, because Pinterest has all types of people. I'm not going to say women, because that's a gross generalization, but I will stay on Pinterest and just, you know, look at everything and actually purchase, because there's something about Pinterest. It converts really, really well, and people don't always think about it. So if you're thinking that, you know, you see a growth on, or you see steady on just about everything, but you want growth, I would say add something new. Breathe a breath of fresh air into what you're doing. Change things up a bit. Maybe do a newsletter for those who are like, yo, if I see one more post from you, I'm like, for all of the people who unfollowed you because they were tired of seeing just posts, engage them with a newsletter. Tell them what's happening this week. Say, hey, we have XYZ coming up. This is for this week. This is for next week. You know, this is who wore or, you know, bought whatever, and feature people. Make people feel like they're a part of, again, what you're doing. Like, allow them to feel like they've crawled into the cubby that is your business and your brand, and allow them to be there and feel like they're welcome. And you will find that it's yet another avenue for income, for growth, for traction. And collectively, all of that as a whole, because you do have to look at your business from a 360-degree perspective, will collectively create that growth that you want to see. But definitely don't put all of your eggs in the Instagram basket. Don't get complacent and think that it's always going to be that way, because I promise it won't. Things are changing, things are shaking up. You know, out of the blue, you could be like Google and get hit with an antitrust lawsuit, and all of a sudden Facebook has to sell Instagram. So then you're in a whole different ballgame. So make sure that you're putting safety nets in place, so that if the entire game shifts on its head tomorrow, which we saw this year, everything got shifted on its head.
Yeah.
Make sure that you have the safety nets in place to allow for a continuous route to conversion, no matter what platform, but have the platforms in place so that people can find the space that they feel most comfortable.
I love it. And I will say that I have started to build like a whole email list so I can build my own village. It doesn't necessarily have to be a social media based village, but it can
Absolutely.
be come on over into Jay Bolin's world so that, you know, or come into Brittany's world or come into your world. You know what I mean? Come into our world, our individual world and live life. What's one of the biggest marketing mistakes that you think you've made? Y'all wasn't ready.
I'm thinking the biggest marketing mistake I ever made was thinking that I didn't have to market. That was the biggest mistake that I've ever made, because once I started marketing, so I'll put it this way. So I started my business for everyone to share with everyone. I am a self-taught designer. Fashion design is actually my medium. I've been illustrating since I was like 7. And I told my mom, I was like, I'm going to be a fashion designer. And then I ended up getting into buying and working for a creative director. And then like my career history it's very colorful. And then I started the Idea Girl just because I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. I was just like, I'm good at so many different things. Like I can't keep picking one job and sticking. I hate it. So I created the Idea Girl in efforts to just kind of harness my creative power. And eventually I got to the point where I started niching myself and I got a bit more clear about what it is that I wanted to do. And that was building brands. And that is, you know, it's everything from strategy to design to copywriting to product development. There's so many things. I just knew I wanted to create brands, right? So when I first started out in 2017, I launched my website. And I just thought I was going to get all of these clients, right? I was working at a car dealership at the time. I was just like, I can't wait to quit. And I just thought me announcing on Instagram that I opened up my own new little creative agency and that I'm freelancing, I thought that was enough for me. It was not. What actually helped make my business grow was by me taking my personal Instagram page and showing people the work that I was actually doing, showing them the processes, showing them what my day was like, showing them me illustrating on my iPad, and then showing what that looked like, and then on a finished product. That is also marketing. I didn't recognize that at first. So then the more and more I started doing that, my brand skyrocketed because I recognized the importance of people knowing what it is that I do, how do I do it, and most importantly, why do I do it? And then the how comes in the market. So then that just came with me sharing on Instagram. Like, okay, here's my highlight. This is me, you know, through a day with my client doing strategy. And once I started sharing more and marketing what it is that I did, that is when my business grew. But in the beginning, I don't know what I was doing. In the beginning, I just thought that they were going to, you build it, they will come. That's not true. Not all the time. But yeah, that's my biggest marketing mistake.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your transparency.
I would have to say that my biggest marketing mistake was not having a clear enough vision of what I wanted or who I was marketing to and what the brand looked like from their perspective. I did not have a laser focused, clear vision. I was focused on the product. I knew that the product was amazing. I knew that, you know, I wanted to articulate that we went from 32C to 38H. Like those were my focus points. That was where I was like, that's all that I need to say, you know, but what it looked like wasn't completely formed in my mind. And I just knew that I wanted it to look beautiful, elevated, and luxurious, but still approachable in the sense that, you know, even as a model, I was tired of just seeing, you know, random women that, you know, you would never see walking down the street. Like they don't exist. Like that was created in Photoshop. I need to see women that are created by God and put them in my campaigns. And I really wanted to make sure that was articulated. But what I didn't see coming was how that would all kind of translate into something that wasn't quite what I wanted. So I needed to dial it back, laser focus in, and say, okay, wait a minute, like all of these need to be cohesive. All of these need to have some thread of commonality so that it makes sense on every platform. So, you know, I backtracked and then created what is now a brand brief. So everything that we do is within the look and feel guidelines. It has our brand font. That, you know, the photography assets are all, you know, following specific directions, so that moving forward, everything that we do in marketing and in advertising and in everything is cohesive and works really well together.
So, and I can't ask you guys that and not tell you one of my biggest marketing.
Thank you.
Okay. So I love interior style. And so I went from fashion styling into designing, and now in interior styling as well. And everyone kept saying, everywhere I go, I take candles with me. So when I travel, I take candles with me in my hotels, wherever I am. It just makes me feel like I'm at home. So I kept hearing everyone say, where do you get your candles from? Where do you get your candles from, Jay? And I hear all these people in marketing say, hey, when you hear that you can be the solution to something, then you should definitely, you know, like if there's a problem, people can't find candles, they don't know where to find them, then be the solution. So here I am. I think I want to start a candle line. Like, I feel like I want to start a candle line. And so I went to Vegas and I met with this candle company, and we had a great time creating this candle, my own scent and whatever. And everybody kept telling me, yo, I can't wait till your candles come out. I can't wait. And I was like, okay, I'm going to just put a little Beyonce drop on them. I'm not going to market it. I'm not going to say nothing about it. I'm going to give them a little Beyonce drop. We're just going to drop it at midnight, everybody. See y'all there. I dropped them candles and I sold 3. And I was like, but they have to know that I'm Jay Bolin. I make good candles. I have like 200,000+ followers. People are gonna buy my candles. I sold 3, ladies, okay? Because I failed to market. I assumed that people would just love a product. I assumed that because of those faithful few people that were saying, I'm gonna buy this product from you, they never showed up. So I was stuck with candles everywhere at one point. So then I flipped it and I said, well, you know what I'm gonna do? I said, God, you gotta give me some sort of vision, because I paid too much money for these candles, okay? And I don't wanna feel like I'm just taking a loss. And so I decided to get those candles, and I decided to do like a little marketing campaign with the candles and send them out to customers for free, just to say, here's a piece of Jay Bolin in your world. Take it, have it whenever you're traveling on the road. And I put like my little shopjbolin.com on there so people could always come back, you know, to shop with me. And so that was my little failure of spending all this money and thinking that I could do a Beyonce drop, and I couldn't.
Wow. I love the idea of the candles, though, because it is a personal touch.
Yeah.
And while it may not have sold, you know, the way that you originally envisioned, at least you could send it out and people feel touched. I actually just got done making candles.
And so, you know what? You know, like sometimes you just have to adjust. You know what I mean? It's not about giving up on it, because if God gives you a vision and you tried the first time and it doesn't really work out, it doesn't mean that you have to run from it. It just means that you have to adjust and shift. And so with you guys having service and product-based businesses, when do you know and how do you know when it's time to shift a product that you've put money into? Like you spent money on your product. How do you know when it's time to adjust? Whether it's the seams, whether it's the measurements, whether it's the fabric, whatever it looks like, how do you know when it's time to adjust? Is it from a few customer complaints? Or is it from, you know what I mean? Is it from your team doing a quality control check? Like, how does that work for you?
I look at every challenge as an opportunity to be creative.
Yeah.
And I see it a few ways. Like me, I'm By all means. I am a CEO, and it is the hardest role I have had my entire life.
I agree.
I'm not trying to be a CEO. I'd rather CBO, Chief Brand Officer. That's more my lane. Operations, I don't really like it. But I will say this. I've noticed that I've had to make changes once I've noticed the needs of my customers change.
Mhm.
It's pretty standard whenever you go into an economics class, microeconomics, macroeconomics, marketing, any type of business class, you're always going to learn supply and demand.
Yeah.
Being tapped in and knowing what's going on with your audience, what's going on around the world. Perfect example, COVID. So many businesses have had to shift their models just because of COVID, a pandemic. No one knew that a pandemic was going to happen. My little sister said to me, Brittany, I never would have thought I'd live to see a pandemic. I'm like, well, me either. And it shifted companies like The Wing, companies like WeWork. They had to shut down their locations. How are you going to make business now if your business is based on people being in your space and we can no longer, we can only be 6 feet apart now.
Yeah.
So one of these companies had to go back, reconfigure. And the thing is that the brand is still there. And when I say brand, a brand is composed of 3 things. It is composed of a business idea. It is composed of your unique story. And it's composed of your problem, the problem and the solution that you're providing. So I always see it as this. If you have a problem that's around, if there's a problem that's around, be the solution. I always tell people this. So being that we couldn't go to spaces, people are stuck at home, we miss that human connection. A lot of companies, especially those co-working spaces, shift into digital memberships. And what they did was that they still figured out a way to meet their audience's need. They were still able to meet that demand. So when you focus on the problem that people are experiencing, that they're experiencing, that can come from a target client assessment or some type of analyzation report. I don't know. But when you're focusing on what that problem is and you can always provide a solution, you'll always be fine, in my personal opinion.
Yeah.
It's kind of like you're growing with your audience. For example, for me, when I first started out, a lot of my clients, just wanted logos, and that was it. And it was just like, doesn't really seem right. Doesn't feel right. That can't just be what branding is. And then I started noticing that they needed more things. Like, well, you actually need this. You need development. You need strategy. You need this. So by me even just noticing and just being observant, I was able to come up with multiple solutions and eventually turn them into a service or an offering.
Yeah.
Not saying to always focus. I mean, this is the only instance where I'm going to say in business where it's to focus on the problem, because when you focus on the problem, it puts you in a mind space as to where you're creative enough to find a solution, or you're resourceful enough to find a solution. So a lot of companies get to a point where they might have to pivot because their audience might change. There might be a world disaster. There's so many different factors that can threaten the livelihood of your business. But it's more so about, now that I have, these lemons, am I going to make lemonade? How can I make lemonade with these lemons? So that's what we've been watching over the past few months. And I've seen businesses come out. I've seen the highest levels of creativity possible throughout this pandemic, even just for people to just communicate and just keep in touch with each other. Like us right now, we would be on a stage, but we're using StreamYard, who's, I'm pretty sure their stock probably went up since, the pandemic, for gatherings like these. But you're always going to have to pivot in business. Nothing is ever going to be steady. Life is not steady. Life is not constant. Business is never going to be constant. I wouldn't say dead fish go with the flow, but there's this African proverb that says, when the song changes, the dance changes. So when the song changes, the dance needs to change too. So when you hear the beat, you doing your little 2-step, then you have to, hit the flow, when you just have to adjust.
I would also love to add that anyone who has a product-based business, you should never stop adjusting your product. You constantly need to be figuring out innovative ways to make sure that your collection or your pieces are innovative, that they are giving you the best margin possible. So maybe there is a way to shift the material it's made out of without losing the quality. But you should always be innovating your product. So at no point in time should you say, I'm just going to let it ride. The complacency within a brand will be its downfall. So not to say that if a product is performing well, you should alter it. You should not. But maybe you could introduce a new component that makes it different and unique. For instance, I have a collection that we incorporated a fabric that's, a normal fabric, but we added moisture wicking and antimicrobial properties to it. So it's a beautiful luxury lingerie piece, but it has these performance capabilities so that, women in New York City on a hot summer day can have the added benefit of athleisure with their luxury lingerie. So things like that will allow you to continue the innovation, to continue to push the envelope forward without ever just kind of being like, oh, well, it's good. People buy it, so it's fine. Like, never get into that space, because you also want to make sure that you're giving them a reason to come back, more than just, well, we have what you already want. You want to give them more. You want to add new things. So always push the envelope forward. Don't get complacent, and really pay attention to what they're requesting. Like, maybe, for us, it's seamless underwear and skin shades. So that's something that you pay attention to, and you add that as you move forward. But always innovate, always push the envelope, and just shoot for the stars.
So what are the things that you had to shift or change when COVID happened for you? I know you said, like, when something happens, you got to dance, you got to change the dance. So what are some things that you guys had to shift when COVID happened?
2020 marketing was all in person. We had events to the night. We kicked off the year with a panel event in Miami. We had 2 live events in New York. We booked out the Hugston apartment in downtown LA and had an all-day fitting event plus brunch. So we started off with a buyer's brunch, a buyer's boozy brunch, and then had fittings all day. So I fit 60 women in one day. Took a picture in their new lingerie, gave it to a body positivity illustrator. They got a takeaway to go home with that they could frame and put on their wall and feel beautiful and good. And that was our model for the whole year. Fast forward to a dinner for International Women's Day that we had planned out at the Addition, and that got canceled about a week prior. I had partnered with a very dear friend of mine. Her name's Deep Hoku. She's an incredible woman. And we were going to do this really beautiful round table about collaboration over competition within the community of professional women. Got canceled. And so from there, it was a hard pivot, complete 180 of oh shit, what do you do now when your whole plan is in person? And we pivoted to digital. It didn't go very well. And then we just decided to focus on wholesale, actually. So it completely pivoted, or we needed to completely pivot. And ultimately we landed in focusing on our wholesale model over our in-person direct-to-consumer model.
Brittany?
I've had to pivot well. For me, it's a little different. The fact that we have a product-based business here and a service-based business here, so it's 2 very useful insights for both business owners. We might have some product people here, we might have some service-based business here. So for me, being a service-based business, COVID, actually, my sales were a little crazy. I did very well, and I did not expect that at all whatsoever. I thought that I was oh my God, the world's gonna end. Oh my God. I was oh my God. I was just already overwhelmed from dealing with sick relatives, and I wasn't even in the mind space. But one of the first things I did was I created a challenge during the quarantine for my community. So even though I have clients and I work with them, I strategize brands, I design products, I still have a community of people who are designers, who are photographers, who are interior decorators. And, I share my knowledge, I share my experiences, and most importantly, I share my magic, because my job is to inspire people. That's what I'm here for. So I made sure that I said, okay, well, I can't freak out, because if I freak out, that's going to change the vibration of everyone else in my community. So let me get myself together. So what I did was I created a challenge, because a lot of us were bored at home, out of our minds. Being at home for some of us, even though it was great for us to kind of like go within and take some time to ourselves and disconnect from the world, I realized how much I missed hugging my friends.
I know, right?
I miss just smelling fresh air. I miss just being able to pick a flower. I miss just being able to feel grass. And what I did was I created a 30-day challenge as to where every single day there was like a newsletter that went out, and pretty much there was a challenge of the day. So it would be things like unfollow any account on Instagram that makes you feel less than worthy. It was simple things like, add the Digit account, the Digit app to your phone and use that to save a little bit of money. So throughout those 30 days, we could develop, some type of, better habits, anything to help ease the mind, body, soul, spirit. And that's pretty much the first thing that I did. But for me, I had to kind of just increase my manpower because or my girl power, because I only have one man on my team. I have mostly women. So I had to I had to now I had to meet my demand, because people were getting laid off and people were just like, well, I'm not spending the last of my money on survival things. I'm actually going to spend money on my business. So surprisingly, I had a lot of people who were still interested in building a brand or building their business. They still wanted to do that because no one knew what was going to happen. No one knew whether or not they were going to return to work. So for me, I had to more so kind of put on my big girl panties and say, okay, Brittany, you now have to figure out how to help these people navigate through a pandemic, aside from you just creating a brand for them or creating a guideline for them or creating a product for them. How are we now going to make sure that this pandemic isn't going to ruin our plans any further? But I used to do live events. I couldn't do that anymore. I couldn't do anything that involved me meeting one-on-one with a person. Photo shoots. This has been probably the hardest thing. Creating content has been the hardest thing. I just had to launch a campaign for a site and we couldn't even use a model. We couldn't use a hand model. And we had to get super creative with how we, and it's for skincare products too. So imagine not being able to use a model to sell skincare. It's the hardest thing in the world. But we decided, okay, we're going to partner with influencers and let them do that part of it. And then we'll just focus on the aesthetic side of things. So that's how I more so kind of like switched up my info. I just had to adjust. I had to accept the fact that, okay, I'm going to have to wear a mask. I mean, till this day, I forget sometimes. I walk up my house and I don't have my mask. I'm like, oh my God, I got to go back. It's still something very new to adjust to. But that is more so how I've experienced things as a service-based business. I think with Amber on her side of things, and a lot of my clients, it was tough, especially if they had, a physical store. If people couldn't try things on anymore. Like you go to Zara now, you can't try anything on. I'm pretty sure Zara is losing sales. Actually, no, because that store is still packed till this day.
So now that you're talking about retail, I'll kind of hop in because I had to shift and change things as well. So I remember when it first happened, I just got it happen like my last boot camp class. And so then I had a new baby girl that was being born within 3 days. And so then the world stopped and I was styling on the go. So I had gigs lined up. I was supposed to be doing all kind of things. I was supposed to be in Los Angeles doing photo shoots with Tyra Banks and just traveling the world and how these things line up, and award shows, for God's sake, for a stylist, it's award season. So it's kind of like, what happens here? And everything got stopped. So I heard the first gig was canceled. Then I heard the second gig was canceled. Then I started hearing, we started getting emails from my agents over. Everybody started saying everything was canceled. How do I take care of my entire family? You know, as a man, how do I take care of my entire home, my entire family? Everything is just like shut down. And what I do for a living is face to face, which means that I'm in someone's closet, I'm on someone's set, I'm in someone's face, I'm zipping up a dress on somebody's back. You know, like what happens from here? And so I freaked out maybe the first week or two. And I just kind of said, maybe God is just giving us a break, just saying, take a break, everybody. And so in the midst of taking that break, I had a few visions, and it was like, don't forget you have products. You can't see people, but you do have products, and you just hadn't focused on them because you have been so busy styling. And I'm calling you forth to do something completely different. Now you're going to be able to dress women and touch their lives and change lives by doing something with a product, and you'll be able to just ship it directly to them. So then I started to feel guilty. I'm like, how do I promote and sell something that feels vain in the midst of, like, you know, people being sick, people being in the hospital? I mean, my God, people are dying, like, and I'm sitting up promoting clothing. And the one thing that I heard was God said, if the world stops, will your gift stop? You know, like your gift doesn't stop. And the gift that we all have brings joy to people. You know what I mean? So just because the world stops doesn't mean that God stops. Just because the world stops doesn't mean that our gift stops. So we still all probably were at home, like yearning and burning on the inside. Like, I want to be creative. I want to do my photo shoot. I want to do this. So it gave us a chance to really come up with some really cool ideas. And so, you know, here we are, all three of us being able to change our dance up, you know, and whoever else is watching, change your dance, shift your dance at home, try something new, stretch out, you know, and make yourself feel great. Don't down yourself because the world has shifted and everything has changed. It's for the good. So look at it as a positive thing. And so now we're going to go directly into our Q&A session, ladies. So we have a question from Annie Racuzo. Says, this is a silly question, but how do you explain the difference between public relations, advertising, and marketing? I always get asked this question by my friends and family. Who wants to take that?
I can take it. So public relations is your public facing persona, but it's almost like B2B. So that's how I was introduced to Joy. That's who pitches Liberté to platforms like Vogue or Cosmo, Refinery 29. They're the ones who have the relationships within the editorial space and with influencers, actually, who are able to tell people about the business much further than I can. They have contacts that I couldn't even dream of. And so they pitch the brand and interact with people who potentially might be interested in the brand, whether it's writing about it, wearing it, or using it for their own photo shoot. That's public relations, and that's what your publicist is generally geared to do. Advertising is money you pay to have ads populate on things like Google, on Facebook, on any search engine, really. So when you're scrolling through Instagram or if you're in the stories, every other thing that pops up is generally a sponsored or ad post. And so that's advertising, right? So it's the thing that you pay to have populate up on whatever platform. Marketing is the things that you do on your platform to engage with your customer. So it starts with your photo shoots. It goes into how you're posting, the frequency in which you're posting. It's your newsletters. It's campaigns that you do for community engagement, things like that. So that's within the marketing. So they're very different silos, and they can all look a little bit different. And there's definitely some crossover. For instance, you know, the money that you use for a photo shoot, which is considered marketing, is then used for your advertising. So that's where the crossover comes in. But generally, they are used in different silos within the business because it's a different budget, right? So the amount of money you would spend on marketing is basically one thing. But then you say, okay, I'm going to use the photo shoot from this marketing budget to use for the advertising, and then you have to pay for the advertising, and then your public relations agency or your publicist is a complete different expense. So generally they're very different, but they all cross over for the success and the growth of your business.
Got it. All right, so we'll go to the next question. Looks like it's from Daria Fennell. Hi, Jay Bolin, Brittany, Antoinette, and Amber Tolliver. Thanks for calling out our government names. What top 2 tips would you give a fashion designer and fashion stylist when hiring a publicist? I'll just take that, Brittany.
So for me, I don't necessarily have PR relationship, but I do have a brand partnership talents manager, which is a little different. But from what I can see, and I'll kind of pass this over to Amber, so because this is like more so her niche. I find that when it comes to PR, it's very hit or miss. And PR is not going to guarantee the results you want immediately. It's an investment. And ultimately, it's also kind of like a game of it's I don't want to say it's a game of like cat and mouse, but there's so many factors that depend on whether or not you're going to get the most out of your PR. Like, for example, does this person have great relationships with people in the places where you need to be seen? If you are a fashion brand and you have a ready-to-wear line that is on the same level as something like, I don't know, Zach Posen, I'm just throwing out any designer on there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
To make sure that your publicist has a relationship with maybe Elle magazine or Vogue magazine. You know, they have to be able to not only work for you and utilize their relationships to get you these pitches and all of these opportunities. It's also a matter of the way in which you present yourself as a brand and what your story is. Is your story interesting for someone to even want to feature you somewhere? Are you unique enough to grab anyone's attention? And that also falls back into branding. Whereas what Amber was saying earlier about how advertising, PR, and marketing all kind of come together, even though they're each separate entities. You kind of need one in order to get to the other. You can't really market without advertising, and you can't really have PR without you being able to market. They all kind of play a part, I would say. But I find that with fashion designers, I feel that a publicist, until you get to the point where you have the budget to pay for a publicist, it can also be pricey. Maybe not as pricey as marketing, even though there are some agencies who charge an arm and a leg for their PR services. I find that this is something that is definitely more needed for a product-based business, especially a fashion-based company. Stylists, I find that stylists luckily end up getting their own PR just from how and where they're featured. That its own is PR. Yeah. So if, say, for instance, J Bolin, you styled Naomi Campbell for a September issue of Vogue, what PR do you need?
That is PR.
Yeah. But I want to let Amber kind of finish this up because I feel like she would have a lot more insight when it comes to.
But before we go to Amber, you said something a second ago. You said that you don't use PR, you use another creative agency. Tell us about that world, and is that something that we need to be deep diving into because people really don't know about it?
Yes. So I feel like this is a new kind of thing as of recently, as to where a lot of companies, especially companies like DBA, Digital Brand Architects, companies I'm managed by Rebel, for example, what they do is pretty much a brand partnership manager. They take your brand, other brands that align with your brand, your values, your ethos, and they help create partnerships where you get paid. So, for example, some like J Bolin, for example, a talent manager for you would be amazing because this would be the person who is booking your gigs on Good Morning America. This is the person helping you collaborate with the Netflix series. This is, I feel that talent managers are often overlooked because we have this idea of like, oh, talent managers take like 30% and they don't really do anything. They do a lot actually, but it's the partnership aspect of it, which is super important. So if a brand, for example, say, for example, you're a photographer. A brand partnership would look like working with Nikon, and Nikon paying you $5,000 for you to use their new camera and promote it for the next 2 months.
Yeah.
That can also work for certain businesses. It's just based on where you are, I would say. But I feel like a brand partnership manager or a talent manager could be just as beneficial as a PR manager, because you getting these opportunities are enough to, end up having someone write about you, like these opportunities. Yeah, but I would definitely say if you are someone like you, Jay, I would say that you definitely benefit from a talent manager. Rather, I don't want to say and just be like, oh, you don't need PR. I don't want to say that at all whatsoever. But I find that when it comes to making those big deals and collaborating with other brands and getting paid by other brands, I mean, we sit here and we're promoting, the hat that you're wearing. It might be by a certain design. You don't realize it, but you're marketing.
Jay Bolin. This is from jbolinhats.com, by the way.
Is it really?
Yeah, these are my hat designs.
I need one.
Yes.
I'll send you ladies one. All I need is just a little love. That's it.
Oh my God, you'll get so much love.
So much love.
So much love. But Jay, you should be with CAA.
I love that. I love that though. But that in its own, like, if I were wearing your hat, for example, or I loved your hat so much, or I'm a hat person. You would come to me, and you always see me wear hats on Instagram. You come to me, Brittany, let's collaborate. I get something out of it. You get something out of it. That's what the brand partnerships are mostly about. So if you're going around and you're promoting all these brands, I realized I was promoting brands for free. And then I realized, I'm like, wait, I can actually get paid to promote these brands. So it's a lot that kind of goes into it. But I feel that companies should look into seeing like how, whether or not they would benefit from a brand manager, like a brand partner.
I don't think people know about it. We hear PR, we hear marketing agencies, brand strategists, but we never hear about like talent agents. And we don't think, if we have heard it, we don't think it's accessible to us. So that's good that you just said that it's cool to find people that you can do like brand partnerships and that can kind of run that world for you.
Yeah.
So let's how about our next question that's coming up. Looks like it's from Jamie. I'm not going to try to say your last name, Jamie. I have a small but loyal customer base, but my biggest issue is how to bring in new customers. What's the best way to reach new people? I have a way that I'll talk about too, and I'll let you ladies go ahead and speak on it. But this cool technique that I do is that if I'm looking for different people that I want to style, I try my best to reach out and look for 25 to 50 new customers a day. Where do you find that at? We have an Excel sheet that's created. And so I have someone on my team, whether it's interns or an assistant, it's a must that at the end of the day that we have 25 to 50 different people that we're reaching out to. How do you find them? We literally go to Google like Yellow Pages. We find who needs a stylist? Like who doesn't have time to shop? Who needs help? You know what I mean? So we go and we find, obviously that would be doctors, lawyers, attorneys, whomever will need that. We go, we find their names, we find their company's names, we find their email addresses, and we create an entire Excel sheet. And we go through the Excel sheet. And if you're reaching out to 25 people to 50 people a week and 3 to 5 are biting, then you've done well by generating 3 to 5 new consumers or customers at the end of each week. So that's my little trick. Okay. I get that Excel sheet and I make it happen.
Yeah. I mean, I would definitely say one of the ways you can do it is create a sign up form for people who want more information about your brand. And again, you start what's called a marketing funnel. So you get people to sign up and then you engage them through sending out the newsletters. But absolutely, like use Instagram as a tool and use it for your benefit. So Go to the people who are already following you, already engaging with your business, and click on their profile. If it's not private, then, you know, they have photos in which other people are tagged, like-minded people who are their friends, who probably have the same type of thought mentality around brands that they love and things that they purchase. So engage with them as well. Maybe send them a 10% off discount code, or, you know, engage them in a way that it feels inviting and not intrusive. So invite them to something, or you know, give them an incentive to also kind of come over to your brand and start engaging. And I think that, you know, just kind of putting the time in, really getting down and dirty, and making that Excel file. I hate Excel, but I am on it every day. It doesn't matter if you like it, if you kind of sort of can tolerate it, like, you know, you kind of chalk it up and you take your medicine and you say, this is for the betterment of my business. So let me go ahead and figure this out. And once you get a template, it's kind of like just plug and play. It's super easy. But yeah, definitely kind of stalk people. Like it's a little weird, but you can find so much information. This is actually, I was going to say this for the PR question. You don't have to have a publicist. It stalks people. I'm telling you, my first 2 years, like I was in Cosmo, in the New York Post, Newsweek. I had all types of PR just because I emailed the person who wrote an article that was similar to the article that I wanted them to write about me. So the same concept applies for this. Get in there. Get focused on exactly who you're looking for. Make a list and engage them.
I love it. Okay, so we have another question. Looks like this is from T10 Collective. It says, how do you all maintain consistency in your messaging and approach during a time where there's so much uncertainty? How'd you take that one, Brittany?
So again, branding. It's probably one of the most important things in the world, because your brand is pretty much a collective perception of how people feel whenever they purchase or buy from you. That is essentially what a brand is. It's what's the personality of your business? What does it sound like? What does it feel like? That is how you maintain your consistency, is by maintaining your brand. So remember, I said your brand, of course, is a business idea. It is your story in combination with the problem and the solution that you're providing. That is what a brand is. It's all three of those things. And one can't get ignored. You know, all of these things matter, because someone's story might be what inspires you. You know, Amber, I'm happy that you have a lingerie brand, because there's another brand, and I was just like, I'm so tired of this brand because the bras stretch out. So I'm glad your brand so that makes me like even more amazing. But maintaining consistency, Amber had mentioned it earlier about having a brand guideline. Where pretty much what I do is, whenever I work with a customer, it's branding is beyond the logo. What you do is, there are these very long books. It's literally a manual. It can be anywhere between 20 something to maybe 100 to 200 pages of how to maintain consistency, from the way your brand writes their Instagram captions to the way the logo is positioned on a specific image. It's that specific. And I recommend that every single brand, before you even begin marketing, before you pitch yourself, you have a solid brand guideline, because that is going to help you maintain consistency visually. It's going to help maintain consistency when it comes to your messaging. Now, when it comes to a situation like Corona and pivoting your message, if your brand naturally, and this is something to focus on, make sure that you know what your brand's voice is. Your brand, you have two things. You have your brand tone and you have your brand voice. So this all more so correlates to messaging. This correlates to copywriting. This relates to the taglines that you hear, like Nike, just do it. Just do it is so much more than 3 words. Just do it is it's motivation. It's, even though I don't feel like going to work today, I'ma just do it. Even though I don't feel like working out today, I'ma just put my Nike on and I'ma just do it.
I think that's something that we all could take on. Is just we all can just say, just do it.
Just do it. That, you know, that's pretty much what it is. But now, when it comes to consistency, it's just more so making sure that your voice is consistent across all streams. So if you are sympathetic, if your brand is sympathetic, if it's empathetic, if it's compassionate, if it is romantic, depending on whatever situation is occurring in the world, you're going to adjust based on to how your brand voice and tone is.
Okay, well, listen, that okay, so
you're back with us.
Wow, like, okay, so number one, Amber, thank you so much for grabbing your charger. We really appreciate it because we needed to hear everything you were saying.
Yeah.
Second, nobody told me I had to bring luggage because I had to pack up everything you guys were saying. I mean, I learned so much. This panel was fire. Let me tell y'all brought the A game this morning. I learned so much, and I appreciate each and every one of you guys. I want to thank you guys for attending the All Black Everything Summit. I appreciate you guys being panelists. Jay Bolin, you did your thing as a moderator.
Oh,
talent manager. You definitely need a talent manager.
Right? CAA is missing out if they're not signing you.
Did you see all these hats in it? It's just Jay Bolin and some campaigns and everything.
Wow.
We totally see it. Yes. So I'm going to remove you guys and just say thank you again. And I appreciate each and every one of y'all. Y'all really showed up and showed out. You gave so much great information. So thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Guys, I'm going to just say goodbye to everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. All right, everyone. Thank you guys so much. I hope you guys learned a lot from that one. I know I did. I sure did, because it was really, really, really good. I wanted to let everyone know that we have a couple of hashtags that we would love for you guys to use. So if you're going to post about panels, if you're going to also follow us, because I know I was listening, I was like, okay, you guys were saying like, okay, not so much on social media, but if you guys don't mind following us on social media, that would be great. At All Black Everything Summit, you can also use hashtag ABE Summit or ABE Summit You Deserve. We would love if you guys could post whatever you want and just tag us on it. That'd be great, because listen, we gotta get the word out to people, to everyone, because this was so educational. It added so much value. It brought so much value out of this for everyone to listen to. Everyone needs to hear this panel. So if you guys want to share this out, that would be great. That would be perfect. I wanted to end by saying thank you so much to our sponsor, our presenting sponsor, Visa. I really appreciate you guys. We are back at it day 2. And then also I want to send a shout out to Splashlight Studios for this amazing studio. Look at this. You see that plant? I got a plant behind me. I got greenery around me. Yes. So anyways, guys, we're going to go on a 30-minute break. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. I'll see you guys back at 11. Y'all go have some breakfast if you haven't already. Eat some food, go to the bathroom, do what you got to do. I'll see you guys in 30. Take care. welcome. Listen, that is my song, the intro. That's my jam. I'll be like, yes, let's get it. Let's get it. Just a friendly reminder that if you guys want to post, because I know this next panel, yeah, it's gonna be fire. So already I want you guys to post and put those hashtags ABE Summit and ABE Summit You Deserve, and please follow us at All Black Everything Summit. Even, you know what, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, because we have a lot more coming out even later. So this is only the tip of the iceberg. This next panel is I really, I'm a film girl. I love photography. And when I put a panel together, it's always got to include some photography or some element of photography or something like that, because I love it that much. I am excited. This one is about the Black image, and this one is about how do we craft our own stories? Do we tell our own stories? How are we in charge of the narrative that goes out into the world? So I asked Karl Ferguson, who was one of the panelists from the last summit, to now come in as a moderator. So guess what? Karl said yes. So he's in graduation mode. He graduated to moderator, y'all. Yes, bring him on in. But first, before I bring him in, I want y'all to send him some love, because he just got the cover of the Hollywood Reporter with Chris Rock. Let's bring him on in. Karl, what's going on? You need to unmute yourself. If you could just unmute yourself, that would be awesome. Yeah. What's up, Karl? How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm well. Oh my gosh, congratulations on your cover. I love it. It looked amazing. It really did. That is such an amazing accomplishment.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I think you're a little... Yeah, no problem. So second, I want to bring in Miss Tracey Woods. Tracey is our fellow creative director. Tracey is one of the ones that will hire you to come and work on set. So y'all, you better ask Tracey all the questions you can, because this is all about knowledge, all about getting value, all about getting actionable steps. So Tracey is getting ready to bring the pain. Tracey, how are you?
Hello, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
No, thank you for coming. I truly appreciate it. I really do. I want to now bring in, okay, so me and this young lady go way back, like seats in a Cadillac. So we all know Itaysha Jordan's work. I love me some Itaysha. Itaysha just got the cover of the Washington Post style section. I think it's the style section, but I can't wait to hear from Itaysha. When Itaysha said yes, I think I danced like a jig or something. I was like, yes, she finally said yes. I was so happy. So let's bring Itaysha in. Itaysha, hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Well, I'm so happy that you're here. I appreciate it. So thank you
Thank
so
you
much
for having me.
Thank you. So listen, I'm gonna head out, and I can't wait to hear this conversation. I am ready. So you guys drop those gems. I'll see you guys in a little bit. See you. Okay, I think Karl might be a little. Okay, Karl, are you here? Are you a little delayed?
Is there a delay on it?
Okay, you're fine now. You're fine. Okay. Now I'm really gonna head out. Okay, I see y'all guys. Okay, Karl, you can go ahead and start. Can you hear us okay? Everything okay?
No, I can hear you okay.
Okay. All right. Well, you got it.
I don't know where we left off. I'm sorry about that. I think my connection was off.
Yeah, I can't hear anything. Karl?
Yeah.
You can go ahead and start. It's fine. You have the questions, correct?
Yes, I have the question. Sorry, I didn't know where we left off. It blacked out for a second, so I didn't know where you guys left off.
No problem, no problem. Listen, guys, like I told y'all earlier today, we blame everything on Mercury retrograde, right? So that's where we at. I'm blaming everything on Mercury retrograde. So Mercury retrograde, get on out of here. We don't need you. So there we go. Okay, Karl, I'm gonna head out one more time. There you go. Go ahead. It's your party now.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think we were talking more about the whole idea of just the subject matter, like of photography and capturing Black culture in general. And I think that it's an important part of what was necessary for us. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I have the questions in front of me here. So for me, I think we are the ones that are capturing it. I think the things that are at stake with it are, making sure that we are expressing to the rest of the world what it's like to go through what it is to be, I mean, mostly in America, what it is to be Black here. I mean, I think that's really the main focus. It's something that we look at Gordon Parks' work. I think that's what we see in the breadth of the work, is that it captures very, very well what it is to be Black in this country and live in what it is that we experience here. So
in terms of like when you talk about Gordon Parks, one thing I love about Gordon Parks is that he captured every aspect of the Black experience, whether it was, something that we kind of wanted hidden, or if it was in the positive. It was the positive and the negative. We're not a monolith, so we have to show all aspects of our work. And I think the new generation of photographers that are coming up are doing that. They're starting to embrace and show all aspects of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, cool. And how do you feel about it, Itaysha? As far as like us being in the position of capturing it and what it means is, like what's at stake and why it's so important for us to be capturing these images.
I think it's just important as a photographer to tell stories that are relevant to you. And if that's the Black experience, it's the Black experience. I think in general, we need to be very focused on just being authentic in our true selves. And I believe that's what you brought up, Gordon Parks. I believe that that's what he was doing. He had a wide range, and he wasn't solely a photographer. He's a photographer, a director, et cetera, et cetera. So he was able to toggle, from doing like documentary style, recording, the struggle and protest, etc. And then he was also able to make beautiful fashion imagery as well, And I think it's just important for us to continue to tell our story however we choose to. I think that we often are holding ourselves back at times by limiting ourselves. I know it's difficult for Black artists to get to the forefront at times, I guess, in a commercial way. But it's just important to continue to do what you're doing and kind of keep your blinders on, because I think we hear all this noise, and I'm a big proponent of, just not relying and that weight that can come with, oh, you're Black, you can't do this, or you shouldn't do this, or I wasn't allowed to do this. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
I think we just need to be more careful of that and make sure that we are pushing forward instead of being held back.
Okay. Well, I'm going to have you elaborate a little on that, because I love hearing from creatives, because I'm being a creative. I love hearing from my peers when they feel that artists aren't pushing forward. I think it's a responsibility of us as creatives to push each other, because we have these moments right now where we're, let's just even look at what's happening with Black Lives Matter and how certain opportunities have opened up. And it's perfect what you said about feeling like people are holding back, because we have a moment right now. I know that I've been reached out by art directors and, from magazines that I never heard from before. And what you're saying, it's there's a lot of gravity to that. We have an obligation to represent for ourselves in a different light. So I want you to touch on that a little bit more when you say how you feel we are holding back, and I'd ask Tracey to do the same afterwards.
I think that it's everything is complicated, right? There's a lot of noise currently. We are in the middle of this, crazy times, pandemic, elections, et cetera, et cetera. And with the Black Lives Matter movement, the most recent largest uprisings that happened, maybe, was it May / June, somehow brought emphasis on systematic racism and opportunities that aren't given. And this is true, but some of it we have to ask ourselves, everything that happens is supposed to happen, whether it's pleasant or not. And it's often a conversation upon myself and my peers about letting in the new guard. You know what I'm saying? And although things aren't pretty, I think we can use this opportunity to further our work and voice our opinions visually as well, to put our spin or just really emphasize our talents, if you will. So yeah, I think that we just need to use the moment to push forward in a positive light. You know what I mean? Kind of like take a negative and turn it into positive.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. Tracey?
Yeah, no, I totally agree with Itaysha. What she just said is, it's pushing forward, and also it's kind of believing in yourself. I know sometimes people get held back just because they're afraid, and they're afraid to take that chance. And no matter what, if you don't believe in yourself, no one will. So you have to kind of push forward. And you hear a lot of no's, but eventually you'll start to hear yeses. With the civil unrest that happened, it pushed the agenda forward and fast, and you started, like you said, you started getting a lot of calls from publications and brands that you would never even get to talk to, because I think they're starting to get in their conscience. We need to be represented, have a representation of the entire community, just not a small set of it. So the last for example, all the magazines with the September issues, I've never seen so many Black creatives shooting covers for September issues. That was amazing. Not only were they shooting the covers, there was Black talent on the covers, because finally people started listening. I want that to keep pushing forward. I don't want it to be like, okay, we did, our part for Black Lives Matters and we move on. The only way for it to really change is to keep pushing forward and having getting Black creatives out there, but also getting them hired by, not, what they consider traditional media or mainstream media.
Okay, awesome. Well, do you have something to add?
I guess another question maybe what people may be wondering is, what does pushing forward mean? What does that mean in an industry that isn't necessarily so welcoming and you may not know the paths to take. I just thought about that, you know. Do you have an answer for that, Tracey?
Well, I'm all about networking, getting yourself out there. There've been a lot of portfolio reviews that are out there. Some of them there have been free portfolio reviews, because I know cost is also a factor in kind of getting your work promoted. Different photo organizations like, you know, APA, ASMP, those kind of organizations shed a light on pushing you forward. I don't want to keep saying pushing you forward, but getting some name recognition and getting your name out there. But I'm a big proponent of networking, because I've done portfolio reviews. Done a lot of portfolio reviews this summer. And I always tell, especially young photographers, now I'm part of your network. So you reach out to me, stay in touch with me. You don't know who I know. And I can make recommendations to other people. And it's really just kind of building up that community.
Okay. Awesome. So what I want to do is backtrack just a little bit. I want to make sure that we introduce ourselves to the viewers, and we're going to give them time to be here. So I would like for everyone here to introduce themselves and their backgrounds. We'll start with you, Tracey. And I mean, Tracey Woods, we've had experience, working with you at Essence was one of the highlights, I should say, of my career, because I mean, I love the energy of working with just your vision and the care and consideration you had. I was new in your selection of photographers, and I felt right at home immediately. So I just want you to kind of give a little bit of background on yourself for the viewers.
So I was, previously at Essence Magazine for many years. I was a photo editor there and producer. And prior to that, freelanced a bit. I got my MFA in photography from Pratt. And I wanted to be like you guys. I was more of a fine art photographer. Then I thought about the commercial photography lane and realized really quickly it wasn't for me, and I didn't feel the same passion as I thought I would have, I should say. And I ended up being a studio manager and a producer and working with photographers and photo reps, actually. So that's how I learned the business of photography. And it kind of came 360 and went into, photo research and publishing.
Okay. Awesome. And so now, Itaysha, now I'll say it's an honor to be able to speak to you. I'm more of a fan of my peers than just a photographer in the industry. I love work by several photographers, and there's something about your work when I immediately saw it that I gravitated towards. And so having the first opportunity to work as a team with you and during Essence Fest was an honor. And I just want you to kind of give some background. I hope that everyone, if you are not familiar with her work, you'll go and look at it. Just brilliant, amazing, vibrant imagery. And Itaysha, I want you to just kind of give us a little background for the listeners.
Thank you. Well, my name is Itaysha, and I am a photographer and creative director, just an overall creative in general. And I have been shooting since I was a teenager. I have always loved visuals. I've always naturally gravitated towards the arts, whether it's music, creating with my hands, etc. I used to collect magazines and catalogs, and that's what excited me. And so it was a very natural thing for me to be here now and use photography as my main vehicle, if you will. So I I always talk about how I sort of went through this blindly, if you will, because I didn't really understand, you know, at a young age what was ahead of me and what this truly meant, you know. So I eventually moved to New York and have been in the New York area for the last, I'd say, 15 or so years. That has been interesting. And one of the things I like to talk about is how there's no rule book, or I didn't have a rule book or guide, rather. It wasn't taught to me, although I do have, you know, a degree in visual arts. You just sort of get thrown out into this world, right? And you figure it out. And so as Tracey suggested just a few minutes ago in regards to networking, I had moved here and I just started talking with my peers and creating work and getting concepts and ideas and figuring out how to make that work. And, you know, my work started getting seen. And, you know, there you have it. It starts to, you know, spread. I've shot, you know, did various campaigns, and I am curious to see what's ahead of me, because although I have met a lot of milestones, which I'm so, you know, super, you know, grateful for, especially the response that I get. Thank you. In regards to my work, there's still a lot of work to be done with getting my work out there and other artists of color getting their work out there. And so with this new renaissance, if you will, that's going on, we're really truly just guided, you know, we're leading and we're just figuring it out as we go, you know. So yeah, so I'm here now talking to you guys, trying to help, you know, maybe guide someone else to maybe take some of that pressure off, and as I talked about as well, take some of that pressure off of, you know, feeling less than, if you will, or, you know, not heard.
Okay, great. So I wanted to touch on the part of just again that the renaissance that's happening, and we spoke a little bit about the responsibility that we had to push ourselves. And I mean, what do you think, looking at what we're capturing at this moment? I mean, I think the range is so beautiful. I mean, we've always had beauty in our culture. I think we have an opportunity now to capture more of it instead of a one Gordon Park. So I think we have photographers in different areas, you know, whether it be fashion, whether it be documentary. You know, I know photographers that were on the front lines during Black Lives Matter that were capturing work that, you know, I didn't have the ability to do. So how do you think, what do you think the importance of the range that we're capturing will be in years to come? You know, just now that we have this opening to really fully voice ourselves on a larger spectrum in the photo industry.
This is a major moment in time, so it'll be super important. And to document, you know, what's ahead of us. History, you know, is not always the truth, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's very important that we, even if you aren't being called on by those who have power to put you, you know, out there, it's very important to log those details, what you were doing in this moment, and what your mindset is, or rethinking what your story is that you have to tell, you know. And maybe you're starting your own movements, you know. In many ways, this All Black Everything Summit is Joy starting her own movement and not waiting for someone to ask her, you know, to do. So
Right.
I think it's important that we think about not only wait, even though people are now opening up to, you know, hiring more creatives of color, thinking about what you can do and what you have control over. I know moments like that have gotten me through tough and slow times of work. is just getting creative and talking with my peers and teams and thinking about what stories I can tell or projects I can work on, because someone eventually will see it, or you'll get better. Photography is something that you just continue to do and you just get better, you mature in it. And at times, sometimes work that you're doing may not be necessarily relevant in the time, but maybe years later. I am a prime example of that maybe work that you're creating will have more meaning later on. I find that work that I've created maybe 10 plus years ago is now more relevant now, if that means anything. Also, when I moved to New York, and I started in shooting models, testing and that sort of thing. And I made notice, for example, that a lot of the Black models, their books were not up to par. Whether it was their styling, the photography, the lighting, how their skin was captured, etc. So I made it a point to shoot more of these models, and a lot of those images have stayed in those books for years, you know what I mean? Because I made a conscious effort to do what was unpopular. It was unpopular at one time, maybe just 6 years ago, for me to have a book that was maybe 60 to 70% Black. I've had people tell me take Black, and it's not necessarily only white people. I've had Black people tell me take all of these Black people out of your book. It's too, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know very well what you mean.
Or someone trying to tell you that maybe something is. No one has ever said, "Oh, your work is too urban," if you will, but you have to go with your gut. So use this moment. I've said a lot in one sentence, one breath rather, but use this moment, I would say, to really truly see what you can do yourself instead of relying so much on others to give you validation that you are relevant.
Totally agree with that.
Okay, Tracey.
I totally agree with what Itaysha said. It's all about kind of creating your own momentum and your own kind of journey. Everyone's journey is different. And as you said, Karl, everyone has different interests and paths in this photography business. There's beauty photographers, landscape, there's, fashion, photojournalism, there's portraiture, there's art photographers, and everyone has a different view and perspective of what photography means to them and how they express themselves. And I don't think anyone should change to what's popular just because it's popular. You have to really stay true to yourself, because that's the only way that your true vision will come out. And I just think that it still comes back to about kind of believing and pushing yourself. And by creating your own opportunities, you're not waiting for someone to hand you something. And those opportunities that you've created for yourself could lead to bigger opportunities and for higher paid jobs or just recognition. And if you get the recognition, or if you get kind of like a space where someone's just kind of recognizing you for what you do, but also showcasing your work, then, I think that's going to be that's advertising in itself. Like any advertising is, it's not paid advertising, but I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's pushing it forward. It's pushing you out there, getting you recognition and notice, because you get noticed like, oh, I did this shot that was just on my Instagram page or a blog. Then somebody else sees it, then they kind of push it on their platform. And then eventually someone who has a position to offer, a really big kind of paid opportunity will see it.
Awesome. All right. Well, I want to touch on something you said about not following what's popular. And, you know, there's a thing about not having opportunity and being a Black creative and trying to break through the walls. You know, you know, just like you were saying about being told not to have certain complexion on your site. I'd heard that a million times over. If I had too many Black people on my site, they're like, you're not going to get picked up by photo editors. And there's sometimes a pressure to conform because you feel like that's going to be the thing to help you get in the door. And I just wanted to know from that experience of choosing and selecting photographers, how important is integrity in the work that they create, and that grabbing, I mean, specifically your eye, because you don't, I mean, obviously every photo editor in that experience is different, but how important is it for the creative to maintain their integrity in their art form, in their work?
For me, it's very important. I want to, when I look at a photographer's work, because I came from an institution that was, you know, of a Black institution that we highlighted and celebrated Black life. I'm not representative of someone else from a different magazine title or company. So I'm looking at the work as I want the work to speak to me. You know, there's so many photographers out there and people have great work. So there has to be something that speaks to me kind of inherently, just like it could be a sparkle, it could be the lighting. Like if I had 3 portfolios and everyone's worked, like they had great lighting, great composition, how do I distinguish, like, how am I going to hire one photographer out of these 3 photographers? It comes down to what's inherent in their work, their integrity, but also their kind of artistic vision. If I'm comparing people, if that makes sense, because there's so many people out there and I see a lot of great work. So I think the thing that makes people stand out is once I see the work, maybe I might have a conversation with the photographer. I always, you know, try to have a portfolio review. You know, back in pre-COVID days, you know, I could call someone into the office, have them come show the portfolio to the team. Then it becomes more of the interaction. How do I vibe with that person? How do I feel comfortable with them? Do they feel comfortable with me? Can they take direction? It's really comes down to the personality then. In the days, you know, now it's hard just because everything is either virtual. If you're not able to have that conversation, it just, to me, the conversation is always important, no matter who I hire. Even I just have to have a quick conversation because I want to get the vibe of that person, because the work is great, but then it comes down to their energy, their being, and you have to be really in their integrity. So their work has to be authentic to themselves and not, you know, there's photography trends that everyone jumps on, like, oh, I'm going to take a sheet in the backyard and, you know, do a portrait. Everyone starts doing that. What sets you apart? Why are you different than the 20 other people doing that?
Awesome.
I think it shows in your work. I think it shows in artists' work when it is not real, is not from them, and it's not authentic. So I imagine that, Tracey, that some work resonates and others don't. Other work doesn't at times because it's not truly from them, because maybe they are misguided and they're told, or they see that everyone is doing this certain type of shot, so I'm going to do it too. You know, I liked it, but, you know, it's not necessarily for you. So that's why integrity is definitely important and a necessity, you know, at times. And you have to be able to tune in, you know. It's very intuitive, I think. You need intuition to kind of help guide you to know the difference between what's, you know, constructive criticism, what makes sense and what doesn't, you know. But if there are, you know, in general, I always talk about this too, is me being a woman in photography is even a feat.
Yeah.
You know, being
Absolutely.
woman, being Black, and there are, if you're in New York City or in general, there's thousands and thousands of photographers, you know, so your work needs to be truly unique to you and, you know, your point of view. And it's interesting because people ask me all the time, oh, you know, can you critique my work, or what do you think, et cetera, et cetera. It's more like, what do you think?
Right. Yeah.
In many ways, right? Outside of someone saying, you know, immediately seeing, you know, that you may not be focused, or, you know, something may not be clear, but it's like we're looking for these magic answers, and the answers truly are within ourselves and the stories that we're telling, you know.
Yeah, no, and I completely understand that, because I, you know, coming from, you know, learning on my own, self-taught, I didn't have any of the creative backgrounds. You know, I think like you said, Tracey, every photographer comes from so many different starting points, and they have different views and voices at a certain point, you know. And so what I did want to touch on with the integrity, Itaysha, is could you go in a little bit about your journey with integrity as an artist, and in this industry as a Black woman, there's a photographer in this industry, how that just trying to get through those barriers, how that's played with the way that you see yourself as an artist and finding the voice, because your work speaks confidence just from a viewer standpoint, but I know that there had to be a journey to get there. Everyone goes through their journey, and like you said, as a woman, there's an extra layer as a Black woman. So I just want you to touch a little bit on how that journey has been for you in getting to the point where you're saying, this is my voice, this is what I'm leading with, and you accept me as this, you know.
That's an interesting question, because I have to ask myself, like, have I felt, so I brought up the being woman part more to say, opportunities, when you notice that most work is by white men in this industry, you know. You know, there's a few that you can count to me that are constantly hired that are women, on one hand. So I just want to clarify that I brought it up. So because of that, I think that even though I may not have known the answers, and you know, have felt my way through this dark, I refer to it as like a dark room, and you're feeling around for the light. I think that I've always stayed true to myself. You know, there may be things I need to change up. I currently need to change up a few things that are on my site. But I somehow I've had this voice that has told me that eventually it will be okay and it will be seen. I don't know that I've 100%. I would say that what I have done is maybe I'm always talking about how I'm very versatile, so I can shoot a lot of things and a lot of people. You know, my struggle has more so been how to get my work out there further. But once you get people who are in these positions to hire you, whether it's like a Tracey, a producer, or creative, normally they have studied you, or maybe they actually know you and understand where you're coming from. I think it is the photographer is like the head, the lead for the most part. So it takes a lot to trust that vision. So you've got to learn how to collaborate and learn how to communicate, and know when to put your foot down and when not too as well. It's like this delicate kind of balance, you know. And at times when you're hired for work, sometimes you may feel that you're just clicking a button and that it's not coming from you directly. I've been on jobs where it's kind of like, eventually you're like, okay, is this even my work anymore? After it's been, you know, changed, manipulated, the concept is changed, etc.
Yeah.
well, and that's actually when your personal work comes into play, because you need that. You need people to know how you think, and for you to be able to display that visually and show, because most of my work, I'm gonna say 80%, if I had to give percentage, is hired off of images that I've done that weren't my own personal projects. I really liked when you did this. Can we do something, that type of thing? And usually it's not based off of some other commissioned work for the most part. I don't know if you've had that experience, but and that's because it comes directly from me, So I have always sort of naturally, I think that's what makes photographers true visionaries and creatives, is the fact that they watch, you know what I mean? They tune into what's going on around them, or find ways to tell different stories, and just tapping into that will truly help you, and along with the whole having conversations with people, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. So I wanted to touch on us as a community, knowing that we have this moment and how important it is for us to capture this. What are some ways, if you think we need to, that I wouldn't say control the narrative, but we try to guide the narrative. We're very spot on with knowing that we want to have integrity in what we're doing. But how do we as a collective, like, I'm big on mentorship. I wouldn't be in the position that I'm in without mentors. How do we, as a collective, do that for the up and coming photographers who need certain direction and sometimes don't even know how to ask for it? Is there responsibility on our part, and what are some of the ways that you think we could take steps towards being that, if that's a responsibility we have?
I that's a great question, because I don't necessarily have, I don't even want to say traditional mentors. I have a lot of mentors, but they aren't other photographers. It's kind of sad, because I feel like our publications and our leads are going, are little and little. I would hope that there were, you know what I mean? Traditionally, I would hope that we would be able to turn to that, or we'd have our own version or sectors in, like, the ASMPs, those organizations,
Right.
I think that would be, it's always good when you come across someone that's able to help you and guide you, but I think that we need more action in maybe creating our own versions of those organizations. Do you understand?
I agree with that.
So like a chapter, how people pledge a certain, you know what I mean? So
Right.
maybe that's a thought, because again, it goes deeper than just having someone that you can call and say, hey, how do I approach this? Because I find that sometimes people are asking me questions that I don't know the answers to. You know what I mean? I at times I'm like, I'm trying to figure that out too. So I think we're literally paving the way as we go. Like, I've never, in my years of being an artist, I have never seen this many artists of color at once, if you will. Right? Like,
yeah.
Well, it's
in this, like, maybe social media age where everything is more, visual and you can see. I think that we are creating history. We are creating history right now as we go.
Amen.
So I want to, be clear about that. So yeah, I think that would be my answer for long term, is that having sectors, or what I feel two ways, because it's like, a big part of me is like, why do I need to rely on, which I'm always talking about, other people to tell me how, or, and then the other thing is, well, maybe these organizations need to just be more open and pull more of us in. You know what I mean? Maybe the ASMP or whoever needs to be more active and getting more artists of color in general, so that we can stop creating these I just think that we're holding ourselves back in a lot of ways.
I have seen, and some of the organizations have started to kind of reach out to, their Black photographers or communities, and really sponsor portfolio reviews and, mentorship in terms of, career like advice. But we need more of that. And I think there's also organizations like, Diversify Photo, Color Positive, the Authority Collective, who are highlighting Black photographers and creatives of color that also do, like, I know Jay from Color Positive does some mentorship. He reaches out to, before COVID, he was doing high school and college visits where they were having speakers come in of different kind of creative backgrounds, just to, because sometimes, like, if you're in high school, I didn't know my job was a job until I got into this industry much later. Like, there's a lot of jobs and opportunities that you really don't know about unless you're kind of around someone who's pushing you in that direction. So if we reach people, especially when they're younger, they know that, oh, I didn't know I could be a photographer. I didn't know I could be a makeup artist on set. I didn't know I could do, a set design. There's so many opportunities out there that we have to start younger. And also, maybe it is starting our own version of a, ASMP, like a Black photographers organization that's just, or not just, it could be just photographers of color that really highlight like career advice, development, portfolio reviews, those kind of things. And then with that comes mentorship.
Yeah, I agree. Who could have dedicated time. And I think, for example, last year, pre-COVID, I think it was April or May, remember, Tracey? I think one of those organizations were part of the New York Times review. And that was primarily they were very, upfront about looking for artists of color to have.
They were very. Oops, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I was going to say, it gets very complicated because everything is not directly, it is systematic, right? It's not directly racist. So you're given those opportunities, and a lot of times you aren't prepared or you don't have the things that you need. I was talking to a creative director earlier this summer when I was shooting a cover about artists of color, getting opportunities to shoot, like, let's say, covers or stories. And it's one thing to be hired. It's another thing to also be capable or have the means to create or to complete the assignments, So you're right. I think hitting people earlier, whether that's high school or, whatever age, 18, is key.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I think that's I would love to further this conversation. I'm so grateful for where I am and would love to pay that forward. I think about when I picked up the camera, and if I had started in high school, versus I think I picked up the camera, I was 30. So it's like, to see the progression at that point, I would love to push that narrative, just because I think what we're seeing with them letting the gate open, and what I've heard is that a lot of the photographers were more prepared because they didn't have the opportunity. So we had to work with less. That's just the story of being Black in this country.
Look
Like,
at it.
Yes.
yes.
I think about that too. I always think about how, you know, when I used to use these little lights called JTLs that cost like $200, $150, and I might have had one of them and the other one blows out. I may have had two, but they would like blow up literally, and I might have shot in my apartment or somebody's small corner. It helps me to be able to, when you get put in strange situations, to be able to toggle. But it's not the Black experience anyway. We make do. All
the time.
Figure it out, but that has helped me. You know, where someone who's had all the bells and whistles may not know how to, you know, in a moment's, you know, a few seconds, you know, figure something out. You know, there's advantages to this.
I'm always a proponent of working with what you have anyway. Just because you have the top, like the most expensive camera and lighting, doesn't mean you know how to use it or use it correctly or get the results that will get you attention.
Held me back in terms of not having specific equipment. I can say that, you know what I mean? Oh, I need this camera, I need this light. And that's not necessarily true. There are photographers, you know, in the past who used to shoot and create with point and shoots, throwaway cameras. It's about your vision mostly. I'm not going to say that you shouldn't be technically sound or savvy.
Oh, you should definitely know.
Yeah, but you know, a lot of times we're worrying about our equipment more so than the visuals and the story that we're telling or the moment that we're capturing.
Right. So I wanted to bring up another subject. So the unique thing about being in this country is that when you are of a different background, you don't necessarily have full control on who tries to tell your story. In many spaces, you don't see Black people going to try to tell white stories, but there are many cases where you see white people try to tell our story without getting references from us. You know, there'll be a documentary. You're like, wait, who did you reference for this Malcolm X or this Martin Luther King documentary? So I want to touch on the idea of having other ethnic backgrounds capturing Black culture and how we feel about the importance of it being the Black eye. And seeing Black skin, Black culture, Black pain, Black joy. How important is it for the eye behind the lens to be Black in capturing Black people and Black life and culture?
I mean, I would love it if it was all the time, but it's just not the case. You know, there's like, just look at all the newspapers and general interest magazines and news magazines that are hiring, you know, non-Black photographers. I think the person, because there's a different thing that if you're a documentary photographer, sometimes you're just there to document and you're not there to put in your own personal agenda. So you're really there just to shoot what is being done, and you can't put your kind of personal feelings in it. That, I think that would be hard for me. That's why I was never a photojournalist, just because I would be affected by whatever the scene was. So I think if you're a documentary photographer, you're there just to document. If you're trying to tell a story that has some nuance or to sway somewhere, it's hard. Like, I think it's just hard. I don't know the answer to that. I think I would love it that if it was we're on the front lines of, all the protests that went on, it should be Black photographers. They're there kind of capturing the moment and the people going on, but also we're trying to bring in other people to, because it's not just a Black experience, it's a world, it's a world experience. You know, we need to broaden, you know, Black people have been living this their whole lives. So now it's time for other people to speak up and say, you know, it's wrong. And they should also be kind of telling the story at the same time. I think we need to work in tandem with, you know, the non-Black creatives, because the story needs to be told. And if it meant like, well, I can't hire, this is the photographer we work with, they're not a Black photographer. And if it meant for them just to not do the story, I'd rather have the story out there than not be done at all.
Okay. Yeah. Agreed. Itaysha?
I believe there's many sides to this, but I can, in my own experience, I remember maybe 8 years ago or within the past 10 years saying, you know, all of these in fashion, especially, there were a lot of stories being shot and no Black, maybe one creative, maybe like a hair person, maybe a makeup person, but that's like not, wasn't common either. And now it's slowly changing. So change is happening there. But I used to think that, like, you know, why is it that only these white photographers are shooting these stories, you know? And you know, thinking I have a vision and a point of view as well. And also, you know, as I touched on when I was working with Building Models books, being and shooting a lot of these young Black models and women, and that I was a woman too. So I knew, like, you know, oh, her hair is not right, or this is, you know, the person is not approaching this correctly, or this is not highlighting certain things. I think, again, we are in the midst of this visual photo media revolution, if you will. And we just need to use that to our advantage and think about what it is that we're putting out there now. People are more aware of it. People stand up. At one point, people had these thoughts, but they weren't putting it out there. You know, a friend of mine, Naima Lafon, made a statement earlier this summer in regards to hiring hair teams, you know, hair and makeup teams, and what, you know, she made like this guide to how to do it. I feel like if she put that message out earlier, maybe it would not have been taken so well. So there's always a time, you know, where you're heard. It's not necessarily the wrong time to say certain things. You should always say what you want, but I'm saying it was received because of when she said it, you know?
Right.
So it's just honing in and knowing that your moment is going to come, you know, and I say that out loud to say to myself as well. Take my own advice. Yeah, but I would love to, but I think that we're starting to see it. And when we don't see it in mass, they're doing it anyway. Photographers are out there creating anyway and putting their work out on their websites,
Right.
blogs, you know, on social media, you know. And again, it just goes back to that whole, you know, create your own path and, you know, do it your way or do it differently, or find a team of people who are on your same wavelength, you know. But I would love to see more people of color, you know, telling those stories. And, you know, we don't only have one story. We're all different with, you know, that's the other issue, is that we're just grouped a lot of times into this one big, you know, clump of one thing. But, you know, Black people are international. They are from different countries. They speak different languages. They have different upbringings. Some were born in the city. Some were born in the country. Some were born on the other side. You know what I mean? Some weren't raised by Black parents. Some weren't. Like, we have a lot of stories. And I also wish, I don't know if this is related or not, but I wish that somehow the photo community could somehow unite with the film industry, because there's a lot of work being done in the film industry, with, you know, film and directors of color as well, which is held in very high regard. You know, I'm about thinking of new ways. I've always kind of been that way. Like, you know, such and such is not going to knock on my door. I'm not going to wait, and I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to find another way. Are there other industries that we can collaborate with? Are there other, you know, people that can help us? You know, I'm about win-win situations with teams. So let's think differently. And I think I've been forced to think that way because I didn't, you know, I didn't come in assisting Stephen Meisel. I had to, when I moved to New York, I had to figure out how to pay my bills on my own. I didn't have time to schlep things around for free, you know. So find a way.
Agreed. Yeah, and just to touch on that, yeah, when the institution is not necessarily keeping the door open, you absolutely have to find a way, because at the end of the day, your vision is to be shared, and however that is received, you know, whatever means you can find it, you know, eventually it'll reach its audience. So what I'm going to do is speaking of audience, I'm going to go over to the audience questions, as we have a few that have been piling up. This is what Stephanie Floor, hope I'm saying that right. With COVID-19, many people have shifted careers, and I'm curious what the best way to build new relationships. I'm a makeup artist. Do you prefer emails, DMs?
For me, I prefer emails. Um, People DM me every now and then, but to be honest, I don't pay attention to my DMs. But I know people who are on their DMs, and that's the way they prefer. Email's great. I always say to people, don't over email. Like, you kind of do that introductory email. Just say, hey, you know, my name is this. I do this. Embed an image of what you do, have a link to your website and maybe your Instagram or Twitter, you know, whatever you use. And then maybe every, you know, 6 or 8 weeks, it's another just email. Hey, this is what I just worked on, new project, new test, just to keep it going. Don't, you know, I've had people emailing me like 1 week and then the next week, hey, you know, here's what I'm doing, or I didn't hear from you. And if you keep doing that week after week, it just gets to be a bit annoying. And you don't want to overdo it, but you need to do it enough. And a lot of times it's just building up that kind of rapport and also the, what I'm trying to say, being at the right place at the right time. Because sometimes you get an email that comes across your desk and project just came across my desk, you're right for it. But sometimes it just takes a minute for you to get hired. And it's nothing personal. It's just like, I don't have any projects right now, or you're not right for what I'm working on. But we're still building that relationship as well. So, and you're keeping me abreast. And I may not have anything for you right now, but I may know someone who's working on someone, and you may be perfect for it.
Right. All right. Itaysha, did you feel any way about either emails or DMs?
I prefer emails because DMs don't really, you know, after a while, I want to bring it to someone, especially if someone's asking me about work. I want to bring it to email where I can have a proper history of it. You know? Yeah, but everything that Tracey said, I'm different because I'm not a fucking editor, but it's the same thing. It's like, just send your work out, and you know, it's almost like a thing that you have to hope for the best. That type. I email people. You do your subject line. You know, it's like, what's meant to be is meant to be. Sometimes it's like, oh, someone emailed me and they had something great and I needed that, and I, you know, that type of thing. So yeah, emails.
Okay, awesome. All right, let's see. Next question. Erica Payne. It's not difficult for me to connect with other photographers. However, I find it difficult to find connections with people like Tracey. Where do you go to find the Traceys? Where do we go to find the Traceys?
Portfolio reviews are a good way to meet creatives who are hiring photographers and other creatives. And there's so many out there, like with everything being virtual now, there almost every month or every other month, there's been a portfolio review. It used to be like, oh, there was something, most organizations had something in the spring or summer and then did something in the fall. But now I find that they're doing more reviews out there just because there's more people out there and you can be global now. Before, like if it was New York centric, you know, you had to get yourself to New York. It's expensive. Now you could be at the luxury of your own home and dial in from anywhere around the world. So I think that's a good thing. Portfolio reviews, other kind of organizations like, you know, APA, ASMP, because they also do portfolio reviews, but they also have they have networking things within their photo community with other photographers, but then they may do something with like a guest speaker or an art buyer, or art producer from an agency. So I'm good with, like, you know, pushing people to professional organizations because it's just an overall good networking opportunity, period.
Or those places are great to start with because they show you those places are great to start with because normally they may be letting you know about those opportunities. It's like if a photo producer such as Tracey is putting on these events, I think they'll be more open to talking with you. I don't know what field you're in, the person that wrote the question.
Yeah.
But I guess it's just staying abreast upon with those platforms that inform about those opportunities.
Okay, great. All right, so our next question, Emily Spokes. Even after being a makeup artist for 15 years, I often have imposter syndrome. How do you overcome that to have the courage to carry on with the job? Any confidence booster tricks? Itaysha listen. Yeah.
Many people. I have imposter syndrome. I have what. I don't even know if it's fully. I guess I have to embrace it, but I am just like, I can always do better and be better. That is my mentality. I'm grateful. You know what I mean? I think it's just like anything in life is like, continue doing it and being sure of yourself, or continue doing it even if you're not sure. You know, I don't know. I'm curious. Oh, Tracey's gone. I'm curious what Tracey would have to say about having overcoming imposter syndrome. At some point, it's not about you.
No, I agree. Right? I mean, I think that's why I was laughing. I was laughing because I don't know if that feeling for me, if that feeling ever really stops. I think
go away.
Yeah, because I think that's part of the driving force. Is like, okay, I can't. Okay, this is definitely a step up from when I started with the camera and I was dealing with these rinky-dink lights, and now I have a full budget and I have a full crew, and this all has to happen. And it's like, what am I doing? And there's that little point in the beginning. I think I don't know. It's a little rush for me in the beginning, and then once I lock in, I'm good. But I think if you've come up from teaching yourself, it's part of the driving force. It's a weird, like,
or you don't, or how about you don't have time to worry about that? You've got to perform. I would love more context behind that question, but it's just something that you do. I think even some of the most accomplished people get nervous or feel, that they aren't good enough, or get stuck. So you just gotta keep going, because you don't want that to show. You don't want things like that can make others nervous as well, right? Like,
absolutely.
That's also key about being on a job and being trusted on the job, where I'm always talking about your talent is like, this much of it, well, maybe a little more, but like, you cannot fold.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You cannot fold, especially if you're the lead. I don't know if she's a photographer, but like, you've got to under pressure, you've got to keep it together. It's a mental game, a mental exercise, if you will. So try not to get too stuck there. Like, shake it out, go in the back if you start to fit, you know what I mean? Like, but you've got to perform.
Mm-hmm. Tracey, have you any insight on the imposter syndrome?
I agree with Itaysha. You definitely have to perform, and it's really about believing in yourself. You've been a makeup artist for 15 years. You are a makeup artist. You are not an imposter. You have to keep saying that to yourself. We've all I've experienced that. Sometimes I'm like, oh, they're hiring me for this job? Like, I don't know what I'm doing, but I do know what I'm doing. And I believe in myself. So you really just have to keep saying that to yourself.
Yeah, and you're there for a reason. I know Tracey and I have been on many shoots where it's like, oh my goodness, what do I do now? Right? Like, we've been on shoots where it's like, such and such is happening, and you still gotta deliver and perform.
You do. You have to. And like, I've been on sets where, things go wrong, and, you want everything to do 100% smoothly, but, stuff happens. It's just part of life. And you really have to push through it. It's like, okay, I have a job to do. It needs to be done on time and within budget, and I make it happen. You just have to make it happen. So you really have to, it's all about believing in yourself, saying your daily mantras, like, you are you are who you are, whether it's a makeup artist, a photographer, and that's who you are.
Yeah, and I'll share something with the audience here. Even for this recent shoot, it's my first time working with the photo editor, and she was very frank with me. She said, "Listen, if your name came across my desk, you're good." She's like, "That's not even the bar anymore." She said, "I need to know if I put you in a situation and this goes left or this goes right, are you capable of bringing it back in and making sure that the shoot can happen?" She said, "If you see that I work with a photographer consistently, it's because it's basically a partnership between the photo and the photographer." And that's more, yes, very, very, as she said, that's more important.
Use the same people all the time.
Amen. Awesome. All right. Next question is from Mia Collins. Where should you begin if you're entering this profession late in the game? Should I go back to school or self-teach?
What is late in the game?
Yeah, no, never late in the game. Never. You come to what you need to do when you're supposed to do it. It's always just about when you're supposed to be doing something. So it's not late in the game. I don't think you necessarily have to go to school for photography, but like, you can read YouTube videos. You can take a class here and there. If you want technique, if you want to learn lighting, it's really about the practice and keep shooting. I've seen photographers' portfolios develop where, I saw a photographer's book a couple of years ago, and she needed a lot of direction, and it was kind of all over the place, and she wasn't quite ready. She even says this now, like, she wasn't ready to be where she is now. But with the advice that I gave her, she assisted some. She started shooting a lot. She shot a lot. She learned lighting and technique. And sometimes when she didn't have a subject to shoot, she shot herself, because she's like, I can still, set up the lights. And then I look at the light, I'm like, oh, it's not doing this. Let me adjust it. And now she's shooting for mainstream publications. It's just about, she believed in herself and she kept honing her craft. So that's really what this job is about. It's really just kind of honing your craft and learning and keep, improving on it.
Late in the game is just, you have to do your part. You have to start where you are. You have to do your 10,000 plus hours. It's more than 10,000 hours, by the way. So you have to be able to do your time, if you will. You know what I mean? It's not going to be fast. It's not going to be, it's going to take a minute. And then here we are again with something else that holds us back. Oh, I'm older, or I want to be known now. You know what I mean? I've, been living in New York for 15 years. I can say it's probably not until my last few years where I started to really feel like I was making waves, if you will, like pushing through. It can be very long. Everybody's story and journey is different, but getting in the game, I got in the game early. You know what I mean? I moved to New York in my late 20s. I'm now over 40. You know what I mean? So it's like, let's stop putting all of these markers on us and worry about doing the work and, doing the time, doing our bid.
Absolutely. Yeah, be patient with yourself. Be very patient with yourself. All right. So our next question is with Stephanie Floor again. I'm doing a documentary in Tanzania about hair and beauty. How do I highlight my passion of global beauty while being respectful of the culture because I'm not Black? We are hiring a local team.
I would say you approach that by, I'm wondering if she's hiring a local team because of that, as paying a homage. I'm curious to know that. But I think if you just express your point of view, when you don't give backstory or tell why you're doing things, I think that's when you come up with the Rachel Dolezals, right? Like when you I'm sorry. I think when you're not like upfront or honest about, I think you say, this is my story, this is my background, potentially, if it's relevant enough, or this is my point of view and this is what I'm doing. I don't think that you hide it or pretend, you know what I mean? Yeah. I think, again, you just are authentically yourself. Maybe you're like, I'm coming from the point of view of this. You find a way to just, but don't skim over it and don't pretend that it's not, that you're, I know that you don't want to come across as though that you are, being a culture vulture, but I think the best way to approach that is just to really, really expound on why it is that you're doing the project.
Yeah, I agree with that. And also, if you already said that you have a love of global beauty that encompasses the world. So like, I love beauty cultures of the world because this, and
right.
You have a local team, you talk to them and you say, what are the customs? Why is this done? And then the point of view comes out as well. But it's always being honest and authentic is what will come across.
Awesome. Okay. All right. Our next question is from Jared Lampley. How important is having representation as a photographer for getting bigger opportunities, i.e. cover, editorial, etc.?
I don't think I've hired photographers without representation at all. I don't think you necessarily need a rep. And both of you guys don't, but both you and Itaysha don't have reps and you're getting opportunities. It's really about getting the work out there and getting the work that you love to do. So Itaysha had mentioned about like, you're always testing, you're showing your test work, and the work that you show in your portfolio, your Instagram is the one that is what gets you noticed. And that's where you need to be at, but you don't have to have representation. I think representation may get you a bigger ad campaign or something. It just helps to get the inroads into the ad agencies, but it's not 100% necessary either, because I think ad agencies are starting to use photographers where they come from, whether they have representation or they don't.
It just depends too on your personality, because you may have to be a slightly more vocal in negotiating if you're a good business person or a good negotiator as well. With editorials, usually the rates are set, so you don't really have to worry too much about that type of thing. But I have had agents. I think we're in a strange time still where the relevance of agents is often questioned, because there's a lot of people who are ref but they aren't getting work. It's always a two-way street, whether you have an agent or not. They don't do all the work for you. I think that's a misconception. And times are changing. Just before, we didn't have the platforms to necessarily see and get to artists directly all the time. Dealing with ad agencies is a different beast. I'm not gonna, pretend that you don't have to have an agent to help negotiate in terms of like larger ad campaigns, but it's not. It can be good. It's like being in a relationship. It needs to be a good relationship. It can be a bad relationship. You can be in a relationship, but it's a bad relationship. So I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, and I agree 1,000%. I haven't been rep. I think the photographers that I spoke to coming up who were rep would be very transparent about it. They said, well, I still do a lot of the work. My rep may come in and handle some paperwork or a bit of the negotiations, but and to what Itaysha said, I think having to do it for myself has made me a stronger artist, in that I can represent my work better. I can negotiate better. And when there are droughts, I'm a little bit more nimble, because I understand a little bit more how the just having to do the part of following up with emails and doing the relationship building on your own, you kind of figure out better ways to navigate, and you're not waiting on your rep. Like, I'm not getting any work. What's going on? And they can't give you an excuse like, oh, well, there's no work. It gives you, I think for me, it gives me a little bit more freedom. But either way, whether you have a rep or not, you can be fine out here. Let's see. Our last question is going to be from Nicole Potter. Do you see this momentum as the tipping point, right? I should abbreviate it. Tipping point where individuals in our field will be empowered to speak up, even with the risk of not being hired. I always experienced backlash when I brought this stuff up.
Well, the momentum, the tipping point. Can you repeat okay, do you see this momentum as the tipping point where individuals in our field will be empowered? I think I understand what's being asked, but the only thing constant is change. This happens to be a moment that feels very big and pertinent. Mm-hmm. At this moment is your window to speak up and say, but everything should be done with tact, though. I'm curious about what this message is that you have to say.
Right.
But there will always, as I spoke about my friend earlier, I think you'll always know when and when not to, speak up. But at the same time, you should always speak your truth.
Always.
And I have to check myself at sometimes too, about certain things. If I met with a certain agency and they weren't interested, what is it truly about? Is it about the work? What is you know what I mean? It's not necessarily because I'm, Black per se, there could be other factors. Maybe the work is not represented well. Maybe it's not being told, whatever the situation is. So being honest with yourself, but I think you should always speak your truth, but the way that it was phrased, I'm just curious as to what exactly it is that you have to say.
Yeah, I think you should always speak the truth, and things need to be said and heard, and it's all about timing, and you can't stifle that. You can't push it back or stifle it. If it needs to be said, it needs to be said, and we take a risk with anything we do, whether it's if you're saying something that needs to be said, about hiring, maybe certain people of color, or if it's, someone justice you see. If it needs to be said, it needs to be said. And, you're speaking your truth, and you're doing it with off your authentic self. So that's all that you can do.
And think about what your outcome is. Like what is it that you want to be the outcome of this statement? Will help answer questions.
Yeah. Awesome. And you touched on that's literally my favorite quote. The only thing consistent in life is change. I probably said it twice today already. So I love that you said that. So yeah, I think we're gonna let Joy back in.
Hi. Hello everyone. I'm like, the conversation was amazing. It was so good. It was so good. So as creators, we all know that sometimes when we first show up on set, it's a little bumpy until we work it out. And this is actually a case study in how we get through. So I just want to say thank you guys so much for everything. You guys really, really brought your A game. Itaysha, I'm loving the Jackie O that you're giving me right now. I'm feeling it. Got the brain action. Yes, I love it. You guys, this is one of the most powerful panels that I've seen amongst Black photographers, creative directors. You guys brought the A game and really told the truth about what happens, because like I always say, what is the point of the conversation if we're not going to have full conversations? Like, let's put it all on the table. Let's put it all on the line. So I want to thank each and every one of you guys for donating your time today to come on by and say, to just give a word. So I appreciate it. Y'all are the best. Thanks y'all. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
I want to say thank you so much. I will see you guys later. And Karl, you did a great job as moderator. Itaysha, Tracey, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So listen, we have a little bit of a break coming up. It's going to be from 2. No, we're going to be back at 2. We're going to be from 1:30 to 2. This next segment coming up is with Delina Medhin. She is going to moderate. Like I said, the people from the last summit are now coming back, and almost like graduations are happening here at the ABE Summit. So she's going to moderate the next panel, which is going to be a really, really good one. It's about how to be a leader in a crowded field. Delina is a makeup artist, but as you guys know, or as you guys have heard, everyone wants to say it's oversaturated. But you know what? She's making a way, and so are the other panelists, Karen Dupiche and also Danessa and Myricks. They're making their own way as well. So let us come on back at 2, and I will see you. And once again, if you guys could please follow us at All Black Everything Summit, or also hashtag ABE Summit, also hashtag ABE Summit You Deserve, because guess what? You deserve every single thing in life that you want. And I will see you guys at 2 o'clock. See you later. Let me have things on standby in the next one. welcome back. It is Joy Chanel here with the All Black Everything Summit. First of all, I hope everyone went and got something to eat or something to drink or even used the bathroom. I hope y'all got up out your seat, did some stretches, bobbed your head to some music. I don't know, something. That last segment, that last panel was everything. Let me tell you, I learned so much from that last segment. I really, really enjoyed Itaysha, Karl, and Tracey's talk. It was so informative, so good. So now, it's for us makeup girls. I am a makeup girl at the end of the day. Like, let's be real. Like, I'm a makeup artist. So I definitely had to have my makeup artist represented in this conversation of Black creatives, because a lot of people don't think, first of all, that we can make a career out of putting on makeup on people, and that we can make, some significant dollars. So I'm like, a lot of people are trying to like deter us from these creative. First of all, they don't even think of what we do as art. But a lot of people don't realize it's just on another canvas. Just because it's not on a white canvas, it's on other things. They're like, oh, that's not art. Nah, some of this stuff is transformative. Let's be real. So I want to get this party started. Let me stop talking. I'm just talking too much. If you guys want to follow us, All Black Everything Summit on Instagram, ABE Summit You Deserve. Because what's getting ready to happen is that these young ladies are going to come in here and tear it up. Let's start with my homegirl, Delina. Delina, I want to call her like my little makeup sister. I mean, I hope she's okay with that. But like I'm gonna call her like my makeup sister. You guys probably seen Delina around town on the Wendy Williams show. She most recently has been on the Today Show, which is like, wow. And I had the pleasure of being one of her models for the Today Show. What? Like, me, model? Okay. And she asked me, I was like, sure, why not? So Delina, I will bring her right on into.
Hi.
Hey, how are
you?
How are you? So you know, and I know that the makeup girls, we're gonna have the lighting right. So expect good lighting from everyone on this panel. Let's be real, okay? Thank you so much, Delina, for attending and saying yes. I really appreciate it. You were in the summit last time. Like I said, everybody, it's like you're graduating to now being a moderator. I mean, I don't know if you think that's big, but for me, I'm like, hey, I feel like this. So thank you so much. So I want to keep on introducing everyone because I want you guys to go ahead and get this party started. Next up, I want to introduce Danessa Myricks. So Danessa is...
Hey.
Danessa Myricks is amazing. First of all, if you guys have not checked out Danessa Myricks Beauty, her cosmetics line is to die for. Danessa is proving that Black creatives, Black makeup artists, or just makeup artists in general can have lines and be successful and go against that stereotype that we're not business people, that we're not a business. So I love the fact that Danessa said yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. This is such an honor.
No, thank you. And I don't know if everybody knows, but actually I was on a panel. Me and Delina both were on a panel for Danessa about a month ago, which was amazing with the makeup show. So guys, check out their website because it's up on their website. Girls Interrupted. We had a great conversation with that as well. And so also it was Michaela, and then also I'm trying to remember Renee Garnes.
Yes.
So so that was great. So I also want to bring in Miss Karen Dupiche into the room. Karen, how are you? How are you?
I am wonderful. I'm so happy to be here.
I'm so happy to have you.
Chatting with the pros.
Yeah. Listen, Karen Dupiche is a 4-time Emmy Award-winning makeup artist for You. Can y'all believe that? You. That's wow, amazing. So she has her receipts. How about that? Karen comes with the receipts. So everyone, sit back, relax, listen to what these young ladies have to say, and I will be back later. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Have a great conversation, ladies.
Thank you. How are you ladies doing? I am
Wonderful.
fantastic, excited.
I'm so excited to have you here. I'm going to ask a few questions to each of you. Danessa, I've known you for so long, and I remember flying up to New York and going to the makeup show and being like, I want to be like this woman. Your start in corporate is something that I really related to. And so I just felt like you had this experience where you knew how to present to corporations, but you also knew how to really connect with people and present. And I noticed that like education has been a part of your business since the very beginning. Like I think you started with like the educational DVDs and then you launched into your own line. Yeah. I have a question about what was your inspiration behind that? Like what was your inspiration behind, starting in education and starting in makeup that way?
Well, thank you for saying so many beautiful and amazing things. I've adored you for the longest, and I'm so honored that you asked me to be a part of this panel. And, I tell you all the time how much I enjoy watching your journey. So thank you for being who you are.
Thank you.
For me, it was kind of twofold. I don't know if a lot of people know, but...
Hold on 1 second. I think we got to check.
You can do that with music.
Let it play, y'all.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. All right, everyone. So let me reset this real quick. I'm glad everyone was bobbing their heads. I don't know what just happened, but we're going to figure it out. So listen, I'm bringing Delina back in. I'm bringing Danessa back in, and I'm bringing Karen back in because y'all were getting ready to start. I felt it. I felt the spirit was getting ready to start it up. So let me bring y'all back in. I'm happy y'all now. I was in the back freaking out.
Joy, we can hear the
artists. So I definitely have artists represented in this conversation of Black creatives because a lot of people don't. Listen, guys, I'm going to start this right back over. Let me get off and make over. Sorry, everyone. Sorry about this. So I'm like, a lot of people are trying to like deter us from these creative.
What is going on?
All right, guys, let me find out what's really going on because I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna bring Delina back in the room really quickly to see if I'm still hearing the. Can you unmute yourself, Delina? On the Wednesday show, so I was myself on the Today Show, which is like okay, Delina. So, all right, Danessa, how are you?
I am fantastic.
All right, so I don't hear my echo. I appreciate it. I'm like, listen, this is
all part of it. We do what we do. And we work through it. That's
exactly.
all. Yes.
So we gotta adjust. So I really appreciate y'all sitting back and being patient with me on this. So let's add Karen back.
Yes.
Karen, I'm anything in my hearing myself. How's it going? Is it okay? Okay, so I don't.
All the Emmys in the background. She is ready.
Yes. So okay, so I'm gonna now add Delina back in.
Hello.
Delina, how is it? How you doing?
It's perfect.
All right, so now I'm gonna head on out. I'm feel like the sponge, like I said, SpongeBob. I'm heading on out. So let's pray. Everyone get the prayer cards ready, and hope that this is good now.
All right, everybody. I'm so sorry that happened, but we're here and everything is okay. The energy is still good. All right, so I'm going to start from the top. I have known Danessa for a while, actually. I remember flying up to New York to go to the makeup show. And for me, that was a really big deal because, you know, we rub your little coins together and you're like, let me get up here so I can have this experience. And then I meet you and I was like, this woman has, you know, worked in corporate, and I related to that because I was working in corporate at the time before I started my makeup career. And so that's how we connected. And I walked up to you, you have the warmest hugs in the world. And so I just felt like, I was like, I want to know her. And yeah, and since then, you know, I've seen so many things in your career and so much amazing growth. Like I remember when I first met you, the educational DVDs were one of the things that I thought was the coolest thing I had. I have definitely gotten, I think everybody has a couple of those.
Please hide them. I
love them. They're classics. So I wanted to ask you because when you first started in makeup, I really feel like you broke the barriers a little bit with the education piece, because when you started to create these DVDs, it wasn't just for makeup artists, it was like for everyday women as well, to understand how to do their own makeup. And I felt like that was pretty revolutionary. So what I wanted to know was, what was your inspiration behind that venture?
Just in case people didn't hear it before, I love you.
Love you too.
I appreciate you for having me on the panel. And what I love so much about you is that you are like proof that you're proof of the journey. Like I've watched you from the beginning. I see where you are now. I see the patience it took. I just saw the baby steps, the climb, and like you represent what everyone is trying to achieve, what everyone is working towards, and you just did it so gracefully. So I adore you for many reasons, that being one, and then two, you have the most beautiful heart, and I have to make sure to get my teeth whitened anytime I'm going to be on a panel with you, because you have the best teeth I've ever seen in my life. But all that is to say, thank you. Thank you for the beautiful words. I appreciate you. So the education piece, it's funny because Karen, it's nice to be on this panel with Karen, because Karen, I believe you knew me very early on in my career as well. I was doing nothing that had anything to do with me personally doing makeup. I actually call myself an accidental makeup artist because I was working at a publishing company who published hair magazines, and I was working more in marketing and like, you know, putting shoots together. I was not a creative person at all. I didn't know anything. I also didn't know what I didn't know. So when we talk about education, back then, 20 years ago, back when the dinosaurs were walking the planet, I feels like that. There really was no access to any education on the level that you're able to receive it now. Like you had to know someone who was going to say, okay, I'm going to show you. There was the resources weren't available. There was no YouTube. There was no connecting on Instagram. It was like you found a mentor or somebody who cared enough to like tell you a few things. So needless to say, it was really, really hard, especially back then, because if someone had a position in makeup or found their space, you know, and not to any fault of their own, there was a fear of losing that. So there wasn't a lot of sharing, to be honest, because there weren't a lot of opportunities. So back then, it was really a struggle. I literally failed forward. And as I learned, one of the things that I always said was that I know the position that I was in my life at that time, starting in makeup. I knew that I had nothing. I knew that I was a single mom with 2 kids with no money. And I was so hungry for information that I could not obtain. So I always said, you know, if the opportunity ever arose and if someone ever asked, I wanted to have the information available, because I know how that could have changed my life. And I could have been a very different artist a lot sooner if I had new information. So I was always excited to share. And I was always excited to especially share with people who were clueless like me. Because, you know, we got along great, you know. we could relate with each other, and I just knew that little bit of information was going to help. And so education really was a baseline. Because I came from corporate, I also thought, you know, if you're going to build, if you're building a business, regardless of where you're starting from, you have to build a business. So you have to brand yourself. You have to, like, you know, think about what is it that you're trying to create. You want to spread the word as much as possible. So back then it was a business card, or for me, a DVD. So, you know, I was like, you know what, I have a bit of information, whatever it is that I want to learn, I want to share it. And, you know, how can I share it with as many people as possible? And that's where the DVDs came about. And, you know, I've always valued education. I know the value it's had, not just in my makeup career, but in my life. Like, it's amazing how one nugget, like one piece of information, can change everything for you. And I understand that so clearly. So, you know, for me, even if it's little bites, I always think it's important to share, and also to learn more so you can share more on, you know, on a larger scale. So fundamentally, it's always been, you know, a part of just who I am as a person, who I am as a brand. And then because I know that there are so many people who really don't know how to do makeup, myself, I was one of those people. You know, people are so hungry for the information wherever they can get it from. And it's just really nice to be able to explain it in a way that makes sense for me. You know, people learn differently, and there are some people who are like, I don't get her. And there's someone else that's like, okay, her I get, and I understand how to do a liner or whatever. So all of us are necessary. So that there are 50-year-olds out there who need to learn from me, you know. And every one of us has that person that we can touch, and with the information that we have. So for me, it will forever be, you know, a part of what I want to share with the world, how I want to contribute.
Yes.
Thank you, Danessa. Okay, Karen. So you and I actually met backstage at The View when I was working on a client, and I had known about you before, but I was like, hey, hi. It was one of those moments where I was like, hi, nice to meet you. And you were like, hey, what's going on? Your energy is just amazing. I'm so honored to have you on this panel. I think that, like, I mean, you have 4 Emmys, which is amazing. Can you all see these Emmys that are like just right behind her right now? Like, what? It's just fantastic. So I know you worked in TV and film for a really long time. You've done The View for over 15 years, but you've also done like Oscars, Tonys, Emmys, like MTV Movie Awards. Like, you've done TV, like you're an expert in TV. And so I would love to know, like, did you imagine yourself in the position that you're in now? Like, when you first started doing makeup, you first picked up your brush, like, did you know that this was gonna happen?
Okay, I love you both. I do. I love her so much. I love both of you guys. Okay, now we're focused. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Believe it or not, I attended college to be a nurse. And my goal was to be a nurse. Raised from Haitian parents, Haitian immigrants. There's only 3 accomplishments and 3, they just want us to either be a doctor, attorney, or, you know, a manager or so. So my goal was to be a nurse. And I decided not to do it because I knew I love fashion. I love to watch people, you know, actually I love fashion. I love getting magazines. I just like looking into things, but I am very nurturing. And I enjoy making people look and feel good. But my last year before I graduated, I walked away. I said, you know, I don't want to be a nurse anymore. And my mother was upset at me. But however, my plans changed. And, you know, in the summertime, you want a summer gig and you have to work. And I worked at a high-end department store and as a freelance. And I would see all these makeup artists. And it was like a party. And I kept saying, music loud. I'm like, I need to be over there. Okay. And I had no idea. So I said to the young lady, I said, well, how do you become a makeup artist? She said, oh, it's easy. You have to go to New York. And I was in New Jersey. I said, oh, okay. So I quit and I hit 34th Street, Macy's Herald Square. It was my first makeup gig. And as I walked in Macy's Herald Square, I had no idea. Don't forget, I'm leaving the medical field. I have no idea. I don't know anything. I don't know brushes. I don't know nothing. I just walked in looking good. And I said, oh, I just want to work at a counter. And I'm so glad that at that point, I worked for a cosmetic line, which is called Prescriptives. That was my education. Listen up, guys, just in case you guys don't know, Prescriptives was a cosmetic line which taught us how to custom blend. That's where I learned my undertones. And while working in the department store, what it does is it teaches you, well, we would have like classes and they'll teach you how to sell the products. I was like, I don't care about the products. How do you do makeup? That was like, I had tunnel vision. I didn't care what was going on. It was there. So I taught myself, but for me to be a self-taught artist, and I practiced on all my girlfriends, all my friends, like I had everyone looking like clowns, but I perfect my craft, you know. I always knew who was who in the business. I always knew who Danessa was. Like people that paved the way for us, Pat McGrath, Sam Fine, Roxanne Floyd, Reggie Wells. I mean, I always knew who was who. Wait, but can I tell you a story?
Tell us.
Okay, this is really good.
Go ahead.
While working at Macy's Herald Square, I always know who was who and who was in the business. I saw Reggie Wells. I was with a client. I saw Reggie Wells walking by, literally, y'all. I walked away from the client. I said, I'll be right back. I went to Reggie Wells. I said, listen, how did you become Oprah Winfrey's makeup artist? He said to me, you have to freelance and you can't stay in the store. Freelance is moving in, not staying in one location and work and being your own independent contract. So I quit and I hit all the stores on Fifth Avenue.
Wow.
I was hungry, you know, so when you're hungry and you have that goal, and then the more and more I was doing makeup, I said, oh, I like this. And then I was like, oh, maybe this is my purpose. You know, I get up thinking about makeup. I go to bed thinking about makeup. I'm trying to figure out, like, what else can I do? You know, I mean, while working at Macy's, I was just, you know, I was working with everyday clients, which was great because, let me tell you guys, do not underestimate working in a department store as a self-taught artist. Because I'm going to tell you one thing, you can learn a lot because you're dealing with all sorts of, like, ethnicity. Everyone sits in a chair. So you can practice. Do not underestimate. And you also get gratis because when you're an upcoming artist, it is expensive. So I worked with everyone and I got gratis for my kid. And then that's how, you know, I ended up being an artist. And then, you know, I worked my way into the television world. But I tell you,
I love that. I think that like it's so helpful to understand where you come from so we can understand where you're going, because I think in these type of spaces that we're in right now, like people listening are sometimes at all different levels, right? So some of them might just be starting out, some of them might have been in the business for a while, but I feel like we all remember that moment where we first kind of start in the industry and we're just like, what's what? You know, how can we figure all of this out? And like, is it, you know, and I think that sometimes there are these feelings where I think most often I get questions from young makeup artists that come up to me where they're like, I don't know if there's space. Is there enough space for us? And I think that, you know, that's the theme of this whole conversation. I wanted to open that up to both of you because I'm sure that you get those questions as well. Like, can I make it? Like, is there space? So Danessa, do you want to start?
I think that's the question that we all asked ourselves at every level of your career. And, you know, it's really interesting. It's like the one thing that I have learned is that everything is always evolving and growing, period. Like everything on the planet, everything, it's a universal law, right? So even if the makeup space was this big, it's constantly doing this and this and this. And throughout your career, you're in different parts of that space. So I think at every level, there is space for you, right? I think it starts feeling like there's no space when you're standing in somebody else's space because they're in that space. So in their space, there is no space.
Yeah.
Right? So I think a lot of the feeling of there being no space comes from comparison, comes from doing this, you know, this person's doing this person's doing that, comes from not taking a moment to kind of settle in and just see where you are and like what you can do right where you stand. In my career, I can tell you that I've always only did what I knew how to do at that moment. the space that I knew I could fill. So like even when I started early on in makeup, I was like, okay, I have more of a business mind than a creative mind. I really am terrible at doing makeup. So that's where I sat. I sat in the business world. I was like, okay, how can I make makeup a business? And so that's why I developed all my strategy. And as I was learning how to do makeup, at the same time was building a business. So it all kind of came together. But if I was trying to do the thing that I didn't know how to do in the space that somebody else was in, I would have never been able to develop that. And when it came, like every area of my career, every trajectory came from me just understanding the things that I know already and just trying to do those things. So I've learned over time that there's plenty of space to everyone because we're not duplicatable. Like I can forever and ever spend all of my time trying to be Delina, and I can't. You know, it's just not possible. So I think getting rid of that feeling of there's no space starts with you appreciating just where you are in the moment and what gifts you currently bring to the table at wherever level that is, and just sitting there.
Yeah.
That's
I love
really what it is.
Yeah, that's so important in just in what you're saying and in evolving, because I started to think about there as you go through the different stages in your life and as you continue to challenge yourself in your career, these new things come up and you're like, oh, wait, is there space in that? Is there space in, you know what I mean? So I think it's to understand that it's not just when you first start something, but if you're going to continue to evolve. I love how you said that.
Yeah.
You
said it all.
No, tell us more. Yeah, I just, I really, I feel like the first thing that I thought about when you said that was thinking about your career in terms of like going from like educational DVDs to starting to create a makeup line. That's such a different world, a different space in terms of packaging, understanding manufacturing and all these things. Like that's kind of something that I feel like was the first, you know what I mean? Like I'm thinking about it in terms of making a product and that kind of thing. Can you talk about that? Like that step into that faith, like that is 100% faith. I feel like anytime you're just trying to sell anything, it's all about faith.
Yeah, the interesting part of that is that I have had no education and had no idea how to create makeup. It stemmed from people seeing that I knew how to run a business. So I would be doing makeup and presenting makeup at hair shows primarily. And it was the vendors at the hair shows that would see me and say, wow, you really know how to explain makeup. And for me, I'm just like being myself, just sharing on whatever level I knew how to. But they saw it differently. They saw that I can relate to a community of people. They saw that, the booth that I was at was organized and I seemed to be very structured. And that's where I started consulting. They asked me if I knew how to make makeup. And of course, I was like, of course, never did it in my life. But of course, I mean, that's pretty much, I think, how we all evolved, just by saying yes. But I kind of learned on the job when it came to makeup. And, making makeup on a fundamental level is pretty easy if you just think about what's missing and what you want to see. So that's how I've always ever done it. It was like, okay, well, number one, I don't see any shades that match me. So of course I can help you develop your line and find shades because I knew who I wanted to put them on. So it just kind of evolved like that. And I think I learned by saying yes to things I really didn't have any baseline of information on. I learned on a job. And I think, being able to start my brand myself, which really just came from realizing that I still didn't feel full. I didn't feel like I was creating the things that I wanted to be able to create. I felt like things were missing. So I still felt that there was a void. And I was like, okay, if I can help other brands, fill their needs, then I can potentially do it on my own. And it literally was, okay, just one product at a time. I just really just developed one product at a time. And as you are in it, you just kind of fail forward and figure it out. That's pretty much what my career has been, a lot of failing forward.
I love that. Karen, can you talk a little bit about kind of coming into a workspace and understanding how to like build like a long-term relationship? Because I think that like being where you are in our industry and understanding that you've been able to evolve, like things have happened, things have changed, even at the View, like different people come in and out, and just understanding that, you know, your longevity to me is something that's super admirable, and it just shows and speaks to your character. Could you speak to how that impacts the way that you've moved in this business?
Yes.
Perfect.
Building, maintaining a relationship is number one. The one thing I've learned, that you have to make your clients comfortable. When you walk in, they know that you're the expert, okay? They have to believe in you. You have to build a relationship with them. You have to talk to them, okay? For example, if someone has a family, you sit there, ask about your kids. What's going on at school? You know, because somewhere, somehow, while you're in that space, we're many things. We're makeup artists. We're psychiatrists. We're therapists. We're everything. But however, although I've been in the television world for almost 2 decades, I've learned to keep my mouth shut. I go in, I do my job, and I leave. And I learned that from my dad. My dad always say, go in, mind your business, and get out. So then that's what I do. But your clients need to trust you. Your clients need to believe in you. Like, you need to just make them feel comfortable. You know, when you're done with your makeup, they feel good, they look good, they have the confidence. And when they love you, here comes the referrals. And here come another gig with another gig and another gig and another gig. And the more and more you give and you pour into your clients, the more and more it just, you get loved. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like, and let me tell you, I have clients that don't like each other. But guess what? I don't care. Someone said to me, Karen, how do you work with this person and you work with this person? I said, because I do the most important gig in the world. I go in, I make you look beautiful, and I get out. I don't get involved. So when you don't get involved, and when you do what you're supposed to do, which is provide a service, then you get out, everyone's happy, you're happy, and you stay consistent. So I have clients that's actually, when I first started to View, I was with Star Jones, and when Star calls me, I'm there with her. Elizabeth Hasselbeck, I'm there with her. Whoopi, well, I'm there with her every day, but Sherry, you know, so when I do makeup on a client on a View, they become my client. So I'm like, oh, okay, this is cool, I like this. You know what I mean? So the point is building a relationship, keeping your mouth shut, coming in as an expert, and doing what you do, which is love.
Do you
That's it. I mean, I'm just trying to talk.
No, you know what I would love to say, Karen, because I've known you for a lot of years. You're successful because you've amplified just who you are, period, as a human. And I think that's what translates. Even at every stage, you being self-taught, whatever the case may be, I think it's the you that got you to where you are today. And I think that kind of like follows what you were asking, Delina, like, you know, how do you find your space, like being who you are?
Yeah.
Karen is an energy that
you have to have energy in the room.
No, you are a force. It's like, I don't care whether you know how to do makeup or not, which you obviously do. I just want to be around you. You are just you at 100% at all times. And I think that's what really shines through. Just no one can be you. You are irreplaceable. No one is going to come with your energy. No one's going to come with that smile and your confidence. I have to say that's something I've admired about you since the moment I met you. I was like, wow, if I had her confidence, I can do anything. Like, I don't know whether you knew that or not. And I don't know at the point that I met you early on, how far you were in your career. I just knew that I just needed a piece of what you had. So I just wanted to say that you have this longevity because you're such a special and unique human being, and you amplify that. And it just makes you completely irreplaceable. For sure.
Oh my, give me a kiss.
I love this so much.
And the thing with me is just, I'm very authentic. Like, even if you've Cameron's the same in the liquor store. Cameron's the same in the supermarket. Cameron's the same. I mean, I am who I am, so I can't change it. And I am grateful, you know, I am grateful. And I thank God for that. So thank you, Lord. And guess what? I'm not on drugs. So how about that?
That part. So being authentic, because I think that's what you're touching on really, is that like Karen is very authentic. You're a very authentic person. Is there any tips that you can give people in terms of trying to lean more into their authenticity? And this goes to both of you, because I think that a lot of times I find that when people feel like they need to be performative in certain places and then they need to be somebody else in other places, that sometimes what can happen is you can start to attract a different kind of client, right? When you're not you, you're attracting somebody who's not attracted to your actual energy. Can you speak to authenticity?
May I?
Yes.
Be yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Be yourself. That's it. Because when you're not yourself, if you're yourself 100%, then there's no reason for you to adjust with whomever in your environment you're with. You are who you are. Sometimes you can walk in a room and the room is heavy. It's like, and like you guys can feel the energy. You're like, okay, what's wrong with everyone here? Why are you mad? Why are you grounded? Why are you not speaking? Your heart is pumping. You're alive. Smile. So I come in and I diffuse the whole entire room. I said, we're not doing this today. Hello, hello, hello. Be yourself. As long as you know who you are, then it doesn't matter. Because if you're real, you're real. If you're fake, it will eventually come out and people will notice. Oh, she was nice today, but she was a dog this day. Or she was sweet yesterday. Oh yeah, but when you saw her with her clients, she wasn't speaking. Because you guys know and seen a lot of people that are like that, right? In this business, people change. It doesn't matter. Just be yourself, and everything will fall in place. Sorry, that's all.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Danessa, I want you to kind of maybe speak to that in terms of within building a brand, like a personal brand and your makeup brand, because I know your page does both. So you talk about the products that you sell, but then it also talks about kind of you as an artist a little bit as well. It kind of balances those two things. So how do you balance that? Like giving us that authentic Danessa.
Well, I think the one thing I can say for sure is that the one thing, when you're building a business, it's all about, you're building a business for longevity. You want it to last. You want it to stand the test of time, right? Yeah. Being somebody else is not sustainable. Like you can pretend, but only for so long. Being someone else is exhausting. The easiest thing that anybody could be is themselves. And I think when you're natural and in your own space, it's much easier to create. So, if I think about my career, and I tell people this all the time without shame, early on, my whole career, I was like, if I could only be like Sam, if I can only I was like, I need to get really slim. I need to be very pristine. If I had his talent, just the way he stands, the way he speaks, I was always trying to be someone else. I wanted to be Sam Fine. When I saw Derek work, I was like, damn, I need to be Derek. I was always like, if I can do makeup like this person, I would be successful. But the success never came. All people will say is, wow, she kind of does makeup a little bit like Sam. Or, one day she may be a Derek. Like you can't, there's no evolution for you ever. And so I found that when I just started to just express what I felt like doing, and a lot of it came out in those DVDs, that's when my whole career changed, because people saw the me in me, because there already was a Derek and there already was a Sam. And so I realized 10 years in that, you know what, just kind of do you, just do what makes you feel good. And like everything has come as a result of that. I think what I learned this a long time ago, and I think it was from a Dale Carnegie book, people buy people, not things. So I mean, if you think about even all the celebrities who are selling things, half the time people buy it, don't even know what they bought. But I love that person so much. I just have to have it. You know what I mean? So people are really buying the you. And I say buying, it's not necessarily a product. They're buying you. Like I would buy Karen's energy in a bottle. Like I want to be in any room that she's in. And if I'm wearing that shirt and it gets me to be in the room that she's in, that's where I want to be. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. People buy people, and that's how you build longevity, being able to tell a story, people being able, if you think about even in music, how people will start out pop star, candy cane music, and then suddenly like they're a vixen, they lose half of their fan because like, that's not who I was buying into. That's not who I thought you are, right? So if you want people to be with you for the long run, you just have to authentically be who you are, let them journey with you. It's just going to last so much longer. And what you said was just so spot on. It's like we're always attracting, right? So I may attract the energy of that person that I love so much and I'm obsessing and I want to be like, and I may take on their energy and attract people who are attracted to that energy, but those people will figure out soon enough that that's not who I really am. And I'm going to lose them anyway, right? It's like pretending that you know how to cook to get a man. You ask me to marry him and I can't cook dinner. You know what I mean? It's not sustainable. So if you want to keep it and you want it to grow, it has to be you. That's the one thing that is everlasting.
I love that. Do you both feel like you had that thought when you've always been like that? Because I both think.
Sorry.
Oh, can you hear me? Oh. D, can you hear me? You can? Okay. Karen, can you hear me? Oh, Karen hopped out for a second. Okay, so I'll pose this to you, and then when she comes back, I'll bring it up again. Wait, actually, Danessa, I don't know if I can hear you.
Oh, I was muted. I was trying to be.
All right. Yeah. So I was gonna ask you about kind of to go back into like the part where you first start doing makeup, and I'm gonna keep going back to that because I think that's a really important step. Is the going from I'm working, maybe I'm working, a couple other jobs, 2 or 3 other jobs, or working in corporate or something like that. And then you make the decision to go into like freelance makeup, right? Like that's one of the biggest decisions. I'm sure Karen, you can agree as well. Is like, it's one of the biggest decisions you make is like moving into that space. Like, what was your mind like? Do you remember that space? Do you remember like how you got there?
Oh yeah. For sure. I don't think we ever forget that space. And I think we get into that space over and over again as we move into different things. But I think for me, it was a moment of, when you spend so much of your life living someone else's dream or wanting to like have that fairy book ending to somebody else's story, when you finally get an opportunity to release that and like tell your own, I can't even describe what that feeling feels like. It doesn't matter if you're starting it naked with no clothes and no shoes, and you just feel good that like you're at least starting that journey. Yeah. And that's really where I was when I just started to like, I want to be an entrepreneur. I think that primarily was it. I didn't like the idea of working for anyone else, and not like I was a bad employee. I always like went hard and did extraordinary work, did the best I could do in whatever the environment was. I just always knew I wanted to create for myself. So
you can't hear? Oh, that's good to know. Okay, hold on. Okay. Get Karen back. Okay. So you're saying, yeah,
I knew I wanted to create. I didn't necessarily know the space that I wanted to create in, but I knew I wanted to have something of my own that I was able to make expand and grow. And makeup just happened to be the thing that was right in front of me. And I think, when Karen told her story, I completely related because I worked at a publishing company and we would have photo shoots. And when the makeup artists came in, I was just like, I wanted their life. I wanted their energy. They always looked so cool. It's just a different vibe. And then there was me at my desk, like, it was just not, looking very boring and corporate. And they were like all the things. And so I
do now though, Danessa.
Oh my God.
You walk in, I'm like,
you're so funny. But I think, what it represented for me was freedom. And that's always been top of my list of the things that are most important to me is freedom. And not, freedom just to be, freedom to do the things that I wanted to do, freedom to create. And so makeup artistry, being a makeup artist at that moment just represented that for me. So when you talk freedom, there's nothing that compares to it. So you could be as scared as you want to be, but like when somebody says, oh, you're going to be free, it's like, okay, I'm whatever it takes. I want to stay on this path. And I think that's what kept me on that journey. But it was super scary and I knew nothing. And I was really terrible. And I tell people all the time, I was terrible. And I was clueless. Like my first makeup job was someone's wedding. And that was like the first time that I actually put makeup on somebody, which sounds horrifying, but true. And like, I really was so clueless. And so I tell everybody now, like, if I was starting right now, knowing what I know back 20 years ago when I started, like starting right now is a dream.
Right.
Like literally, you can start. Yes, you have all of the things, all of the information, all of the training, all of the opportunity. Like there was no opportunity. There was like the two opportunities that existed, everybody was scrambling for back then. Now it's all of the opportunities. And beyond that, now is a time where you can create your own opportunity, which is very, very different. You don't have to do anything that's currently being done and still could be super successful right now. Like, in what industry does this happen? Like, this time right now is a gift. It is legitimately a gift. And I, hindsight obviously is 2020, and I can see this with such clarity, which is why I spend so much time trying to mentor and tell, like, listen, you have no idea. You have no idea what the potential is right now. Like somebody could start today in obscurity and be at the top of the makeup food chain in a month from now, 2 months from now, just because, they went viral with a post or whatever. That never happened. Like people booking people off their Instagram pages. Like that never would happen. Never happened. Like most of the people who I know now who work with celebrities, they weren't booked through an agent. They were booked through their Instagram page. Like there's so much opportunity right now. And I think if anybody thinks that there isn't, they need to pause, reflect, talk to somebody, ask questions of people who had to do it another way. Like I'm so excited for anybody who has any bit of desire, to do anything in this industry right now, because I know that they're going to win. The race is going to be different. Some people are going to walk a little slower. Some people are going to be jogging. Some people are going to be running. Some people it's going to happen this year. Some people it's going to happen in 5 years. But the beautiful thing is that it will 100% happen for everyone if they're just patient and just walk their own path, and just let their own story unfold. Like I can say that with all the passion in my heart, like with all seriousness. And I'm so excited for anybody who gets the privilege of being in the industry and starting right now.
Yeah, that's so beautiful. Karen, are you here? She's live, y'all.
She's back.
What's going on? Okay.
Mercury's in retrograde, right? Isn't that what somebody said? No.
I had to turn my phone
That
off.
all makes sense.
I wanted to ask you the same question, Karen, about starting in makeup, and I mentioned to Danessa and kind of to everybody about how important it is to kind of understand where you came from, because I think when people see you're so accomplished and you've done all of this already, people are like, whoa, that seems like a long time. Can you speak to like the patience in that? Because Danessa, you touched on patience, but can you talk a little bit more maybe about the patience in terms of like getting to where you want to go and like continuing to change where you want to go too?
Yes, you have to have patience in the business because it does not happen overnight. All right. I started in the department store, and to be working in television, I have tunnel vision. I'm the type of person that if I want something, then I'm focused on this. Like I don't need any distractions on the side. And sometimes we may feel discouraged. We may feel like, oh, well, I see so-and-so's, they was an artist for 2 days and all of a sudden they have all these different followers and they're all over the place and they're all in these magazines and they're supposed to be the top makeup artists and tunnel vision. You have to focus on you. Don't worry about what other people are doing. And sometimes it does affect you for not being creative because you're so busy focused on other folks. Focus on you. What keeps me going? Mm-hmm. I am a straight lane. And again, I don't let anyone distract me. You do lose faith. But I am a woman of faith. It's like I pray all the time. And I'm like, okay, God, What's for me is for me. Let's do this. What is supposed to happen is supposed to happen. But although I pray, it's not like I'm home and I'm like, I got a job. No, I got to do my research. I got to read books. I got to practice. I got to figure out the new trends. I need to know what's happening, because you end up losing faith in the business and not having the patience because you want to be successful. You want to be an overnight success, and that doesn't work because as fast as you get it, it's going to be as fast as you lose it. So take your time, enjoy that pace, learn as you go, because we will always stumble. But however, at least hey, I made it. And you can share. Tell the next person, this is my journey. This is what happened. I was impatient, but at one point you had to sit in a corner and reevaluate yourself and say, oh, is this what I really want to be? Is this where I really want to go? So again, just stay focused, tunnel vision. That's my world.
Do you identify with being a leader in this industry? Because I view you as a leader in this industry. Like, how do you think you got that title? Because I feel like it's interesting because I feel like sometimes you just look at somebody and all of a sudden you're like, oh, that person. And then all of a sudden people start talking about them as if they're like a leader in the industry. And then you're like, how did that happen? What, you know what I mean? Like, did they identify themselves first as a leader? Did other people identify them as a leader? Like, what do you think makes you a leader in this industry?
Well, I was always raised and taught to be a leader. So it doesn't matter what industry I am, my head is, I will always be that leader.
Yeah.
Again, I don't want to sound like I'm going to church, but I am going to sound like I'm going to church. I've always been that leader. I've always had God in my life. I've always been a faith walker. I've always wanted the best. I've always, like, if you give me that, if you say that I am a leader, then fine. If you want to give it to me, then it's all good. But I know how I feel in my heart, like I am who I am. I mean, I can be with the best of the best in the room, but I walk in, I'm still Karen, I am a leader, and that's how I feel, because that's how I created myself to become that leader. So that's it. I mean, it's very hard for me to elaborate even more. Is I am who I am. I am authentic. I was raised to be a leader. I can be in a room with celebrities and journalists and priests and queens and all the elite folks, but I am still a leader in my craft. So as long as I can teach and continue to do what I do and give, and this is it. I'm sorry. I hope I'm answering it the best way.
You are. You're definitely answering it. I want to know if do either one of you take on any kind of like mentoring of, because I know a lot of makeup artists, they come to me as well and they'll be like, hey, I want to be mentored. What is your advice to those makeup artists that want to learn from you? Some of them want to assist, but some of them are just like, I just want to be around you. What kind of advice can you give them? Because obviously we can't see everybody. We can't have everyone become our assistant or, work with us. But what would you say is good advice? And I guess, Danessa, maybe you can start.
I think that we all need someone, right? There are people who are mentors to me. They don't even know it. I'm just following their path, reading their stories, watching what they do, right? We all need, I think the expression is a lot of us have to see it to know we can be it, right? So we're constantly mentoring and seeking mentorship, whether it's like in person or not, right? But I think for people who are reaching out to mentorship, there's a difference between wanting to be mentored and wanting somebody to hold your hand and spoon feed you, right? So there's different types of people. I know for me, like, there are some people who will reach out and just say, oh, I want a list of all the products that you have. I want to know all the equipment that you use and where to purchase it from. I want to know, can you give me the names and the phone numbers of the person that I can call to do the X, or the person that booked you for that event? Can you just give me their information? That's not mentorship.
That's not mentorship.
Right? I think that there's some confusion in that, and God bless everyone for asking, because closed mouths don't get fed. So I'm not saying not to ask, but when you are engaging someone to like help you along in your journey, you have to be on your journey. You need to be doing something. You need to at least have an idea. No one, and Karen, I don't know if this is for you. Like, I don't need a lot of people just being around, right? Because that's not going to be good for me on my journey, right? So I think anyone seeking mentorship has to first ask themselves, what value can I bring to this scenario, right? And it's not like it's a bartering thing, but what value are you bringing? The people who I love having around me are people who like feed me, like not food, but like energetically, right? Or who, fill in the blanks for me so that I can be more present where I am, or, I can do more in the space that I am. And I'm excited to like give back to those people, because you know what, you're feeding into me, and I'm more than happy to feed into you. So I think, mentoring is mutual, like you choose each other, right? So even if you want somebody to mentor you so badly, it has to happen naturally, and it has to fit, and it has to make sense. I think there's different levels of mentorship. Like, it's so important. Like, it's top of mind for me. And like, sometimes I think I take on too many, because I'm like, oh wait, I got this group, but it feels really good. I love to be able to like feed into somebody's journey. I just think there's different levels to it. I have a program called the Angels Program that I started, and I'm obsessed with all of the people in that program, all of the angels. And honestly, like, I went looking for them because there was something about them that fed me, that made me feel energized. It was something about them that felt special to me, and I wanted to get to know them just as much as they wanted to be a part of my world. And I think that makes it really, really beautiful. I think it's just important for everyone to just realize, be clear on why you're reaching out, be clear on how you're reaching out, be clear about the things that you're asking, and don't be upset if somebody says no. It's kind of like wanting to, I keep going back to dating because I'm single, excuse me, but it's kind of like, this guy right there, if he was just in my life, woo, things would be better, but I might not be for him. You know what I mean? So it needs to feel good for both parties. It needs to be mutual. And when it's right is when it's beautiful. So I think it's important. I think it's important for everyone at every level to be giving back, to, what is the word, to kind of be paying it forward. It should be a part of everyone's journey. However small a contribution it can be, because it will feed you, it feeds your soul. It's just going to make you better. But I would say for the people reaching out for mentorship, just to be very cognizant of their why, the reasoning behind it, and what is it that you're actually trying to get. And then also asking yourself, what are you willing to give as well, so that the exchange is mutual.
Yeah, I love that you touched on what are you willing to give, because I think that is one of the most important qualities that I am looking for in as well. Like, what is it that you're looking to give? And also think about it like this: if you're interested in working with somebody, but not necessarily, you might want to like learn from them in a way where it's more of like a teaching thing. You can ask somebody, listen, how much would it be for me to have a half a day with you or a full day with you so that I can pay you so you can teach me how to do makeup? If that's what you're looking for, that's a very different space than assisting or mentorship. So I feel like that's so important to find people that are interested in giving, because you can feel that spirit, that like giving heart. Like, you're like, oh, I want to be around this person more because I feel energized after I leave them, and I feel energized in their presence. Yeah. Karen, do you have anything to add to that?
You done said everything.
Yes.
Yeah,
do you think you can be lucky in this industry, Karen?
Excuse me?
Do you think you can be lucky in this industry? Like, do you think there's such a thing as luck? Like, that person is so lucky. I hear that all the time, and I'm like, no, they're not. They've been working. But what do you think?
Do you think you can be lucky? And I don't think so. I think it's just having faith and be patient and just let things happen the way it's supposed to happen. It's not luck. If you work hard, if you're dedicated, if you're determined to make something happen, if you study, if you do the homework, then it will happen. If you're hungry, if you want it, it will happen. So it's not luck. Sometimes, again, overnight successors they say they may get lucky because they're with this person. No. Like I said, as fast as you get it, is as fast as you're gonna lose it. It's not luck. It's working hard. Being determined. This is what I want. You eat, sleep, and makeup. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I told you I'm a straight shooter. I'm just give it to you. Look, one thing I do, let me tell you something. I think it's very hard for me to give baby talk because I think probably because the way I was raised, it was do it this way. And if you don't know it this way, you ain't gonna get it. That's it. So I think that all that instilled in me. So as I've gotten older, everyone said to me, well, Karen, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. But I was taught to try to say things in a softer manner, right? And not to be so abrasive. So like I said, there's nothing luck. Do what you gotta do. Be determined, hardworking, and then things will happen the way it's supposed to happen. So, and believe me, I am a woman of God. I am a woman of faith. Like everything for me is like God. Because you have to have faith in something. You have to believe. You have to have some sort of prayer. You have to have some sort of meditation. You have to have some sort of belief. You know, it's not just luck. So, okay, I answered your question.
Yeah, it kind of brings me into another one though, in terms of purpose. Like, it sounds like the career that you had was nursing, which I relate makeup a lot to. You know, it's very like touchy-feely, it's very healing, it's like kind of in the same space. It's almost like mental, you know. I think that we're in a space where we get to talk to people about all types of things that are going on in their lives. They trust us immensely. It's more of you know, it's and like you said, it's healing. So I wanted to know how you feel this is connected to your purpose in life.
You talking to me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. You know, it excites me. It's a fulfilling. It makes me feel good. When I realized that makeup was my purpose, I'm gonna tell you something. It was never a never stopping thing. I was very disciplined, okay? And I knew that I wanted it. I would wake up like, oh my gosh, like who's makeup? Like I would call my girlfriends and be like, well, can I do your makeup? Because like I would buy a magazine and I would buy the exact same color and try to do the exact same thing the makeup artist did. And it was horrible. And my girlfriends would be like, but I would use them as my model and my canvas. And they would be like, Karen, can you stop painting? Can you stop? But I needed them because I knew in my mind I had a purpose. I said, I know I'm going to be this makeup artist. When I told my mother, I was going to be a makeup artist, right? And I decided not to be a nurse. Oh, she told me off. She was like, what? What are you talking about? Like, go be a manager, a makeup. Like, what is that? That's nothing. But I had to prove the point to her. So my purpose was focus. Nothing was stopping me. I was in all the drag shows. I wanted to learn. I couldn't understand why the counter makeup was different from the drag queens. I couldn't understand why RuPaul looked better than I was like, what is happening here? Tunnel vision. I couldn't eat. I was sleeping it. I was like, okay, I need more. How do I learn? How did I do this liner? What's my purpose? I was feeling it. It made me happy. I was excited. I wanted more and I didn't want it to stop. Although I have all these awards, I still want it. I'm like, okay, Kate, what are you doing? What do you need? What fulfills me? What makes me happy is knowing your purpose and knowing that that's it. I knew I wanted it. I hope I answered it. I'm sorry. I can be very passionate. I can be very
Go
excited.
for it. I love
this.
this
I
energy.
mean, I'm not like, know your passion and you know that it's good for life. I'm not that person. I'm like, look, I had to eat, sleep, and makeup. So that was it.
Yeah, I love that. I love your energy behind it. And like the thing that I think you keep coming back to, which I really relate to, is like that hunger. It's almost like, within you, Karen, and Danessa, like, it's like you made a decision, like both of you said this in your own ways, but you made a decision and then that was it. It was just, this is what I'm doing. And you became unstoppable. And I think that that's part of getting to the next spot, right? In anything that you're doing, whether it's makeup, whether it's, life, whether it's, well, I guess a relationship requires somebody else to say yes, but, so it's, it's all about like making the decision. And I think in a career, and I can relate a lot to that too, because I very, very openly have said, like, I didn't have a plan B. Like, not to say like I burned bridges in terms of like people I had worked with in the past would still probably hire me back in a second. But in terms of where I was at mentally, like I just was not going back. It was just forward. And you've both said that. And I feel like that's the message, I think, in terms of leadership, in terms of really doing well in this industry, and in terms of getting from like one step, like where you feel like you're like, ooh, I just don't know how to get to the next step. It's like, just make the decision. Yeah. This is such a powerful conversation. It's like giving me so much life to talk to both of you. Do you think on the opposite side, like we were talking about luck, what about Danessa, what about fear? Like, cause that's a real thing. Cause I mean, I'm speaking very excitedly right now, but I've had days where I cry. Yeah. I have days of crying.
Only some days I cry all the time. Anybody who's around me to know I'm like a bag of tears always. I think I'm scared right now. I'm always scared. And I'm being so serious, but I think if I can dial it all back, because I will always be afraid. I think it's learning how to manage that. And I feel like the reason why people quit and the reason why people just lose track of where they are in this journey, or why they are purposed on this journey, is because we don't spend as much of our time and energy feeding into ourselves, right? So it's very easy to get caught up in action. Just doing stuff. Oh, I should do this stuff now. Oh, I'm going to do this stuff now. Oh, I got to do this stuff now. I got to do this stuff now. I got to keep doing stuff because I'm so hungry. I'm just going to do stuff until I make something happen. The only time something really happens is when stillness is where all the answers come from. I've been telling people so often recently that this pandemic, as horrifying as it is, has been the biggest blessing, because it forced stillness. And you hear people just talk about how they've reallocated their time, their space. They reevaluated who they are and who they want to be. They realized that there were so many things that they were just doing, that they were literally just doing because they were in the momentum of doing it, not necessarily because they wanted to do it, right? I think it's important to be still. It's important to take a moment to plug yourself in, to charge yourself. I heard an analogy the other day that was like so perfect for me. It's like we all have powers beyond our own understanding. There's no limit in our ability beyond like the limits we set for ourselves just up here, right? We all have so much incredible potential and the ability to fulfill any dream that's come into our mind, right? But if this is clouded, that's where with fear or with anxiety or with jealousy, it's just not possible, right? So someone gave the analogy of like, we're all like the newest iPhones. Like, we could do anything. I mean, anything that you can imagine. We're all iPhone 12s right now. I mean, if it can be done, we can do it. But can you imagine your phone when the battery dies? What purpose does it serve in your life? Zero. Like, nothing can happen, right? So I think we have to be mindful of staying charged. We need to be mindful of doing the things, surrounding ourselves with the people that make us feel good, that, bring us back to where we are in the present. We need to be gracious. Gratitude is important. Like, the mindfulness is such a big part of the success. Fear comes when you're not understanding how powerful you are, right? When you're not, when you think for a moment that someone can take something away from you, or you don't have the ability to do the thing, or. But taking those moments of like just being still, meditation, recharging changes everything. But one thing that I will not work out. That's an easy one for me to not work out. But I will 100% not not meditate. Now that's a double negative. Every day, whether it's 10 minutes or it's an hour, I take the time to be still.
Yeah.
Like the moment I wake up, like I'm writing down the things that I'm grateful for, just to bring it back to reality. Because anything that may be bothering you, anything that you think you don't have. Somebody once said that if we all took about problems and putting in the middle of a pile, like, hey, we're gonna do a problem swap, and everybody put their problems in a pile, we would all take our own problems back, because the perspective would change, right? Like I'll keep mine, right? But when you take a moment to write down the things that you're grateful for, it really shifts your energy.
Yes.
It shifts everything for you. Like, because I could not be eating. I could not be waking up. I could not be in this bed. I cannot be, in this chair right now talking to you on, there's so many things that we just take a moment to write down, like, these are the things that I'm grateful for. It shifts you. And before I start my workday, literally, I throw on Deepak Chopra, somebody, and I'm just still. And it's amazing, that stillness. And I see you shaking your head, Karen, because that prayer, that stillness, it really changes everything. It charges you up. It gives you what you need to make it through the day, to do the thing, right? And to gain perspective. So I don't even know how I got on this tangent, but I was.
No, go ahead, girl. It's good.
Don't.
The thing to do, fear. That's what it was. It was about fear. I think you manage the fear by managing your mindset. And that is a practice as well, right? So, being afraid is not a bad thing. Being afraid just tells you that there's something that you need to look at. There's something that you need to work on. There's something that you need to evaluate. Being aware of a dangerous situation will never be a bad thing. It's what makes us human. But it's recognizing how to sort through that and understand that this is real and this is not. You know what I mean? So I think breaking through the fear really has to do a lot with understanding your why, because that's going to give you all the juice you need. And then B, just being still and being present and, feeding here and here before we move into action. Yes. So that was a very long way of saying, I'm scared every day, but I practice fear management through meditation and gratitude.
That's beautiful. I want you to touch on it too, Karen, because I saw you nodding your head. I am such a big person on meditation, so I want to know, do you meditate as well? You pray? Tell us more about what you do.
As crazy and as big as my personality is, I wake up in the morning, believe it or not, and the first thing I do is pray. I always listen to inspirational videos and motivational words and motivation videos, because I need to wake up in the morning and say, okay, because what you feed yourself in the morning is how the way you start your day is how you end your day. That's it, simple. So I start my day with good energy. I said, you know something? I need this, because you don't know what's going to happen when you walk out your house. You don't know how you're going to sustain while you're out there. And you don't know if you're going to be in a situation to where there's some fear. So either you're going to walk in, before I walk in somewhere, I pray, I said, Lord, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's on the other side of this door. But however, I ask you to be with me. I ask you to guide me and give me that strength, so that if there's any negativity that's coming my way, then come on, girl, you got to fight that off. You know what I'm saying? Yes. So in regards to Danessa saying, feeding your soul with good fruit is so important. And that will also help avoiding fear. Myself, with fear, like in the beginning of my career, I remember leaving the department world and walking into a television world. And when I got asked to fill in to do Star Jones makeup, I said, wait a minute, I done left. Speaking to these people, these customers, like, would you like a lipstick? Would you like to buy a lipstick? Would you like to buy cologne? And then now I got to sit in the room with all these elite celebrities, co-hosts. I walked in, I was like, oh shoot, what do I do? Oh my gosh, it's like, I'm nervous. Karen, is the liner going to be right? Like, am I going to hold the brush right, the sponge? I pulled myself together. I said, girl, you better pull yourself together. This is what you wanted. Let it go. I spoke to God within myself, but then I made it happen. But I was, scared. But, I made it work.
You didn't. I love that so much. That's so beautiful. Okay, I want to ask one more question to both of you ladies. I know that we're all Black women and makeup artists in this industry, and this, this summit is designed for Black creatives. Also, we have Black creatives that are attending, but we also have people in this space that are just trying to understand, like how to work with Black creatives, how to create kind of a space for us. I do want to ask just what you're doing right now to kind of help you. It's a lot. I feel like there's so much going on in the world. There's so much going on in America with what's happening. Like BLM has kind of been a very big part of this pandemic. And I think we can't really go see our friends because everyone's home. Just mentally, I know you talked about meditation, but is there any advice that you could give maybe like yourself out loud or like other Black creatives about how they can just kind of lean a little bit more into their power? And I also want to say, I like that we were all talking about, and I heard you say this, and I heard you say this too, Karen, and Danessa, stillness. To me, what I took from it was stillness is strength. Like you find your strength in stillness. Yeah.
I think we find our strength in community as well. And that's why it's so important that we surround ourselves with people who really see us for who we really are, who see us at our fullest potential. Because it's very easy to fall into those moments of, okay, I am not worthy, or this is not possible for me for whatever reason, the color of my skin, whatever it is. And the community of people around you who are like, no, I see you, I know who you are, and this is what I see, right? I think oftentimes, especially, I think that's why the pandemic has been so hard for so many, because that connection, we don't have that level of connection that we sometimes need in moments of our lives just to kind of lift us up, fill us up, and allow us to move forward. The community of people that we surround ourselves with is super important. I mean, there's so many communities that I throw myself into in different areas of my life. And even within the beauty community, finding a space in that community with like-minded people, because it's very easy to get caught up in the community of complainers, the community of dragging her downers, the community of why should this person have that or that, the community of like doubters, the community of like fighters, finding those people talk very loud. They're really loud and we hear them first. And I think if we just take our time, take a step back and find the people who are feeling what we're feeling, who like, no, there is opportunity. It is available for me. Those people who are saying your opportunity is right around the corner. Those people who are saying you will make it through this. Those people who are saying you're worth more, charge more. Let me tell you a little bit about how I charge. Those people who are willing to give a really honest exchange, to lift the community as a whole. I think it's super, super important. Like this panel, there was no way I could say no, because the community of women that I'm talking to right now, and I know the community that's tuning in are like me. And, we feel the love for one another. We cheer each other on. We want to see each other's success.
Yes.
Community is a big part of like keeping it together.
Love that.
So I think everyone should be mindful, just think about it. Like, who are you chatting with daily? What are you reading daily? What are you watching? How much time are you spending watching the news? I'm like literally 0, because I can't consume any of it. I don't want to waste time in any space where I cannot create change, right? And if it's going to depress me or make me unhappy, it's going to keep me from moving forward. So just where are you? What are you reading? Like, who are you praying with? You have groups that you're meeting together with on Instagram or Facebook or whatever it have. A community is so, so important. And I think not enough people take the time to seek out that happy place for them. And it's worth taking the time to find it.
It's important. I 100% agree with you on that. Like, who you surround yourself with directly reflects how you feel every day. If you're starting to feel more anxious, or you're starting to feel like you're just wondering, why am I feeling like I'm not myself right now? And meditation can bring you back to that, which I love that both of you were saying that, because I agree. I meditate a couple times a day just to kind of just maintain like evenness, even though I'm very excitable like you, Karen. I'm like, but I love to just be quiet and just still, and just experience that type of stillness. So Karen, what can you say about this? Because I for me, I found there's been a couple periods within this pandemic and within the past like 6-8 months where I was just like, just kind of lacking a little bit of inspiration. Is there any, like, are there any points where you've kind of felt similar, or how have you handled this? Because I feel like it's been even more intense for Black creatives.
You know what I've learned? It's your surroundings. You are your surroundings. If you success breeds success, failure breeds failure. You hang around people that's successful, then you're going to want to be successful. You hang around people that are failure, then where do you think you're going to go? You're going to be failure. It's like you're going to fail. It is what it is. You have to believe in yourself. I believe in manifesting it. I believe in putting it out there in the universe. This is what I want. We as Black creators, there will always be someone that's going to try to block us. Always. But we will always find a way to go around it and make it happen. Stay true to yourself. Be determined. Stay tunnel vision. Focus on you. Don't focus on anyone else. Stop worrying about what so-and-so is doing, who's arguing with who in the industry. No one cares, because that's not pouring into your life and where you want to go going forward. Okay? Surround yourself with positive people, mentors. Read. Just do what's right. And stop sitting around and listening to crap and watching unnecessary things that's not feeding your soul. Sit down, relax, and live. And surround yourself with some good folks. That's it.
I love you, Karen. I need a Karen radio. I just want to turn on the Karen radio in the morning. Get up.
It's like, you know something, there's nothing like enabling folks, because like we should be enablers. I mean, seriously, it's easy to fall in, it's easy to fall in a group of enablers. Well, today I don't have a client. Well, it's okay, girl. You know, your client will come tomorrow. What you do today? You want to go to the store? No, you don't have a client today. Figure out why you don't have a client. Contact your client. Do you need a makeover? Do you need this? Right. Contact folks. Call your last executives. Like, just say, what do you need? Does anybody need? Do you need any classes? I can teach you. Like, rebrand yourself. Make it happen. Don't sit home and think somebody's going to give it to you. Get your behind up. Stop watching and see what everyone else is doing and figure out what you need to do. Write it down. Write it down. Write down 10 things you need to do. And then if you didn't do it, go back. When you lose, like, let me just go back to my book and just check it off. Stay focused, surround yourself with good people, and make it happen. Don't be no punk. Don't be no punk.
Hashtag don't be no punk.
Never. Make it happen. Because again, going back, I'm sorry. Am I talking too much?
Never.
No, you're perfect. I love your energy, Karen.
With fear, people are so afraid because they're so busy watching other folks that they don't even know what they want to do. You want to be like this, you want to be like that. Be yourself. Be authentic. Do not be a punk. If you want to do this, make it happen. There's enough room for everyone. We can all make it. Listen, right? Yes. Danessa, listen to me, honey. Wait, going back to her foundation. I am wearing W05. Her foundation said it is the vibe, everyone.
I love you.
Let me tell you. Sorry, can I praise each and every one of you guys for a second? Give me a minute, because this is what I love to do. I love celebrating folks. Danessa's makeup. Let me tell you guys something. Now, when I started the makeup field, there was not enough shades for us. It was just 1 or 2 and just mix it and figure it out, okay? When you created your cosmetic line and that foundation, you had shades for everyone. From the chocolate to the Nessa, to the honey, to the vanilla, to the blackberry. I mean, it was giving color.
All the different
consistency
undertones
was good. No, seriously. I mean, look, I'll be honest. The consistency was good. The coverage was good. And what I loved about your products is that it's buildable. You know, me, I'm a woman of a certain age, right? So, you know, I like to cover certain things. But I still want to look fabulous. I still want to look youthful. You know what I'm saying? And your products, the bomb, the shimmer, the glow. Let me tell you, when I used to paint Raven, you remember I used to always use your
Yes.
glitter.
I love you. Thank you.
I'm sorry. And you, Miss Delina, let me tell you about yourself. I love you. I'm going to tell you why I love you. In my past, in the beginning of my career, we never had no YouTube. It wasn't none of that. And I never had the time to go on YouTube and teach makeup, lipstick, this eyeshadow, this. And I'm like, I don't got time for that. I gotta go to work. What are you doing? But not knowing that you're building a brand and you're creating a brand. For you to do what you do every single day, because you love what you do,
thank you.
Because you continue to inspire other artists. You have people that go on your page that are upcoming artists. You have, like myself, I learn every day. We're still learning, but I'm looking at you like, look at her damn skin.
Exactly.
That have bad skin. Like the other day, you had Manny. I love her so much. It's like it's all about skincare. People don't understand that in order for us to have great makeup, you have to have amazing skin. You, every day, you teaching the kids. I love it. Continue to do it. Seriously. Continue to do what you do because you're teaching, And sometimes people may not want to appreciate and folks don't want to tell you and say, oh, you're doing such a great job. That's all I can say. Bow down to both of you guys. I'm so okay, I'm done. It's around. I'm finished.
Oh my God, you're amazing. You know what I would love to say to everybody who's listening, because I know, like, the two of you, like, I have chills right now because you're just such an example of following your bliss.
Oh
and there's so many people who are like, I don't even know. I have no idea what my next step should be, like, literally. And I've been in that space. But I will tell you, if you follow what makes you feel good, all the answers will unfold. If you're lacking creativity, go do something that makes you feel good. Outside of your craft, just do something that gets you in that good feeling space, and you'll be surprised all the things that open up. Like you, Karen, are just like, you love making people feel good. And by amplifying that, you've built this incredible 15-year, 4-time Emmy winning career. Like, that's how it happens when you just follow the things that feel good. Delina, I remember, like, you're such, like, you are the story. I remember the words coming out of your mouth, the things that you said you wanted. I remember the moments where you made a shift and said, I'm going to do this thing. And to see where you are right now, you followed your bliss. You're like, you know what? Maybe people don't like seeing pros doing makeup on themselves. I like doing it. And because you did the thing that feels good for you, your whole, not just your career, but your life has changed. How you shine is incredible. The energy that you put out in the world right now is like on levels beyond our understanding. And it literally all stems from following the things that make you feel good. So if you are unsure, if you are watching this panel and you're like, I don't know what to do next, just instead of worrying about your career, I want you to write down all the things you enjoy doing, all the things that make you feel good, and see what stems from there. Do those things, see how you can align those things to the industry, and just watch everything unfold for you.
This is so amazing. Thank you so much. Like, my cheeks are like hurting from we have a couple of questions. So I just wanted to ask one of them. So yeah, this is from Stephanie Floor. How do you keep the passion still alive with makeup 15 years later? And I think both of you could probably answer this. I think this is meant for you, Karen. So you can start.
How do I keep part?
How do you keep the passion alive in makeup 15 years later? Like, in working at The View, doing it for 15 years, how do you maintain your passion in that space?
How do I maintain my passion? Loving what I do, knowing all the trends, stay on top of things. Walking in and providing a service. My job is to come in, provide a service, do what I need to do, and just get out. Just making sure that all the clients, everyone look and feel good. And again, being disciplined, do my job, get out, and shut up.
And don't be no punk.
And
Don't be no punk.
I done told y'all, do not be a punk. Go in and do your job. See? Look, you see how she started me? I was nice and calm. And then she rised me up again. Grinding me out. Do not be a punk. Go in there, believe in yourself, know you can do it. That's it. And do your job. And mind your business. Don't worry about what other people are doing. Don't worry about what they're talking about in the industry. Because believe it or not, we can easily get caught up in gossiping with other artists and gossiping with other talent. Don't do that. Because when you talk to, let me give you a big tip. If you're with a talent or client, and if you're talking about another client, remember that client may be laughing with you, but as soon as you walk away, they're going to say, we're not calling her anymore. You know why? Because if you're going to do it with them, then you're going to do it with the next person. So that's why I am at the show, because I don't talk.
Yep.
I paint the girls, I make them look beautiful, and then I say goodbye.
And they're like, bye, I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Danessa, did you have anything to add to that?
I think I would say the way to stay inspired is to focus on creating. The real joy comes in the journey. And I know that that's like a cliche saying, but it really is starting new, starting over, walking down a different path, doing something different than you've always done, or just creating something new. And it may just be new to you. I think the joy and the passion and the excitement comes in being in that whole energy of creation.
Oh, I like that. That's so true. If you're creating, you don't have time to look at anybody else.
We're busy.
You're just busy.
We're busy.
Yeah. You're booked. Exactly. Okay, so we have one more question. Do you focus more on participating in the new makeup trends or creating your own? And I know, Karen, you just touched on that. You mentioned that you're always aware of what's happening in makeup. Tell us more. So do you feel like you follow the trends, or you're more so like creating trends, or both?
I do both. You want to do both.
Yeah.
Because trends are trends, and trends always, whatever happened in the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s, we'll see it in 2000, 2001, and 2022. It is what it is. So you always want to know the trends, create at the same time, and that's it. Knowing and just know the trends, know what's going on, and just create, like what Danessa said. That's it.
Danessa, I feel like I want to ask you a little bit more in depth for this one, because I feel like glass skin was like you. I think you created that trend. So I mean, you very much have a very signature style when it comes to your makeup. And then also I think it even expanded when you started to shoot your own, with your photography, because then it's like the style of the photography and the makeup together. I feel like it's like immediately I could see an image with your name nowhere near it, and I'd be like, oh, Danessa, definitely.
Thank you.
Yeah. So what do you think about, so as far as trends, like because I imagine you just have an idea. This is like in my mind, this is how you think. Like you have an idea in your head and you're like, let's just see. And then you just start playing. But I don't know. What does your process look like for trends? Yeah.
No, it literally is that. I like filling gaps. I like filling in blanks. And I like, if there's something that I want to see and I don't see it, I'm like, I'm in to create it. And I think, going back to trends, it's so interesting. I think it's definitely good to have a balance, but it's in stepping out of the trends where you may not feel like you're creating a new one. It's in stepping out of the trends where all the major shifts will happen for you. And it's when people see you when they haven't seen you before. I mean, if everyone's doing the same smoky eye because it's hot, or the same liner because it's hot, then we're all seeing the same thing. It's like you're just homogenized again, right? But the minute somebody says, you know what, I don't want to put my liner here, I want to put it here, everybody's like, oh shoot, what is that? Why is her liner here? And then that's a new trend. It's because somebody just decided, I know that this is hot, but I want to do this. And it really just comes from doing your own thing, right? Because nobody said put it somewhere else, and nobody sits around and say, where else can I put my liner? It's just like, it's what they felt like. They were just in a vibe and they did it and it caught on. And I think back when I started doing the dewy skin, is it actually was the exact time that I started shooting. And back then it was really all about matte, especially for women of color. Like the one thing that you can do to never get booked on a job is have somebody shiny, or how people would read as greasy. Like it was just a thing. Like, nah, I need to be as matte as possible. It first started with me like, okay, how can I make somebody matte and be radiant? It was just a question I asked myself, like, how can we be matte and be radiant? And that's how it all started. And I don't know if you remember, the first product that I created was the Enlight powders. And these powders were designed, like, depending on how much you use, a little or a lot, like I even use them as face powder. It's like you're set and you're matte, but a little glowy. And I would mix it into benign powders. Because I'm like, you're going to be matte?
Wow.
With a little bit of, like, that was literally the question I kept asking myself. How can you be matte and then glowy? And then I realized, like, you know, glowy is good. Glowy skin means you're youthful. You know, glowy skin means you're healthy. I was like, why don't people want to glow? Do this glow thing. And then I kind of just like ran away with it. I mean, because I just loved how it felt. You know what I mean? I loved how I felt when I saw, like, looking at you, Delina, right now. I'm just like all the things. I just want to lick your face. I just want to put you on the dinner plate. Like it's just like, it's so juicy and yummy. And I was just like kind of like blown away with that. And I think I just ran with it. So it is like, I asked myself lots of questions, like, why don't people do this? And I asked myself, what if a lot? That's like my favorite. Like, what if? Like, what if I took this and mixed it with this? What would happen? What if I, you know, instead of putting this on last, I put it on first? It's like, I love asking all the questions. It just inspires me to create.
I love this so much. Thank you so much, ladies. This was an amazing panel. Like, I feel like I want to go run or something right now. Like, I have like that kind of energy, you know, like that good energy.
I want you to run 2 miles for me.
Okay, I got it. I will text you when I'm done.
And don't be a punk.
Ladies, let's do
that we will be leaving this session with.
Hey, y'all. Hey. You guys rocked it out. Like, I mean, like let's ignore the technical difficulties in the internet. But also, I just want a really quick note on that. Sometimes it's grace under fire. You know, we are all good people, and we know that certain things happen, and we just got to pivot really quickly. So I just love the fact that we were able to pull it back in and drop all these gems today. So thank you guys so much. One of the things I was really adamant about is that I wanted the ABE Summit to be live, because a lot of people want it to be like this perfect thing. Like let's pre-record, let's do this, let's do that. I didn't want to do that. I wanted it to be live, because when you're live, that's when you learn. I feel like nothing can be perfect in life. So this is the same. So we just learned that lesson today. I want you guys to know that I appreciate each and every one of you. I really, really do. You guys, amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us. This was great. And thank you for everyone who tuned in. Thank you
Yes, so good. So ladies, I just want to say I'm going to now kind of say, we have a turnaround for the next one. So I'm going to say my goodbyes to you all. So you guys have a good day, okay?
Thank you, Danessa and Karen. Bye.
Thank you guys so much. Love you.
All right, everyone. So that was amazing. I'm going to say, I'm claiming it. That was amazing. So I don't know about y'all, but Mercury retrograde, whatever, we got this. Well, you know what? Let me not test it. I'm not going, I ain't going to test it. Let me not test it. It's what it is. We, in another, so now instead of a 30-minute break, we now have a 20-minute break, because we're going to come back. So we started with Karen Dupiche, Delina, and Danessa, and Karen is with The View, and she's 4-time Emmy winner. Now we're going to come back and do the hair segment with Derek Monroe, who is also with The View, 3-time Emmy winner. And then we also have Gabrielle Corney, and then Mahisha Dillinger. So I will see you guys in 20 minutes. See you guys later. Make sure you come back, because it's going to be great. welcome back. Hi, guys. What did you guys do on your break? I hope you guys went and did something fun, or at least got about your seats, because I know we only had 20 minutes in between each segment this time around. I am back. I'm Joy Fennell. I am the founder of All Black Everything Summit. If you guys aren't following us on social media, please do so at allblacksummit.com, or excuse me, All Black Everything Summit. And then also use our hashtags ABE Summit or ABE Summit You Deserve. I am so excited for this next panel. As we know, Black hair has always been a controversial topic, even though it should never ever be. Hair shouldn't be controversial at all. A lot of people like to talk about us without us acting like we're not even in the room, acting like our hair is not on our head. I'm like, well, isn't this great? Thank you. I appreciate you telling me what I should do about my hair. Thank you. But so to combat that, that's why I wanted to have this panel, because why not break down all these Black hair myths, break out of our own chains and get to the bottom of it. So I today invited three amazing hair people into the panel today. And I'm gonna start with Derek Monroe. He's a 3-time Emmy nominated hairstylist for The View. So I am going to introduce and bring him right on into the room.
Hello. How are you?
I love it.
I love it. Thank you for having me.
No, thank you for coming. Like you look, I mean, like the skin. What?
Listen, you have to pat it down with a little something when you. You can't play no games with this new Zoom situation. You got to be prepared.
I know, right? Yes. Well, look, you look amazing. I'm so excited for your conversation today. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in Gabrielle Corney. She is a licensed cosmetologist and lifestyle expert. So Gabrielle, come on into the room. Hey, how are you?
Hi.
Amazing. I love the lighting. Your hair is beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, I was trying to do a little bit like that.
And I was just listening to what Derek said, and I'm like, I sure did pat some on myself because she was looking a little greasy.
I already have a really dry skin, so I'm probably okay right now. So I never have to really do a lot of powder, so I'm happy about that. But they always say when you have oily skin, you look younger and longer. So
it's that good anti-wrinkle cream.
Yes. So the last person I want to bring into the room is Myricks. So Myricks, I read her story. It's really amazing. She is definitely someone that carves her own path. She is the founder and CEO of Karl's beauty brand. And so I'm going to bring Miss Myricks on into the room. And I would love how are you?
Yes, hair. I love all the hair. Yes.
Everyone likes amazing lighting. It's definitely for the glam people to have the amazing lighting on them. So we already know. So Myricks, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. Your story is amazing, and I can't wait to hear all about it. I can't wait to hear about all of you guys. So I would love for you guys to first start out by introducing yourselves, and while you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and leave the room. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Okay, well, I guess since I'm moderating, I'm going to let you guys go ahead and talk a little bit about yourselves first, and then I'll come back around, say a little bit about myself, and then we'll jump into the discussion. So go ahead and start with you, Gabby.
Okay, my name is Gabrielle Corney. I am a licensed cosmetologist. I just made my 29th year in the beauty industry. I know. I'm like, and I'm only 29 and a half.
Right. And got a baby. How old is your daughter now?
She is 29. I literally graduated.
Your youngest one, though.
Oh, my youngest. Okay, so I have 3 kids. One's 29, one's 17, and one is 2. Don't ask. Okay.
That's what I'm talking about, the 2-year-old.
I'm 3, and I jump in between the salon and working for film and television. And I'm just really happy to be here to see you, because a lot of people don't know Derek and I are friends. And then to meet you, Myricks, because I've been a fan since the beginning.
Oh, yay!
Yeah.
Okay, Myricks, I'm sorry.
Myricks, right? Okay.
Myricks, okay.
Yes, and we have to collaborate. I want to collaborate with both of you. So we'll take this offline after this. So my name is Myricks Dillinger. I'm the Karl's founder and CEO. Karl's products are available in every major retail outlet you can imagine, from Target, CVS, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Sally Beauty, etc. And we have products all over international stores as well. So we are now going into a new world of skincare, brand new as of next month. So I'm knee deep in this new endeavor of mine. But thank you guys for having me, and I'm so happy to meet you both and to continue to communicate after.
That's what's look forward to it. Okay, and so I'm Derek Monroe. I'm a hairstylist of 24 years. I've been working in film and television. I've been here in New York for 8 years. So it's definitely been a interesting journey, but I have enjoyed it. I've also worked with brands like Carol's Daughter, Diva Curl, what other brand? Oh, Dark and Lovely. So I've been with Dark and Lovely for almost over 7 years. So it's been a journey. So it's been exciting to learn so much about Black hair care and how it has evolved, especially when it comes to embracing curls, where when I started out in our beauty school, everything was about getting that hair straight, permanent. Even what was taught for the African Americans was doing relaxers. There wasn't any teaching, and there probably still isn't a lot. I actually did a documentary called Beauty Shouldn't Hurt, and that's where we talked about a little bit of realizing that there isn't that much education in even how to teach people how to do African American natural hair. You know, it's funny how we don't realize how racism is embedded even in our education of beauty, because we're taught to learn how to do their hair. They're not forced to learn how to do our hair. So it's very interesting. And also I want to thank Joy Fennell, because doing this panel is pushing. First of all, I want to thank her for reaching out and making sure that we have these amazing discussions from all kinds of Black creatives. But I also want to thank her because this particular topic was one that I wasn't, as you know, Gabby, you know, a lot of times, and you too, Mahisha, we are used to speaking. So we know how to just get up there and speak at the drop of a dime. But this was something that really made me study. You know, it made me, in this time of the whole George Floyd and this whole moment, it's become a woke moment where you really have to go back and educate yourself. You can't just talk off the fly like you've been doing. You have to actually go back and make sure you know what you're talking about. So when we talk about breaking the chains and hair myths, I'm a person that I've been doing hair straight out of high school. I never really worked in corporate America. So I never knew some of the things that people face as far as being forced into wearing their hair certain ways. I wasn't aware of a lot of the facts that there were people that were in courts over these different things, like that there have been case after case where people hadn't gotten jobs just because they did not want to cut their locks. So this is actually a very important discussion that probably hasn't been had. So what I want to go ahead and start it off is from a historical context. What would you guys like to say about the history of African American and hair in America? Start off with you, Mahisha.
The history.
You there?
Oh man, I'm back. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
I can hear you, can't see you.
Oh man.
You're a little dark. While you get that together, we'll go ahead and let Gabby go ahead and start, Gabby.
Oh, the history of hair in America. First of all, you know, we used to use our hair to save our lives, to bring medicine, you know, with us wherever we went, to bring seeds so that we could grow our crops. And I feel like hair is so much more to us than just a way to express yourself through style, right? I mean, of course, that's the fun part, but what a lot of people haven't educated themselves, including myself, like, thank gosh for social media platforms, because I think I've learned more about my history and my people through social media than through school books, right? But like literally our hair has saved our lives as we got forced to come to America.
Right.
You know, and I don't think a lot of people, including Black people, they haven't educated themselves about, oh, there she goes.
She's back.
Technology.
Yeah, so I mean, I know we have a whole hour. I don't want to be too long-winded, but
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
I just really felt like, you know, Black hair is more than just a thing for us. It's our life. It's a part of our heritage. Like, Black people bond over hair, food, and a good kiki, right? That's what we do, right? So
Right.
Just to think about the fact that our ancestors literally had to braid their hair as a roadmap, or to hide seeds, or to put medicines because they had no idea where they were going to end up, to me is, I mean, it's heartbreaking, but it's incredible at the same time, because it truly shows how important our hair is to us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mahisha. Okay, so now we have visual. Now we have no sound. Are you muted?
Oh, now you hear me? Okay.
Yeah,
Technology. We got this. So I have to mirror her statement, because our hair journey has been one that's gone from survival, where, like you mentioned, the rice in the braids, so you can have something to cook when you didn't know where you're going to land next, to being the roadmap, to being a political statement power about, you know, power to the people, to now fashion and embracing our love of ourselves emotionally. It's been a journey from survival to political power statements to self-love. That the movement now, I feel like the movement to natural, back to natural, now is different from the natural movement in the 70s. That movement was all about making a stand, making a political statement, making sure our voices are heard, and rebelling against the powers that be. No, you don't like my afro, I'm going to bring it to you and bring it bigger. Now it's more of an emotionally charged movement that says, I don't care if you don't like this, I embrace my natural hair the way it grows out of my head. So it's been an interesting journey. And as we've had these different journeys in our journey of being Black people in the States and in the world, we've seen the same kind of journey with our hair.
I would agree. Like, it has been from being about making a statement to an embracing moment. I will say this right quick. Gabby, as a hairstylist, did you battle with, as this whole natural hair movement started to transition into from relaxing, did you feel some kind of guilt? Because, and I say that because I was talking with another hairstylist, and he was saying how he felt like he was adding on to that whole system by constantly straightening their hair instead of, you know, because we have been, you know, programmed that if you had any slight bit of curl, oh my God, my hair is nappy, and this whole fight. And so he was saying he felt like when he encouraged that, and instead of telling them, you know, hey, don't have to feel like you should have to wear your hair straight, he felt like he was sort of contributing to that whole moment. Did you ever have that kind of feel?
Oh, that's so interesting. But actually, no. I've never felt that way. I've always had an extremely diverse clientele. I don't know if you know this, but I spent the first 18 years of my career working in the suburbs, you know, outside of Manhattan. I worked in Manhattan. I worked in Queens and Long Island for 18 years. And after 18 years, I decided to walk away from my whole entire clientele and move to the city. So I wound up losing 90% of my clientele once I moved an hour away. So once things started to pick back up, I had an almost exclusive weave clientele, right? So everybody was getting weaves, which was cute, but I'm getting to a point here, right? My natural clients my clients that weren't natural at that point, because being natural 10 years ago, it was just starting, you know, to hit the mainstream. So I had ladies that were getting partial relaxers, you know, weaves, getting it straightened, even if it had texture to it, right? to slowly starting to transition because they saw that the hair that was being protected was growing differently than the hair that was being relaxed, right? As the whole natural movement is hitting the internet, you know, people were on YouTube showing all different types of ways to accentuate your natural curl pattern. So slowly but surely, my weave clients were starting to feel comfortable because they saw themselves. They're like, oh, wait, she's popping. She got curly hair. Oh, wait, she got froey hair. She's popping. So those weave clients started to slowly transition into natural. Because everybody's like, well, you work for a lot of natural hair brands. That's how you got natural clients. I'm like, no, actually, that's not how. They all started out with weaves and then really started to see that their hair wasn't as healthy or didn't grow as strong with the relaxer opposed to not having the relaxer. So that's how I wanted to do. And I still have a couple of clients that get the creamy crack. Let's be clear. I have all different types of natural clients. I have clients that don't manipulate their hair with heat. Then I have clients that don't want a relaxer, but they're not really interested in wearing their hair curly. So I have a couple of different types of ladies. So I said all of that to say I never felt guilty because I feel like Black women and their hair are like the alpha and the omega. Like we could do it all, right? We have so many different types of hair textures, and whether we choose to relax it or weave it or rock it as a fro, like it's fun and we got it like that. So I never really felt guilty because I felt like it was all about how that particular woman felt comfortable.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mahisha, I want to ask you, I was reading your bio and I noticed that you started in that hair care field in like 2002, which is very much so ahead of the curve of a lot of people, because no one at that time, like Gabby was saying, a lot of people were wearing weaves then and people were going natural, but people were still doing natural pressing. Which is interesting, when I moved to LA in 2004 was when I realized people weren't getting relaxers over there because they didn't have humidity like we do over here on the East Coast. And when they were pressing their hair and I would wash their hair and I would be like, oh my God, their hair is blowing up. I as a hairstylist had never experienced it. And I was like, what is this? That is sad. As long as I've been doing hair, I had never experienced anything like that. So I'm like, what's wrong with your hair? So first of all, I'm looking at your hair, Mahisha. Have you always wore your hair curly?
No. Okay, so as a kid, yes. And then about 7th grade, I started to relax my hair myself and color it myself. I got at home, not professionally, and it broke off, I mean, more and more every year. And so I think I went natural about my freshman year in college. And that's when it started to blossom. Go back to its natural texture, started to grow. And yeah, it was because I was a new mom and I didn't want to relax anymore when I was pregnant. That's what made me go natural. So I was a young mom, a new mom, and I decided to not do it anymore, and my hair just flourished from there. But no, I actually jumped on that same creamy crack bandwagon, seeing all the commercials, seeing all, every Black woman you saw in TV had straight hair on TV in the magazines, so it was one of those things that I was influenced by. And my mom, including my mom, everyone around me. So it was one of those things we all did.
So when did you realize though that there would be a niche for curly hair care? Like I said, it wasn't in 2002. I'm not remembering that was the time that everybody was going in that direction.
Exactly. So I did launch right on the cusp of that new blow up of the natural market, because it was me being a customer looking for the products I wanted, going down that aisle for us. And we saw back then, we saw the Jerry Curl Juice, Wave Nouveau, Pink Lotion, Perms, and Grease, right? And didn't want any of that. So I'm like, I did my research to see if there are other people like me looking to embrace their curls without having that junk. The ingredients there were mostly white-owned companies who didn't care what they put in those bottles and those boxes. It was about selling to the Black people, right? So the cheapest oils you can find, all the artificial ingredients, colors, everything is thrown together, the lowest price point to make and mark it up substantially and sell to them. And so for me, I was looking for something else. And I did my research and found that there are other people like myself who were looking to go natural. I had to check and see though, because I wasn't sure. And yeah, my intuition was right. So that's when I launched. It was 100% e-commerce based at first. And when I turned on that switch on the website on April 2nd, I was so happy. I had like 8 orders that day. And I was super excited. I was like, woohoo, you know, and other people are here. And so it was one of those things where I created a community, you know, and just grew that organically over time. Uh-oh, you're muted.
Okay.
Sorry. Because I try to mute myself so that I can make sure that mine ain't doing a whole bunch of anyway, so Gabby, you worked in fashion, you worked in television and all of those things. And how have you seen the market change for us as far as it is concerning Black beauty and what is acceptable and what is not acceptable? You know, for a long time, we have been forced to look like the Black girl version of what the white girl looks like. So how have you seen it for the transition?
Oh, because we not having it. I don't know what just happened.
Oh, I hear you now.
Oh, okay. Everybody just went
had a moment, but I hear you.
Yay, that's the good old internet for you.
Yes,
Magic on us.
We don't get through here.
Yeah, but it's like, because we're not having it, because Black women have just absolutely had enough. Because it's like, why are we hiding our curls? Why are we hiding our kinks? Why are we hiding how he created us in his image and in his likeness? Like, it's okay for everyone else to be themselves and not us. Yeah, we get in the pool one way and we come out different. It's called magic. Okay. Right. Like, who else? What other ethnicities' hair is scientifically proven to defy gravity? Just name one. So I would probably say I would give all the credit to us, because we built each other up. We gave each other the go for it, sis. You know, your hair is curly, your hair is kinky, your hair is straight, your hair is wavy, and guess what? We're all Black and we're all beautiful, and their standard of beauty no longer works. Like, move over, because there's plenty of room for all of us. So I would definitely have to say it was all us, and the internet too. I would say the internet had a lot to do with it.
Right. Yeah. So we're definitely noticing this is a very high energy political year. We have judges, you know, Amy Coney Barrett is right now about to get pushed into the Supreme Court. In studying this topic, once again, I have to thank Joy for this. I really didn't even really think about how important political and how justices even play a part in our hair. And as I was studying, I was also going through, it was a young lady back in 2010, her name was Chastity Jones. Come to find out, she had gotten a job. They asked her to cut her locks. She refused, and they rescinded the offer. What is funny is how they say that what is neat to them, because, you know, we can do stuff. Of course, she's gonna come pull together, I'm sure. I'm sure she's not on that level, and it's not wearing her hair nice, her locks twisted, freshly pulled back, or whatever the situation may be. But it's amazing how now things like that have made us have to be mindful. So if you guys want to just speak to how you feel, how important you feel it is that we be mindful of how I'm trying to see how to word it best as possible, but how our hair has become politicized, basically. I mean, we have the Crown Act now, the fact that a lot of states, you know, for us to just be able to go to work with our natural hairstyles and not have to fit into molds that white and European people have put on us to say, oh, well, we don't know if we like it. So if we don't like it, you guys can't have it. Speak to that and how you think we're fighting back, how much impact you've seen us have, and what do you think our future looks like when it comes to that?
I think it's absolutely ridiculous that we have to have a law in place that protects us against discrimination about hair. It's like absolutely, utterly ridiculous. Like, why is that even a conversation point? But it is there, and we have to deal with it. And I feel like, you know, at this point, it's almost like hair care and I'm sorry, not hair care, but our hair style choices, from dreads to braids to afros to naturals. Can't wear your hair natural when you're on as a newscaster. All those things, we're now dealing with the civil rights movement in hair, right? So fighting back the powers that be so we can just own who we are and be who we are. It's ridiculous that we're doing this in 2019. I mean, this is where we are, but I don't know how far we've come. I can say that we still have a ways to go, and that, you know, we just have to continue to support one another and continue to buck against this, and when there's a situation where we're being rejected, because if we need to stop asking for permission and start creating our own opportunities for each other and for ourselves. That way I can come in however I want, because you're not telling me nothing. I'm owning everything over here. So let's stop asking for permission. Let's start owning everything and stop trying to get acceptance. Period.
Period. Period.
Right.
What the kids be saying?
I'm trying to belong. I don't want to be forced anywhere. If you're not good with it, I'd rather be over here. And that's why one of the reasons why I'm so sorry to interrupt, but one of the reasons why I'm an entrepreneur is to own my life totality.
Agreed.
Agreed. I mean, I don't even have nothing to add to that, sis, except period poo.
Yes.
I want to also add to that. Chastity Jones, the young lady I was speaking about, she actually lost. She was not forced to. I mean, when it went to court, they didn't rule in her favor. They ruled against her. So, because the problem and the argument is, and a lot of people don't know, it's okay to wear your hair in an afro because that's the natural state that your hair comes out in. But by putting it in locks or wearing your hair in braids to work, that is what's been manipulated. And that they have control over to say, you cannot wear that.
Okay, but then what about the chicks who dye their hair blonde? That's manipulation. Or he'll go get curly perms or go do whatever. It's like ridiculous. Why is this even I can't even fathom the reason why it is a problem.
And it went up to different courts, and it was dismissed. Like when it got to like the Circuit Court of Appeals in 2016, that wasn't even that far ago. That was only 4 years ago. We're not talking about a case that was 1989. This is in 2016 that this happened, and it was dismissed. They didn't even want to hear it. Someone else had that same issue, I think, with Delta. So it's a continuous process. We've also seen the young man that was wrestling, and they made him cut his dreads right there on the mat. And the fact that people were just basically okay with that. It saddens me that we are here. What do you think? Well, one of the questions is, what is it that we need to do on top of this? First, having this conversation, definitely. But how do we, because to be honest, like I said, if Joy hadn't really brought this up, I probably would not have been aware of other people's struggles as far as it goes with this. Like, because I've never worked in corporate. I didn't come from corporate.
Right.
So
yeah, me either.
I've always been able to wear my hair the way I wanted to. If I wanted to ball it, if I wanted to do whatever I wanted to do, I could always do it. And as being a hairstylist, no one really ever questions you. So I was very ignorant to the fact that there is a whole group of African Americans that are constantly fighting just to be comfortable and to be who they want to be and express themselves and be able to go and do their job accordingly.
That's so sad. I mean, you guys both are creatives, and that's great that you have the freedom to do that. And I came from corporate before I was an entrepreneur. And what I did, I would actually fool them. I would go in, to the interview with my hair slicked back in a bun, can't see nothing, no distraction. As soon as I got in after my 2 weeks, here comes the hair. That's what I had to do. I mean, that's what I did. I chose to do it that way.
I know that's
people, and for dreads, it's hard to hide them. So I don't know what you do in that case, right? But it was the instant, whoa, Mahisha, your hair looks different. And my hair is just curly, but that was a big deal because I was in the pharmaceutical industry, right? So it was like, oh, you want to be, pretty for the doctors, because the pretty you are, the more you sell. So my hair wasn't like all the other women, it was like, I'm the only curly girl. And the other black girl who really was not black. Okay. She had her hair straight like every other white girl. So, I was the only one bucking the system. And I feel like we have to decide. Each person has to decide. Either you create your own lane to be yourself while we fight this battle, or assimilate.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I just wish they would stop making our hair such a thing. Because if you turn the tables, it's like, I feel like a lot of us know how to give a compliment. I'm not going to go over to someone who I see her hair and ask her to touch it. Girl, I don't want to touch your hair. I don't know where your hair been. And my hand's been everywhere, right? Even as a hairstylist, I like, why? It kills me. And maybe I'm venting a little bit, you guys, but I'm like, why is our hair such a thing? Why can't you just say, Mahisha, your hair looks beautiful today? Like, why is it got to be different? Why is it got to be a question? Why we got to write an essay? Why is it an explanation? Black people have different hair. Stop it. Just stop it. It's like, stop making it a thing. It can't keep being a thing. It just can't. Leave us alone.
Yeah.
It's just hair.
Leave us alone. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, it's just hair. It's a way that we express ourselves. It's beautiful. It's different. But I think a lot of people start having issues is because other people make it an issue. It's not an issue for us. Like we've been having all of these self-esteem issues and deep-rooted issues that bother us to our cores and our soul because of what other people have told us about ourselves. Like if they wouldn't have made it such a thing, then maybe it wouldn't have been, and maybe it wouldn't be 2020 and we're just now embracing our beauty.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
What's funny is when I first got locks, I remember my cousin. It's funny how we let people influence us. I had an older cousin. She's almost like a great aunt, but she was still my cousin. When she first saw me, she was like, "Oh, you got them pickaninny braids." Them old pickaninny braids. So it's funny how we are so entrenched with all of this that it doesn't even have to come from the outside. It's coming from our inside and we're having to train. So I'm very happy to see little girls, especially little Black girls, this new wave of little Black girls wearing just their little puffs and the little headband, and that we're, the young man that won the Oscar for his. It's sad that we had to have a movie to teach in 2020 to teach little girls that, oh, your hair is beautiful, that you don't have to look like little Susie over there, or little Becky, that you can look like little Taquisha and have cute, beautiful hair and be happy with who you are.
Absolutely.
I also wanted to point out that in early 2019, New York City Commission of Human Rights declared its commitment to protect residents' legal right to wear their hair in locks, afros, and braids. Now, the fact that this had to go to a human rights commission, and the only two states that have this is New York and California. So for a lot of those people in other states, and especially with what we were talking about with the Crown Act, and which is, one of the questions is, how can we stop normalizing this mistreatment? But a lot of it is, it's sad because you don't really correlate your hair with politics, but you really need to know who your senators and all of them are to help enact and make sure that we have laws and stuff to protect us to just be us. And, you know, California, like I said, California and New York are only the few that have this, but it's very important that, you know, we know who our people are and we vote on local levels. I mean, we always think about presidential elections, but the truth of the matter is, we really need to make sure that we vote on local levels because those are the ones that has the most impact. Even with the George Floyd, I really realized then, like voting for attorney generals and all of that determines whether or not how quick that goes to court. Or, you know, if someone feels, you know, we're seeing what's taking place with the Breonna Taylor case. Like, all of that matters and we have a say in that and we have to stop being ignorant. So I'm very glad that the All Black Summit, All Black Everything Summit is addressing these things and making us bring some things to light that I think a lot of times we never took the time to think about. I want to talk about, Gabby, as far as to how in this new awakening, and now that Black Lives Matter has taken place, how everyone is now we accept your beauty. What are your thoughts on that now?
I'm like, just now?
Yeah.
Just now? And who told you that we needed your acceptance? Like, that's how I feel. I'm like, really? It's beautiful now because you say so? I mean, last time I checked your Instagram, you had that one black square and that was it.
Right.
Let's be clear. Like, I think we just need to keep calling them out because we do have our own lane and we are entrepreneurs. And even those people who do have, who are in the corporate sector or have what you consider a job, right? Just keep calling them out. Like, you don't have to be scared. What they're going to do? Like, it's our time, even though I feel like we just getting started again. Like we have different platforms now. Like, you know, people can just literally go to their phones. Like, you don't got to look in an encyclopedia anymore. You don't have to go to a thesaurus or, you know, or a dictionary. We have a tool in our hand that's very powerful. And that we need to keep holding these people accountable. And it doesn't matter how many times they tell us no, how many times they try to knock us down. It's like what Cardi B said, down 9, get up 10.
Right.
We got to just keep pushing. Like, there's no seat for me. Okay, I'm going to bring my own table and my own seat.
Yep.
Like, and a matter of fact, let me get my own building and take my people them over there.
Yeah.
Right.
So just keep pushing because it is so frustrating and sometimes it feels like we're hitting a brick wall. But if you hit a brick wall with enough pressure, it eventually will come down.
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay. Mahisha, I want to ask you as a business, from the business side, I don't know how to ask this question without getting too much into your business, but starting your business, I don't know if you got outside investors to go forth. Did people see that there was a market for what you were trying to bring to the table? When, like I said, at that time, it wasn't like everybody's rocking curly hair, so we know that it's going to do well. Did people investing in you see what you saw?
Well, I did not have any investors, despite that's another issue we have as Black entrepreneurs. Despite having great credit, personal credit, I could not get a small business loan to save my life. So I had to start smaller and work with the money I had. And it started really small, like I said, e-commerce based. I wasn't in retail stores yet. It was year 6 or so or 7 when Target called. She's the buyer then, blonde hair, blue-eyed buyer for ethnic hair care. Saw her sales go down, and she was like, wondering what's going on with relaxers. And so she wanted to bring in these underground brands that we were at the time, me and 3 other brands, to create this test market to see how well it would do. No one knew if it was going to do well, but she was hearing rumblings about brands underground. So she brought us in 105 stores to test. It was 4 of us on an end cap. And she said, if you guys do well, we'll continue to grow with you. If not, we'll send you all your products back and good luck. Well, we all did phenomenally well because there was a need there. And so as time went on, we went from 100 doors to 300 stores to 600, 900, and then nationwide. And along the way, she started adding other brands to really fill out the category. So she was the first person, believe it or not, the first person to really see potential in this category, and she created this category. So there was, before that, no one else, none of the stores had it. They had all the legacy brands like the perms, etc. But she was the first one to see it and to really believe in my brand and this industry and us. And she was really a champion. So it took a long time though.
Yeah, it's really amazing to me as a hairstylist to go through the aisles and see how the aisles have changed. If you understand what I'm talking about, Gabby, like there used to be days it was, just for me, dark and lovely, optimum care. It was just a row of these boxes, and now all you got is twists and lock gel, oils, and all this stuff. So it is a beautiful thing to see how we have been sort of accepted, but is it actually accepted in a way? Because when you think about it, is it that they're just being smart to untapped market? Because we know that we, especially Black women, spend billions and billions of dollars in hair care. So do you think that it's an acceptance, or do you think it's we see that there's money here, we really don't care, but we'll do whatever we can to just pick up this dollar?
Oh, without a doubt, there are several who don't care. They're just really about getting the money. Several, because they get these buyers actually, if they make their sales quotas, they make a bonus. So they are looking for what's going to sell, what's hot. And if you're not hot, they don't want you. I do think that Linda came. I've met every buyer that you can imagine from all these stores, and you can see where they're coming from. And I would say 9 times out of 10, it's always transactional.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Gabby, what about you? What has been?
But I want to interject though. I have to say this: 9 times out of 10, transactional. But there's been a handful of Black buyers that came as of late, recently, that have been amazingly connected to us. Emerald from Target, who's no longer buying for that space, phenomenal. She really cared about what she brought to Black women. She's a natural woman herself. And then there was another for buyer, Angel from Walmart. She is at Walmart like this, sticking up, standing out. Angel is a beast. Okay, so I don't want to say I don't want to forget those 2 ladies. So I want to make sure I put that out there.
And I will say, even Target, I noticed one thing about Target is they have moved to helping the smaller Black female business owners. Like, I forget what's the the young lady with the
lip bar. The lip bar.
Yeah, like how they came in and took her, because I can imagine you being that person trying to get into a huge market, and there is no one that's really giving you the opportunity because you're the Black girl. And what's funny is working in television in the aspects that I have, I just want to say to you all as Black women that I respect y'all. Y'all's hustle is unlike none other. And y'all are the most disrespected. And I can say, working along with Whoopi, you would think that who she is, that everyone respects her, because for us in the Black community, there's just like Whoopi Goldberg, you know? I have seen times where people have treated her as though she was this new actress that just came out. And so it's very interesting so the fact that to see any of you all get to where you have gotten, I'm always a cheerleader and always here to tell y'all keep on doing y'all's thing, because it's not easy. And it doesn't matter how good you get. It doesn't matter who you know. It doesn't matter what accolades you get. For the Black woman is always hard.
Yes.
Always.
Yeah. How else what other tools can we use to break these Black myths that we have to conform? What is it that we are not doing? What aspects may we be missing?
I don't think it's something we're not doing. We're just pushing against this narrative that we're forced with. I mean, we're dealing with the Donald Trump still in office. So it's something we can do. It's not on us. The onus is not on us at this time. It's just not. It is about what they need to do. They need to stop. If you're sick of hearing about racism, stop being a racist. If you're sick of hearing about this, change your action. We have to continue to speak up and out until things change. So it's not on us.
Exactly.
It's not on us. I'm falling back. I don't have the energy.
Gotcha.
I agree 1,000%. It's not on us. And I wish y'all would stop being so nice, thinking that we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Nice don't mean not racist. Y'all need to just stop sitting back and allowing something or things to happen that you know for a fact is wrong, but you go to bed at night and you sleep comfortably because it's not affecting you and your family.
Right.
Stop it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see. Let me get to some of the other questions. Well, what solutions do you think we can bring to the table?
Oof.
I mean, you said it's not something that we aren't doing, but what other solutions can we do? I mean, I think we're doing great with social media. I think we as Black people, I don't know about you all, but when I look at my social media, I feel an embrace of who I am as a Black person. I feel comfortable to have my hair like this. I feel when I think we have now, a lot of people have even started sites with like darker skin to highlight, and we come in so many different shades and have so many ways of being beautiful. I think that's one of the solutions that we can do is continue to put ourselves. I know I follow a lot of people that just in their stories every so often, they'll just put up a picture of somebody beautiful, a Black family or something like that. What other solutions do you think we can do to, help to try to make these myths become less of a thing?
I don't know if there's a solution, but I know what my action is, and I will continue to call folks out. I've called out 2 of my biggest partners on social media with their logo during this whole George Floyd thing, starting with Target. Target, you're quiet. Well, I need to hear from you. And if we're talking about that from here or issues internally, I will call them out. And it got noticed. I got a call from both of them. It was noticed. And Angel, the one I said that's at Walmart, took it up to the powers of being and said, look at one of our partners saying about us online. What are we doing? So I don't think it's time to stop talking. It's about calling people out, making them accountable, demanding action. I could have easily potentially lost distribution, but did I care? No. But here's the deal. My customer come to my website to sell. I need to make sure that they understand that these things are important to me. So I don't know if there's a solution rather than demanding what we're asking for, what we need, demanding it and calling them out and making them accountable.
Absolutely. I agree. You said that perfectly. I don't even have nothing to add to that. I'm like what she said.
Right.
That's it.
What's funny too, Gabby, is how we have been fought against as far as when it comes to braids and all these things, but then we have this assimilation, and these fashion designers will do these fashion shows, and what is not acceptable for us in our everyday, all of a sudden it's fashion for them and it's artistic. What are some of your thoughts on that? How, are you a person that feels like it's assimilation, or are you offended by it, or do you what are your stance on that? Because I will say a friend of mine feels that I have had this discussion with someone, and they felt like because Black women dye their hair blonde, they wear weaves and stuff, that is a form of assimilation. Is that in turn the thing? Is when are we as Black people asking of a double standard, been doing a double standard? Like when you wear braids, we're mad, but then when we wear whatever, it's what we do. So what are your thoughts on that?
Ooh, it sets me on fire. If I could start jumping up inside of this chair right now, how much it puts a fire right here in the pit of my chest, because And I'm going to speak very frankly. We invented it all. So how the heck can we copy from anybody else? Like, it came from us. And it bothers me because I know the root of it, right? If I didn't know the root of it, then maybe it wouldn't bother me. But you guys have constantly throughout history, since we can date back, right, have given Black people the credit for inventing, period. It especially when it comes to hairstyles, you know, or like, okay, it's awesome if you want to highlight a certain hairstyle, right? But why can't you guys just pay homage, right? Everybody was mad because Nicki Minaj didn't pay Little Kim homage, but nobody was as outraged as us when others don't pay us our due diligence. Like, we are the creators of it all. I don't care what anybody says. Don't at me. Don't debate me. Period. Okay? Like, Black people have natural blonde hair. So how could we assimilate something that we have naturally? Like, that's just like saying,
you said Black people have natural blonde hair?
Oh, yeah. And natural red hair, too.
Oh, yeah, we do get it, too. Yeah.
Yeah, natural red hair, natural. My grandmother, we're from Bermuda, right? So my grandmother was a natural blonde. Her hair was sandy brown. And when she went gray, her hair was like blonde and brown and gray. You know, so I'm like, how could we assimilate something that we have naturally? You know what I mean? It's like, just give us our credit. Like, why is it so difficult for others to just give us our credit? Like, hair is supposed to be fun, just like fashion, right? So it's like, why can't you have fun and say where you got it from? Like, don't try to make cornrows into boxer braids. Really?
Right.
For real?
Right.
Please stop saying that. Please stop. So please stop calling hair that you put oil sheen on glass hair. There's no such thing, people. The only way you have glass hair is if you take a piece of glass and put it in there. It's called oil sheen. Like, I'm going to say something, for instance, that burns me up. And maybe I'm being a hater. Let me keep it
No, girl,
right?
take your time. Let's let it out.
When I saw an other hairstylist gluing in bonded tracks into a other client's hair and getting celebrated on a major platform, when I tell you my head spun around like the whole Exorcist, I said, let me tell y'all something. This is not new. This is not an invention. I mean, Black girls have been getting temporary alopecia from gluing weaves for years. Like, this is not new. It burns me. It burns me. And only because we don't get our credit.
Right.
That's all. If you gave us our credit, I wouldn't care. Boxer braid your hair for the gods. It's fine with me. But give us the credit. Oh my gosh, stop acting like we didn't invent all of these things.
Yeah. And even when it became okay for wigs, now wigs are okay for others. You know, they want a lace wig so that they can do the different colors without changing their hair and all those kind of things. So I find that very interesting. Maisha, did you have any point that how you felt about the situation? Do you feel like it's assimilation, or do you feel like it's
when others?
Yeah,
totally. I mean, they want to copy the best. I mean the tanning, the injections, the butt implants, the hair. Of course it is. You know, of course it is.
Yeah.
There's no other way to put it.
It's constantly conforming, but when it comes to actually accepting us, we can't get that. We'll take from you, but we won't. You know, we won't give you any credit for it.
Right.
We're going to go into questions in a few minutes, but I did want to just go back over and sort of talk about how we can continue. Like I said, I want to continue to push people to make sure that they vote. I think for a lot of people, you need to make sure to just check to see where people are even at on the Crown Act. The Crown Act has only been really pushed in a few states. So that's something that you would want to check with your, senators and different people in Congress and sort of see where they stand with that. Because, just in the military, I think they just now got to a point where they are accepting locks and stuff as far as in the military, because once again, that was another one where Black women weren't allowed to grow their hair in that way. I don't know if guys can do that still, but I know that, yeah, Black women now can have locks. Before, that was something else that they couldn't do. So if we want to break these chains, we have to be very vigilant in making sure that we're being visual. We're making sure that we're being celebrated, that we're making sure that we're being complimentary, and making sure that we constantly let it be known that we are here, we're not changing, and it is what it is. So I know I'm a little early with the questions, but I've gotten through my questions. So I'm going to see.
Can I add something, Derek, before you start going? And can y'all hire us? Thank you. Not because you know that there's some Black models that are going to be there, and that if they don't have someone Black on set, that they're going to have a fit. How about you hire us because we've done the work, and because we're qualified and we're talented, because Black people have all kinds of hair, right? We have from the straightest hair to the kinkiest hair, right? So when a Black hairstylist is well-versed and trained and good at what they do, they can do everyone's hair, right? Yeah. So how about you hire us? And then while you hiring us, pay us the same rate. Okay? Like, give us all the coin. How about that? Like, don't hire us because you feel obligated. Don't hire us because you don't want to hear anybody's mouth on social media later after you post the pictures. Hire us because we deserve to be in this beauty space just as much as everyone else. Hire us to be your educators. Hire us in beauty schools. Like, and how about, I'm gonna say it too, how about you get some Black people on the board that brings hairstylists into film and television, so that you will have some hairstylists in film and television, some Black hairstylists, and that you won't hear anyone's mouth. Just hire us based on our credit, not because you're trying to fill a quota. That's all.
The Hollywood Reporter just did a story last month. My friend Ryan Burrell was a part of it because of Yvette Nicole Brown really having an issue with constantly being on sets with no Black hairstylist. I actually did a Behind the Scenes Beauty, which is a podcast show that I do. And we talked about that. And she's talked about how she's been in major movies without makeup and hair. Well, she had no makeup on because they didn't have any of the colors that fit her. But when it came to hair, she brought her own hair. She had to bring her own wig. She had to do her own hair because, I cannot tell you the many times that I've shown up to a set and people been excited to see me, not even knowing what my skill set is, but just because I was Black. Yeah. And they were feeling represented and seen.
I can see that.
A sad situation that we are in, that if just your presence there makes the difference, it's crazy. And like Gabby was saying, definitely hire us. When I went to beauty school, we learned on white mannequins. So I know how to do your hair. Yeah. What was sad the many times that the white girls would look at your hair and be like, I don't know what to do with that, or act like they know what to do. I told the story one time before to Yvette on the podcast, but I'll tell it again. When I first moved to New York, I came to set, and there was a photo shoot for Orange Is the New Black, and mostly predominantly the young ladies in that shoot were Black. Uzo sat in the chair. They made me the assistant. They didn't make me the lead. They made me the assistant. Mind you, all of the lead characters were there. Uzo sits in the chair. She asks the young man, she says, "Hey, you know how to do my hair?" And he's like, yeah, of course. I know how to do your hair. Of course. I got you. He pulls out a blow dryer and he pulls out a rat tail comb. When I saw the rat tail comb, I knew this was only going downhill. He blew her dry. And then he started to form the hair in a 1995 French roll. And at least then we used to take the stuffing hair and make it smooth. The whole thing was supposed to be them in lockup and glamorous. And he literally gave her a French roll, no stuffing, didn't know how to do anything to her hair. I remember her sitting there, having to be quiet, She then gets up and she has to go have a conversation with her manager. Her manager then has to come over and have a conversation with me and says, hey, she's not happy with her hair. Can you help her? So then I have to go over to him and explain that he didn't do what he said he could do and redo her hair. And so that would have been avoided if we weren't always being used as the assistant. I work with major Black hair care brands that have brought on white lead stylists, and the white lead stylist would hire Black assistants. They would do the work, and then he would say, do the 2-strand twist, or do the this. Then he would come back and manipulate it, and then say, voila, I was the hairstylist. So now he's able to put this in his book. He's able to use this as reference to say he knows how to work with Black hair, and he knows nothing about it. I and someone else within that system made a complete whole argument about it, because you would never have, like, that's so disrespectful that you would bring a white hairstylist on a Black shoot. Like, we already having a hard time getting on the white sets. And then you come and say, we do have something of our own. You don't even let us be a part of that. We got to be the second in command and get, once again, Gabby, what you said, we're getting assistant rate. We're not getting that money that young man was making. So it's very sad, but we definitely got to constantly speak up, make our voices heard, and make sure that we are being a part of the conversation and keeping this conversation going. So it's 5:00. We're gonna take some questions. Hi, Gabrielle. My mom and I would like to know our Black hair saved our lives. This is very interesting.
When I was talking about how women used to braid their hair like a map.
Gotcha.
Right, like, because they didn't know where they were going.
So that they would be able to plant when they got to wherever and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. That's what I was referring to. Thank you for the question, ladies.
Yes. Anybody else? How do you feel about Black models and their experiences during Fashion Week?
Oh, those girls be praying during Fashion Week. I've had so many, and I'm sure you have too, Derek, so many models that literally have gotten their hair burnt off during Fashion Week. They cringe, they hate it, and that's why some of the models wear wigs, because they don't want to have their hair destroyed. A lot of them spend a lot of time and a lot of money having their hair treated, trimmed, taken care of throughout the whole entire year, and then they get to Fashion Week and it's gone.
Yeah. And
because a lot of people don't realize that you can take someone's hair out. You can literally comb someone's hair out if you don't moisturize it before you comb it. If you don't detangle it with your fingers first. If you don't section it, like you have to be gentle when it comes to textured hair. You know, and they a lot of them are very sad around Fashion Week. They're afraid.
I remember my earlier days of fashion shows and just seeing how all the girls' edges were basically this much hair. They were like broken down to nothing because they were constantly forced to fit this mold. There was never a like, what can your hair do? And let's accept it. It's like, well, this is what we're doing with the white girls. They're all getting these pin straight back buns. So we're going to make sure that you guys look all uniform. You should just be happy that we're having you part of it as a Black girl, but we're not going to accept you for how you are. You're going to conform to us. And I've seen, and it's just so interesting. But then it's also interesting, once again, those were those times that you would see. It's funny the eye contact that we as Black people have to make when we see each other in those scenarios. It's like, ooh, do my hair. Like when we're there, and it's like, you got me, right? You got me? And they come over there and they're like, how many you got? Can you do me? I've had that, I cannot tell you how many times. And so, but I don't even know if I've seen that many Black lead hairstylists. It's a young man. Oh my God, I cannot remember his name because I'm horrible with a name. But it is this one black guy. He's oh God.
Talking about Jawad?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's one of the few. Yes, thank you, Jawara. He's one of the
Thank you. I said it wrong.
You lead hairstylists in major shows. I don't know of any other black hairstylists that have ever led out major fashion shows.
No, he's out here breaking barriers.
Yeah, like these luxury brands. I'm talking Fendi and Chanel and all these people. These are people that he's working with. And for us, a lot of times we show up. There's never even product for, Maisha, when we get to these shows, Gabby, you can attest to this, that when we get to these shows, there's not even products for that hair. We have always, I remember working on Project Runway, and L'Oreal Paris would be the brand ambassador. So, of course, we would have to use everything L'Oreal. But, of course, us black hairstylists, we would always have a little in our bag. We would have all that stuff out on the thing, but when it came time for them, we'd be like, "Oh, girl, I got some edge tamer for you over here."
Oh, you just said that. I was like, that was me digging down in my purse real quick, put the edge tamer on my hand, and be like this. I got you, girl. I got you, girl.
So it's so sad. So many of the ways we've had to finagle in this business. Any more questions? How can people learn about our hair without feeling like they will be judged as a culture vulture? Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, that's a good one.
Mahisha, do you have anything to say?
What was the question?
I guess how can other ethnicities sort of learn about our hair without feeling like this? Yeah.
The internet's a great tool. YouTube.
Yeah.
YouTube. Go find a few bloggers, look at the how-tos and see there are a lot of YouTube videos about texture and shampooing and differences in types of curls and patterns and waves and kinks. And so we're not living in an ice age anymore. Go Google it.
Yeah,
exactly. A lot of people also don't mind explaining. They just get tired of having to constantly explain.
There's enough on the internet though. It's so much.
It's anonymous. You can look at it. Nobody will know what you're looking at.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah.
All right, what is our next question? How do you feel about only being commissioned to do black models during Fashion Week? I was never commissioned. I don't know if I was ever commissioned for only doing black models per se, because I would get a white girl ever so often, but it always depended on how many of us were black, if that's the truth be told. When I worked on Project Runway, though, first of all, I would give a shout out to Johnny LaBoy, who is Puerto Rican, so it's close enough. But he wasn't. He was like that. Like he was more other than he was like Puerto Rican identified. So, but he was very well versed in knowing how to do black hair, how to be gentle with black hair. So I was happy to have someone as a leader that knew how to, he could do it all. And that was a great experience for me. Also, I worked with this white artist, his name, I forget what his name. He's actually the reason why I moved here he was a white guy from Paris that I moved here to New York to work with. And I guess in a way he was partially part of that whole system too, where he's the lead, but he brings black people on. I think he learned from us after a while. We were his educator without being his educator. We were the ones that was doing it, but he had learned it, so he could do it a little bit himself. Gabby, did you ever get commissioned?
Yeah, I've only done Fashion Week a handful of times, and the teams I've always worked on have always been extremely diverse. And every Fashion Week that I've done after that has been with just individual clients, which I liked much better.
Right.
Same look, less work.
You were indeed.
Same, but I was blessed to always work on an extremely diverse team. So I never came across that particular issue. But yeah, working on set and having, I'm gonna tell you guys a really quick story before we move on to more questions. But something similar happened to me. A brand, this was back in the days, a brand hired a white stylist to do a campaign. And then of course, when they get to the black girl with the fro that they wanted stretched out, he couldn't do it. I'm in the salon with my assistant. We weren't that busy, so look at God, won't he do it, right? So they called me at the last minute and had me come over there. So I get there because, you know, in the salon, we do this all day, every day. I'm like, right. So I'm on the phone. I got the girl in the chair. I'm on the phone. You know, I'm gonna pretend like I got the phone. So I got the phone. She's in the chair. I'm just doing what I do. I'm like, yeah, girl, because I just came to a photo shoot real quick. And I look up, literally, everyone in the whole entire room is staring at me. And I'm over here with my little ghetto self like, yeah, girl. So because where they were so mystified and amazed, second nature for me. I'm like, what we need to do? Oh, she getting blow dried? Flat iron real quick. Bust out my little mini flat iron. Oh, she getting a flip? Okay. And done. Right? So it was just so interesting to me. I mean, I still have a relationship with that brand. Thank God, right? And they always bring me on from now on, which is a blessing. But it was just so interesting to me because it's like you guys are so mystified and amazed at something that literally just comes natural to us.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Mahisha, I have a question for you because I know you have to jump off right quick. I do want to ask you though, as far as funding is concerned, you said you had a hard time getting loans and small business loans of that nature. Do you think what are some of the things that are available now? Like you started at that time, have over a period of time, you've noticed more avenues open up. And what are some of those avenues that are opening up to small businesses or startups such as yours was at the time?
It's still a challenge. It seriously still is a challenge. But you know, one thing that is working, crowdfunding.
Okay.
When you can get your community behind you, and they support your brand, that's a great way people get revenue. Get funding. But I would also suggest one thing that's right now, it's a prime time to ask for money. Right now, Black Lives Matter, George Floyd, people are really, really, really trying to make themselves look good and looking for ways to check the box. So go after it. Go to your local bank in your neighborhood. Not a Chase, not a Bank of America, but like a branch that has maybe 1 to 3, a bank that's 1 or 3 branches. They're small neighborhood banks that are willing to create the relationship and they'll do more for you. So go there, and I say go now, because people, you know, you can play on their little guilt a little bit right now. Go after those coins, get those coins. So that's a good way, and I always suggest that. But it's trying to find those investors who are down with the brown. That's kind of hard. Needle in the haystack.
Gotcha. Mahisha, I think there's one more question for you.
Sure.
Really quick, before you guys get to that next question, Mahisha needs to jump off real quick.
I do.
You want to answer the question?
Yeah, I'll answer the question.
All right. Well, there we go. I'm going to remove myself again.
It comes from Natasha Gaspard. I hope I said her name right. Natasha, don't shoot me if I didn't. What do you think the beauty industry needs to do to be inclusive of all hair types, including adding natural hair textures to the cosmetology books?
Is that one's for me? What do we need to do? What do you think the beauty industry needs to do to be more inclusive? You know, it has to, well, in the cosmetology books, it has to start there. So the powers that be have to really see that it's important and see the value. I mean, and that's really raising awareness and activism really to show. And I think that this is a prime time to do so. And I think that's what beauty schools, right? So someone has to take the lead and really make the noise and create the buzz and the stink and the PR press around it to make them change. I didn't go to cosmetology schools. I don't know what the hierarchy looks like. Who decides what's taught?
Right.
The board, the cosmetology board, right? Who's on the board? So whoever those people are need to be lobbied, obviously.
Gotcha.
And that's what I think. Now I don't know what do you think, Gabby?
I think too. You got to start at the top. you know, you got to start at the people who are creating the curriculum for beauty schools,
Right.
because without them, it's not going to change, right? Maybe the cosmetology board, maybe put pressure on the actual publisher, the people that are manufacturing, you know, these books, because they can control the curriculum to a certain extent. So it definitely has to start there, because if it trickles, if it goes from the cosmetology books, if it's in the cosmetology book, they will have no choice but to teach cosmetologists of all races about Black hair.
Right.
Yeah.
Mahisha, before you go, adding to that question,
Yes.
also with marketing in stores such as Target and stuff, do you feel like we get good placement? Like, because a lot of stuff is like end caps, being on end caps and being seen. Did you feel like you had a problem with that, or did you feel like working in those markets? Because what their question is, how can we, you know, be more prevalent and show up? And that's another thing I think is marketing, because a lot of times placement and where we are, you know, is.
Well, I think, no, we had a lot of in caps for a lot. So I wouldn't complain about that. Always great placement too. So I think it's really about sales, but you have to prove yourself, right? And it has to matter to that company. So Target took initiative to make sure that they did a lot with our community. Sally Beauty's doing it now, Walmart. So I think when they come around to it, you know, then it becomes, now let's now put them on display. Put our little dolls on display. Let's show people we have these dolls, you know?
Yeah.
So I think it's about as they evolve and become and waking up, then that's when it happens. But it usually takes a lot of fighting to get them there.
Gotcha. All right. Well, thank you so much, Mahisha.
Thank you, guys.
I enjoyed this with you so much.
Thank you so much, Mahisha. I just wanted to jump in and say thank you. I really appreciate you taking the time to be a part of this amazing panel. You were priceless.
Thank you. And I'm going to drop my email in this chat folder here.
Yeah, thank you. Awesome.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. Oh my gosh. Derek, first of all, you need a show. Like, you were an amazing creator.
Look at his face.
I mean, I did the research, and I was like, he's pulling out books. He's going, I mean, like, what? You're popular.
Listen, no, because like I said, I do want to thank you though, because it really did challenge me, because I'm just like breaking the chain. Like, this wasn't like, oh, tell me about your 3C curl pattern, or how can we keep curly hair healthy. This was like, okay, how do we break these stereotypes? How do we come out and be genuinely us? And what are some of the challenges that people have faced? And I was not aware. I knew, I had heard about it. I knew that there was a reason for the law, but at the same time, I really didn't realize that it had gotten into court systems that heavy, and that people were losing these cases. That it wasn't just like, oh, you know, they wanted me to cut my hair, I wasn't gonna cut my hair, and I won. No, these people were losing.
Yeah.
And so it made it say, wait a minute, it made me say, wow, I really got work to do. I really have work to do as a Black artist, as a hairstylist. You have pushed me to be responsible to make this a conversation.
Well, I mean, like I always say, if we're going to have these conversations, because one of the things that always bothers me is like exactly what you said, Derek, is that sometimes we tiptoe around these issues. If we're going to start to have these conversations, we need to have a full conversation. We need to bring it and like really put it out there on the table, because like Derek, you are a standard example of what if you want to, once you do the research, you see and you educate yourself and you know, like you say you started to see the court cases, you started to see like it goes a lot deeper. There are levels to this stuff. Like
can I tell some more of my education?
Yes.
There used to be this law. There used to be this thing called the Tegan Law.
The what?
Where if you were a Tegan Law, which was a law because there were these women like what they call them, the Creole girls. Mm-hmm. Creole girls that sort of look white. They would make them wear these scarves to prove that they were part of slave heritage. And so this was a law that had been passed called the Tegan Law. So just in case you thought you was gonna pass, you gonna put this scarf on so I know that you're a slave.
Wow. Oh,
okay, I was today years old when I found that out.
Yes, me too. I was
today years old.
Wait, what time is it? 5:19 years old when I found this out. Wow, that is so deep. And that's what the thing is. It's like so much of our history is wrapped up in our hair. And just the fact that we've been literally, like you said, there have been laws against us for our hair. Like we have been sanctioned because of what grows out of our head naturally. And
I'm thinking about it too. I'm like, as we talking about it, I'm like, y'all, this how y'all spending the taxpayers' money?
Right.
Talking about our, like, you got to be kidding me. Like, only are we losing the case, but this how y'all spending y'all money? Our money, excuse me, not y'all, our money.
Yeah.
It's unreal. I want to thank you too, Joy, for having me, because I agree with Derek 1,000%. When I was reading the questions, I was like, are we going to talk for real?
Right.
Definitely
right.
made me think about it. I was sitting on the couch practicing my responses. I was like, well, Gabrielle, what do you think about this? And I'm like, yeah, what do you think about that? Like, what do you think about that?
I appreciate you guys I really appreciate it, because that makes me feel really good. I'm not even I can't even say that it doesn't. I can't be like, I can't do the little, no, it really makes me feel really good to know that you guys really took this subject serious, and that you were like, no, we really want to come on and really let everyone know what it's really like, what we go through. So y'all do that thing. Derek, when you gonna get the show? Can I be an ambassador?
Listen. Let's pull it together. I'm ready.
Okay, seriously, because you were an excellent moderator. Just so you know, and Gabrielle, excellent. Like you dropped so many gems. Where I was in the background clapping. Like, y'all made me feel the fist. Because I was like, wow. So
I know this isn't really about you, but I'm gonna ask it to be about you. What gave you the inspiration to do the All Black Everything Summit?
Yes.
Okay. So what we got? 8 minutes left. Okay. So it was actually after we got the COVID hit, like when the pandemic first started. And I was just like, I always knew like we were going to be affected in a disproportionate way as Black people. And I just knew, and I was like, and I know as a creative that a lot of times the whole point in me creating was because I used my hands to communicate feelings that I've never felt before, and really create things, or like as a makeup artist, do makeup. That is what heals me. When I create, or when I paint, or when I draw, that's what heals me. And when I saw us, and I knew that we were going to be disproportionately affected, I was like, well, I know that as Black people, we can go to a place where we don't talk, where we don't, we go inward. And I was like, I don't want us to go in this place. And I didn't want us to start believing in what people were saying about 2020, because I felt like if we really challenge ourselves, we could come out in another way. We could come out on top. We could actually get our businesses in order. We could legitimize our businesses. We could come out on the other side and make it. And I was like, I'm tired of people always telling us what we have to take. I was like, no more taking this. We're going to be the lead in this, and now come out on top. And so that was really what happened. And then 2 weeks later, that's when everything with George Floyd hit, and it was just a very telling kind of summit. So I just got the bright idea sitting at home, and I was like, I want to have a summit. Wow. And I was just like, and luckily I have a great network around me, and they were like, at first they were like, what? And then they were like, okay, let's do it. So, yeah.
No, I tell you, amazing network, amazing lineup of people. I mean, and not just like we threw together Quita that work over. I keep saying Quita, but
we ain't talking about you.
We ain't talking about you if there's a Quita over here. But Boo Boo. We ain't talking. You ain't just pull up Boo Boo to just get up here and talk. I mean, from all aspects. Jason Bolin, the photographer yesterday. Oh my God, I worked with him. Please.
Keith Major.
Yes. Some people that know this industry and have been through some stuff and have seen some stuff and have experienced some racism on some levels where we just cannot get ahead sometimes. You know, we want to act like it's a fair fight, but it's not. You know what I'm saying? There are so many parts. There are only a few Black hairstylists that I feel like I look at and I say they completely crossed over, like the lace red ways and the, you know, that they constantly get axed. You know, some of us have that one or two white clients that come to us, but I will give credit to like the lacy red ways and the check that have been able to prove that, listen, whatever lane you pull me, I'm going to deliver every time. So I'm very happy that we are growing. I'm very happy that you are having this conversation because the Bible said for a lack of knowledge, the people perish.
Amen.
Giving us knowledge so that we can grow. You said something very important earlier. You were saying about legitimizing our businesses. Do you know how we as Black people will, I was getting ready to say a word, jiggle rig our businesses?
You said what? What you said?
Jiggle rig. Jiggle. Using a different word. We will pull together our businesses to just do enough to get by. And so what I mean by that is we'll get a salon, but we won't have no insurances. You won't have no insurance on the building. You won't have no insurance, but you will come Friday go buy you an outfit. And so
you guys, that is exactly what I was thinking about. Exactly. Like I am tired of the scotch taping a business together. Like, and then, you know, and the thing is to challenge why we're not getting certain things. Now, mind you, I know a lot of things are because of it is what it is. And we have to, but we also have to deal in truth. And the truth is, a lot of times we have to go out there and do the work too to legitimize our businesses. And we can't expect someone to do it for us. So that's what it is. It's about a conversation, a full conversation. We're going to have a full conversation. We're going to deal with what's going on, but they're going to add on what we can control. What we control is that I can go take myself to the bank and get a bank account for a business. I can control filling out this paperwork to LLC my business. Or I can control calling up your insurance company and saying, we need insurance. So that is that, and that's why I'm saying we can come out on top of this. It's about hope.
And even if you can't afford it, at least being aware of what it is that you're aiming for so that you can get to it. Because sometimes you can't afford it, but still be on there to start to get to it. So
write your list. So when you're ready, so you stay ready, so you don't got to get ready.
There we go. That's right. Stay ready, so you got to get ready. Well, listen, you guys, I so appreciate it. Like, seriously, it was a great conversation. It was a great conversation. Like I said, when it comes to our hair, there's so many layers. And this, honestly, probably was just the tip of the iceberg. But we're gonna get there. We're gonna really get there. We're gonna conquer whatever it is that somebody's gonna put in front of us. Because why? Because our ancestors did that, and we're gonna do it too. So we have to, like they said, well, who is for us? If they are for us, who is against us? No one.
No one.
So, okay, guys. Y'all have a great day. Okay? All right. So listen. It was a great conversation. Yes. I loved it. It was so good. I don't know about you guys, but I hope you guys have your notebooks and were writing things down because they made so many good points. It was so good. This is definitely one I'm going to rewind and watch again. The education changes everything. Education changes everything. So remember that education changes everything. If you have questions, just like what Derek did, go research. You know, research is essential, and it's all well and good, you know. So I want to say thank you to our guest and our moderator. Derek was amazing. Derek, please come back. I'm like, when we have another summit, because we will have another summit, just so y'all know. Derek, you must come back. Gabrielle, thank you so much. Mahisha, come back. I want both of you. Actually, I want this panel again because everyone was amazing. So I'm just like, I'm on cloud 9. So anyways, we're going to take a break for dinner. Dinner is going to be, I'm so ready to eat. I ain't gonna lie. So, our next panel is going to be our closing panel, which is our fireside chat with AJ Crimson from AJ Crimson Beauty, and then we also have Gerard Hardy from Bevel, and they are going to talk about generational wealth and abundance. And I will see you guys later. Make sure you're hashtagging us. Make sure you follow us. Also follow us on YouTube. And until when we come back, 7 o'clock. We're going to see you at 7 o'clock. Take care. I'll see you guys later. All right. Good evening, everyone. Tripping. One. All right, so that is the last, I'm claiming it right now, that is the last bit of technical difficulties we are going to have for the evening, I believe. Listen, y'all, I don't know what is going on. Like, I will blame all of this on Mercury retrograde because, that's not how I do things here. So anyways, welcome back. I am your host, Joy Fennell with the All Black Everything Summit. I am really excited tonight. First off, before we begin, I do want to start by talking about some of the chat conversations that happened in the last panel and say that we don't do that. You know, bullies are not allowed. Respectful conversation is, but no, you will get blocked. So just so you know, now we can continue. Hello, everyone. Hello. This right here is our fireside chat, and I think it's one of the most important fireside chats that I feel like we are going to have at the All Black Everything Summit. This has to do with Black excellence, basically, like just like Javon Langford said, Black excellence. This is dealing with generational wealth and abundance. And one of the reasons why I wanted to have this conversation is because I don't know if you guys know this, but it has been predicted that in the next 50 years or so, the Black community is basically on the edge, the verge of bankruptcy. Literally, our community is going to be bankrupt. I'm not claiming that for us at all, but that is what is being said. So I want to talk about the link between our Black generational trauma with Black generational wealth and abundance, and how can we overcome this trauma that we have and then lay a path for us for the future. So with that said, I'm going to bring in my homeboy, AJ Crimson, because I feel like he would be the perfect one to lead this chat.
Hello, Joy. How are you?
How are you? I'm good.
I'm fantastic.
What'd you say?
I'm fantastic.
Well, you look great. I love the background. I'm loving the lighting. I mean, come on.
Listen, I'm trying to match your set.
Yeah, we know. We better get this lighting right because we don't want anybody talking about us. So, hey.
Sure.
So how have you been since the last summit?
I've been doing really well. I think that, some of the things that, we always hear these conversations happening, or I've been in so many different summits and watching as a participant and watching and just thinking of how do we pivot? I think that's been a lot of the questions I've been getting. I've been kind of asking myself that, like, how do we pivot? How do we move forward? Like, how do we maintain in a time where it seems really uncertain? We don't really know. So many of us are like, if you're a working makeup artist, you're not working right now, or you're just kind of getting back to work. Some of those frontline workers, like, what are they dealing with? So for me, I think it's just been a great time for self-reflection. Business, I have to say, has been going really well.
That's good.
Great thing. I want to see more of that happening as we move forward. And yeah, I'm really excited about today's conversation as well. So that's going to be
me too. So when I thought about this conversation, you were the first person I thought about. I was like, because I know a lot of times me and you vibe about this. We talk about this all the time. And so when I was like putting it together, I was like, AJ has to be the moderator for this one. So without further ado, just because it's so serious, and I want, of course, we want to keep it light, or not light in terms of us having a good time, but the topic is very serious.
Yes.
I want to go ahead and introduce our man of the hour, Gerard Hardy. He is, hello, I think you are muted, Gerard.
Hi, thank you.
Gerard Hardy is with Bevel, Walker and Company, and you are the director of brand marketing. Is that correct?
That's right. Yep.
Yes. So I got it right. So anyways, just so you guys go ahead and get started, I'm going to leave out, and I will see you guys in a little bit.
All right, good times. Hey, how you doing, man? How's it going?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you? How are you?
I'm fantastic. I can't complain. I appreciate you being here. I knew it was going to be a great conversation. I got to read up a little bit about you, and I think it's going to be awesome. Just kind of have this dialogue with you. So thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to it.
Nice. Now, where are you exactly right now? Like where?
Yeah. So Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Nice. Now, are you born and raised there, or?
No, born and raised in Baltimore, Maryland. So
okay, nice.
Baltimore City. Yep.
Okay. Now, okay, so I guess I'm gonna jump right in with this. You're the brand manager, and I think it'd be really a shame to or brand director. So it'd be really a shame for us to not kind of pick your brain on what some of us entrepreneurs can do in this time of a pandemic to keep our businesses going, keep them flourishing, because you're working with a pretty big brand. I mean, Bevel is nothing to sleep on. I mean, they've raised so much money. They've been acquired by Procter & Gamble, which I think is really great. I think when you think of as a brand owner myself, and you think about what your next steps are going to be and what that looks like and how you scale up, you guys have done it. So how do you manage that? How are you managing that right now during this pandemic?
Yeah, no, that's a really great question. And honestly, right, as I think about it, I think one of the big things for us is we put our consumer first, right? Mm-hmm. And that sounds, if you have 1 million brand people come on and have this conversation,
yeah,
probably all of them are going to give the exact same answer. But for us, it's really, for me especially, it's really simple. The consumer decides, right? So no matter what is happening in the world, whether it's, booming and there's a lot of jobs, or, we're in the spot where we're in now and, an election not too far away and all those things, we really focus on what the consumer's needs are, right? Those needs are still there. There's still a need for grooming. There's still a need to feel good about yourself, about your community, right? And there's a need, especially now, to be able to say, how can I do that myself? How can I take that into my own hands? Yeah. What can I learn? Who can I follow, right? What experiences can I, connect to? And so for us, we look at this as a great opportunity to be able to say, look, let's push forward. Let's keep the consumer in mind. Let's do what we can to help them. And then in turn, that allows me as a brand, as a brand steward to be able to say, okay, we got a great project coming up. Who are the creatives that I can work with? Who are the, the photographers and the, the agencies that are, Black owned and operated, right? And kind of sit within this space. Focusing on the consumer opens up doors for us to be able to have those conversations.
Okay. So you just said a couple things in there that I want to touch on. So one, I love that you are reaching out to Black creatives to help create this content. Is that something is that like a company first mindset? Like, do you always reach out to Black creatives first, or is it something that, hey, it's kind of the best of the best, whoever can get the job done for us?
Yeah, it's a great question, right? I would say it's a bit of both, right? Which is to say, look, we want the best of the best, but the reality is look, Black women, Black men, right? Black people as a whole, however you fit into that, right?
Yeah.
We are the best of the best, right? Like, right. I mean, that's no shade on anyone else, but it's just to say that, like, look, the trends, the designs, the feel, the look, the language, all of that is coming from us anyways, right?
Yeah.
All of that is coming from us anyways. So
I had a question recently. Someone asked, like, what do I feel like was the biggest misconception about Black people that comes to mind? My answer to that was that we were incapable of like getting jobs done or getting things done. And I love how you just said, like, we are the best of the best. Like, so much of what we see in the world and in the workplace, it comes from our ideas. It comes from, our energy and our vibe. So I love that. I love hearing that from you and that perspective. I think, I feel like one of the things that I've been, that kind of sparked me in this is in this time of like Black Lives Matter, in the time of, the pandemic that we're in right now, people are out of work. People are, we just don't know what's happening next. And from a working perspective, as an individual working, as a brand, my thing for you is more, how do you tell those stories? This is that's one of the things that I've been hearing a lot of marketers say. It's like, oh, well, we want to return to stories. We want to, the consumer, yes, you're doing, what does the consumer want, but how do we tell those stories? And how do we translate telling stories, not only for ourselves as personal brands to our public or to other people that are following us, but how are you translating that through industry as well? Because I feel like in a time of inclusion where everybody needs to be included, everyone has a voice, how do you not get lost? How do you not lose yourself in that conversation or in that attempt to tell everybody's story?
Yeah. And I think, I think it's a really interesting time, right? And I think it's a great question that you bring up. So for us, and I don't want to sort of oversimplify this, but for us, right, Walker and Company, Bevel, it's really easy. And I don't mean easy. I just mean that it's not anything new for us as a brand to be able to say, hey, we want to tell stories about Black people, right? About the Black community. Hey, we want to launch, messages and programs and things that help and, lift and solve questions and needs of members of the Black community. That's not new to us, right? I mean, I think if we look back as who we are as a brand, our founder, Tristan Walker, started Walker and Company, with a very, very simple purpose, to make health and beauty simple for Black women and men and broader people of color, right?
Yeah.
And so Bevel came out of that, and Bevel started because, hey, you have curly hair, you're probably dealing with razor bumps or shave irritation. You can't shave with what's out there, so let's create a product that solves the needs of our community, right? So for us, telling those stories, the path to it is a little bit easier because we're saying from the mountaintops, right? We're here to serve the needs of the Black community and Black men, Black women, right? I think my heart goes out ultimately to, I think, a lot of other brands that don't necessarily sit within that sort of intersection. Because I've spent a lot of my career in other places where I was maybe the only Black person in the room, right? And I think like a lot of us, and so that's that's difficult, right? Yeah. Like that's pushing the rock up the hill. I think here, I've loved the opportunity to be able to say and to think first, okay, what are the needs of our community? What are we doing to actively solve them, right? One of the initiatives we did this past summer, frankly, was, a little bit after Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, a little bit after those things kind of popped off, right? In the demonstrations and all of that stuff. I think as an office, as a team, we really kind of realized, like, man, we're dealing with some trauma, right? Like we're dealing with some things that, it just felt heavy, right? Like every day felt heavy. And that led us to a place where, we were able to partner with Headspace, right? Which is a mindfulness meditation and app, really. And we partnered with them to be able to make, a month of Headspace Premium available to anyone, right, who follows us, who knew us, who's connected to us, to be able to say, look, sometimes for us, health and beauty, is not just about the outside, but it's really about what's happening on the inside. And so, this is a great opportunity to be able to do that and to be true to who you are as a brand and, to who your consumer is.
I love that. So being the only Black person in the room, I've definitely been that before. I can only imagine. I mean, just through your timeline of industry over the last 12 years, and some of the rooms and spaces that you've been in, how do you feel like as a Black person today? Like, I think what's great about being a founder for me right now is that I get to design the workplace that I exist in. You happen to work with a company that has a Black founder. that is built on diversity and built on putting Black people first. So I'm imagining that just in that space is very comfortable, and you know, you don't feel it's a lot more welcoming and inviting.
Sure.
You know, as a Black man today, like in the world, like how do you continue to move forward in that same space, working outside of that space? Because being a Black man in America right now, with all that we have been going through, really, you know what I mean? Yep. But now it's just even more amplified. How do you tend to do that? Like, what have you found as a pathway to that?
Yeah, I think you know, again, you bring up a great point. I'm fortunate right now to be in a space where, you know, our founder is Black, right? The majority of the people who I work with are, you know, Black and brown, right? Like my boss is, you know, a Black woman, right? So there's a lot of sort of comfort kind of in that, right? Yeah. Where you're able to sort of really step into something, right? You know, it's sort of an absurd thing, but like, I don't have to. In January this year, we launched a moisturizing body lotion, right? Right. And, you know, as we're working on the marketing stuff for it, as we're having the conversations, you know, the word ashy just got thrown around, right? Like it was just a comfortable thing to say, right?
Yeah.
And I've had other times in my career where I've had to be like, oh man, my hands are ashy. And then someone's like, what do you mean? Right. You know, and that to me is like just sort of a basic thing. But I think really two things for me, as I think about my time outside of Walker & Company, outside of Bevel, two things for me kind of have helped me move along. And I think one of those is I have an outlet, right? Like I would encourage people to find an outlet. I run, you know, and that's that, you know, I got into that after college and did it for work. And so that helps me just kind of clear my space, right? Clear my mind. And I realized that, you know, in the year that we've had, right, you know, Ahmaud Arbery and all the other things, there's some concern there, right? I do have to be conscious of where I'm at and safety, but that outlet, whatever it is, helps you sort of work through and process it and go to it, you know, when you're dealing with microaggressions or other difficulties and things that are happening. So that's one. I think the second thing for me is I really try and take stock of how fortunate we are to be in the time that we're in. And I think there's definitely some difficulties, right? There have been, you know, since, you know, 1619, right? Stepped off the boat. Like there have been difficulties, but the reality is there are also some really great things about the day and the time that we're living in, right? Yeah. You as a founder, right? The forum that we're in right now, right? You know, and that perspective sometimes helps me to go, okay, this is difficult, but there's some really good things. There's opportunities to be able to connect and to drive forward. And, you know, not to sound cliche, but I think all of us have ancestors and family members and loved ones who push us and drive us and help give us that strength. And their perspective of their experience, whatever it might have been, and the contrast to ours tells me, look, I have an obligation to figure this thing out and to press forward. Yeah. Because the reality is that I'm laying a path for someone who's going to come after me. Right. And I want to make it even a little bit better for them because someone made it just a little bit better for me, you know?
Yeah. And I agree with that. Like I feel, I don't have kids myself, but I have nephews, and my nephews right now are 12 and 14. And I've actually been waiting for them to get to this age because I feel like this is the age where I get to travel with them. I get to show them and just introduce them to different things that probably wouldn't have been as easy for me, you know, if they were like 6. You're a father, yes?
I am. Yep. Yeah.
Do you have boys, girls?
I have one girl. Yeah. 6 years old.
Nice. What kind of conversations are you having with your 6-year-old? And this actually, how do you explain generational wealth to your 6-year-old to a point where she understands that everything that you're doing is for her and her future?
Yeah. You know, it's a really interesting conversation, right? And I think a little bit after, I think right after George Floyd was murdered, I had to have a conversation with her, right? And it wasn't that I wasn't planning to at some point. I just think in your mind, you kind of build out that the circumstances are going to be a little bit different, right? Yeah. It's not, hey, we're going to go out and protest these things, right? Because this happened. In your mind, you think it's a little bit different. But the conversation I had with her was, I just said, listen, you're probably going to hear the name George Floyd, right? And she said, who's George Floyd? What happened to him? Because she had heard something and I knew it. So I said, okay, well, let's have this conversation. And it was a nervous sort of conversation, but it was easy from the standpoint of, I just said to her, listen, George Floyd is a father, right? Mm-hmm. Father of a daughter, and he's a son, right? And he's a Black man, and able to walk through that. And the reality is as I did that, I could see the look in her eyes that she sort of locked in and said, yep, my dad, me, what, what does this mean? Yeah. That could have been you, right? That could have been you.
How did she bring the conversation? How did you know? How did you recognize that she knew what was going on? Because I think that's really interesting. Because I think a lot of times we think that kids don't really know what's happening, and we try to, we maybe are feeling like we're protecting or shielding them, but kids just have so much access to information, much more than what we had when we were growing up. So how do you, what was that point? What was that thing that said to you, oh wow, she gets this?
Honestly, it was just the look in her eyes, right? The fact that we started with, look, he's a dad.
Yeah.
And, he's got a daughter, and, and she just went, that could have been you, right? That could be you, and I try to start, at least from her. I mean, who knows, right? Yeah. She'll have therapy in 20 years complaining about me, I suppose. But right. I try to start from a place of look, she's going to understand this. Because as a kid, I was always the kid asking why, not to be annoying, but I was asking why to be yo, I just want to understand. Right.
Yeah. Do you feel like you had parents that were very knowledgeable? One, about finances. Were they what kind of tell us about your, I think that's a good place to go. How did you grow up? What was that environment like? What was that teaching? Obviously you're college educated, you're a graduate, you have a BS. What was your family always pushing you in that direction? Did you have to find that on your own? Take us back to that.
Yeah, no, that's a really great question. And no, I mean, I grew up in Baltimore City, right? Which is, look, if you've been to Baltimore, I genuinely, I don't live there now, but I don't live there now because my job is not there. But I love that city, right? I love that city. And my parents both are from there, grew up there. Their parents grew up there, right? Yeah. Or I think on my dad's side, right? My mom's, I think maybe from Virginia. But the reality is our roots are deep, kind of in Baltimore. Yeah. And so, my dad didn't graduate high school, right? And my mom got a degree, from Coppin State University, right? And so it was kind of a fun mix. My dad worked as an auto mechanic for Baltimore Gas and Electric on heavy machinery. And so what I saw kind of early on was this sort of balance of, we're going to use our brain, right? My mom loves books and loves kind of having those dialogues and that conversation. And then my dad was really practical in the sense of look, whatever I'm going to do it with my hands, right? And I'm going to figure this thing out. And so I think between those kind of balances, that was sort of how, I kind of came to be. But, growing up, we didn't have, I think we had enough to meet needs sometimes, but we didn't have a lot, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And honestly, I didn't even think about college until I was probably in my early 20s, right?
Okay.
Because I was putting myself on a path that was very similar to my dad, which was well, I'm going to figure this thing out. I've worked in a restaurant. They said, hey, you're good. Let's have you manage the restaurant. I don't know, right? I'm 18 years old and I'm just kind of cool, I'll figure this thing out.
What was that? I mean, well, I guess, okay, so I know with my parents, like, I feel like when I was younger, like I would say that I wanted to be, I was always into the arts, right? So
Sure.
anything that I could like draw, or, you know, I knew early, I knew at 11 that I wanted to go to boarding school. Like I would bring like applications home, like, hey, like I found this boarding school in France, like, can you send me here? So my parents didn't really know what to do with me at all.
Right, right.
Who is this alien that we ended up with? But, you know, but there was like a method to this madness. And I found that I had to really just kind of invest in my teachers, you know, because I think that, you know, where my dad was, he was an Army guy, you know, so, you know, things that were actually really strict, you know, but and where he'd been overseas and seen things, I don't know if he didn't see that for me, or maybe just because the Army was his pathway to doing it, that was the only way that he was able to see it. I don't know that he was able to kind of connect with my vision of what I wanted, right?
Right.
And then my mom, she was, both of my mothers, you know, they were both entrepreneurs. Well, one was an entrepreneur and one was more a stay-at-home mom. But I've always felt like I've had this sense of business or this sense of entrepreneurship in me. I always wanted to build something or make something. And I had to, and like you, like having to figure it out, I also had to figure out like how I was gonna get out of that house when I turned 18. Where was I gonna go? How was I gonna pay for college? I feel like in some instances, my dad was trying to teach me about things in the world, on how to be better. No, you don't want to be the artist, but you want to be the manager. You know, don't be the worker, be the owner, that kind of a thing. So I love that part of it. Financially, though, they weren't discussing with me how to build this wealth or how to do better than what they did for us.
Sure.
I think it was definitely based and rooted in because they didn't understand. They didn't know how to do it for themselves. So they really couldn't teach us. So with you, how you're saying like at 18, like you just fell into some of these, you know, some of these spaces that saw your talent and kept uplifting you. And then around 22, which I want you to get back to that, 2022, like you decided that you wanted to go to college. How do you pick up from that point? Like, how did you pick up from that point and say, hey, me working at the restaurant isn't going to work. Like, that's not going to be the life that I'm trying to live, you know, 20 or 40 years from now.
Yeah. You know, what's funny about that is like, as like a 17, 18-year-old kid, I don't know that I'd really given it deep thought, right? As much as I was like, yo, they're paying me, right? Like every couple of weeks I get a check, like I'll pick up a couple more hours. Oh, I can go buy a pair of sneakers. Like it was really sort of like short, right? Yeah. Like that's just kind of where my mind was.
That's where all teenagers are, right? Like I think we're all just trying to figure out a job to get some shoes. Right. And my parents weren't gonna buy me.
Yeah, no, exactly. I was like, yo, you know what? I'm not buying Payless sneakers anymore. I need a job so I can get me some Nikes. You know, and then years later I ended up working at Nike, right? But like the thing that I think was the switch was the restaurant actually ended up closing, right? Like the restaurant ended up closing. I was like 18, 19 at the time, and the restaurant closed. And everyone else in the restaurant got moved to another restaurant that the same people owned.
Okay.
But I didn't. And I had people reach out to me from the restaurant and they're like, hey, you can come work over here or whatever. But like, I was mad at the time that I didn't get picked up and kind of put in another spot. Like just mad. But the reality is I might not have made the move that I did if that restaurant had kind of stayed there, right? Like I might have just stayed there because I wasn't thinking anything different. And so that closed, and that sort of made me kind of reconfigure a couple things and think differently about stuff. And, you know, I've always loved learning, but like as a kid, like I just never really, school just didn't make a lot of sense to me.
Okay.
Just cause I was like, I don't know what to do with it. And I think I own that to the fact that where I grew up, you know, I didn't see a lot of people who had gotten on this path and were like, yeah, this is doing the thing, right? Like I saw like non-traditional, like my older brother went to the Maryland Institute College of Art, right? Like my older brother like is an artist, right? Like photographer, like whatever. was on the ground way back at the like Million Man March, right? Like way back, you know? So I saw like non-traditional stuff, but I never saw someone sort of connect it to school.
Yeah.
But I think I went back because I just realized that like what I want or what my spirit or my soul was telling me that I wanted wasn't right in front of me, you know? And I think as you talk about sort of that generational kind of wealth or those kind of conversations, my parents and my dad especially never really sort of verbalized that as much as, you know, they were sort of constant showing work and sort of pushing forward and trying to really say like, whatever you do, just be better than what you're seeing, right? Like push forward in whatever way that is. And, you know, I think that's ultimately, you know, the thing that drove it.
Yeah. I think that, and I think that's, I think I love that you connected with a blessing, you know, like that, restaurant closing, that was a blessing that in disguise to kind of open it up to you to discover something new. I think the thing that I love also about maybe your just career path in general is that it's a career path that a lot of people don't really understand and one that we don't really know. When I look at my two nephews and I ask them, you know, hey, like, you know, what is it that you want to be, you know, when you grow up, or what are you thinking about now? And, you know, and what are you dreaming about? Because I think everything that I've built for myself has been based on a dream. So when I hear them say things like, oh, well, I'm not dreaming, or I don't dream about anything, or, you know, it's not my reality. And I'm thinking, well, you know, well, what does that mean? That's foreign to me. You know, they don't know. There is no one to tell you what a marketing person does. I think even for myself, you know, it's like, oh, like I hear marketing, I kind of think of it like publicity sometimes. It's a very ambiguous space, you know, where you just don't really know like what, you know, something is supposed to happen. And I kind of confuse it with advertising a lot of times, but they're two totally different things. So one, I guess in trying to connect this to this conversation is more or less like, how did we change that? How do we change that? What are some of the things that you would think that we need to do as Black men, as a people, to change that conversation, to change that narrative? Because we're not being passed down the tools or the information on how to do better. We're told that, yeah, we got to work 10 times as hard as the next person. We have to do it better than our, you know, white counterparts, but we're not being shown how to do that. And we're not being shown how to leverage what we do have to be better in this next go round. We can't keep, you know, burning the midnight oil in the same way. You know what I mean? When Johnny's got a leg up on us, you know, just because of his last name. So how does that play into like your new plan, you know, for the future?
Yeah. And that's such a great question. Right. And I think a lot of it goes back to, you kind of have to, I think you have to sort of, as best you can, kind of level the playing field. Right. Yeah. And what I mean is that like, one of the things that I loved and appreciated about my parents, right? And one of the things that I really am trying as a father to be able to sort of pass on to my daughter is like giving space for, my parents gave me space to be who I am, and to recognize that like I'm different from my siblings and my siblings are different from each other, right? And the thing that I hope to be able to pass on to my daughter is like, it's okay to have that space to be able to say like, what do I like? Who am I? And what's really important to me, right? And I think that can be really difficult. I think in the Black community, and not for any reason other than if I look at my own past kind of growing up, my parents were really concerned about food on the table, lights on, clothes on the backs. Like my parents were really concerned, you know, as they should be, but they were really concerned about that. And so there's a difference that happens, I think, in spaces, even within people in the Black community who, you know, have access to money or grew up wealthy or whatever, right? That like, there's nothing wrong with that. But I think the difference is the things that they think about are a little bit different, right?
For sure. Absolutely.
Right. The things they think about are a little bit different. You have space to think and to breathe and to find that path. My dad started working on cars because that was the option for him, right? Like that was the option for him. So I don't know if he's great at that because he's just great, or if he's great at that because he was like, look, this is what I got, so I need to do something with it.
Yeah. So I agree with that. I think that I feel like I'm in such a fortunate position. When I always kind of think about, I laugh with my sister about it. I say, I'm just going to be like your kids, like crazy rich uncle. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, whatever it is that they need, whatever they want, like, they can do it. Like, we're going, if we think it, we're going to do it. And it's me giving them access. I think that's something that I want to leave with them is access. That's not something that I grew up with, but it's something that I knew that I wanted, and it's something that I felt like I deserved, and something I've grown to attain. So for me to be able to have this access, and also last summer, I want to say it was last summer at Essence Festival, I was talking to somebody and a client of mine, and it was just as simple as getting into whatever the concert was that was happening. And I heard her say, she was like, you know what, she said, I love access. And when she verbalized that out loud, I was like, oh shit, like, not to curse, but I was like, oh, I feel like I like access too. Like, and I almost felt bad for feeling like that. Like, I almost felt ashamed to say something like that out loud. But then I was happy that I could own that I do enjoy access. I do enjoy the privileges that I've worked for. So one, I feel like I want to instill that. I have another friend who she's a beautiful, dark-skinned Black woman. Love her richness. She's a Ugandan and American. And we always joke around because she walks through life like a rich white woman. And she says that some of the things that she says, her expectations for the life that she's living and the expectations that she has for what life is going to give her is reminiscent of what I would say. I would think that white women walk through life just growing up kind of feeling. So it's like embodying that. And I look at her like, wow, like I don't feel like we've ever been given the permission to walk with such permissions, and now we're kind of moving into that. Maybe we're moving into that space, but knowing how your dad, what he had to go through and knowing that, hey, like, this is probably just circumstance and his priorities were a little different. What are your priorities? Because now you've got a great job, a great career. I don't want to say job because I think that's also something different as well. What your dad had was a great job, right? Would you agree with that? And what you had was more like a great career. And we need to be grooming more of our young people to have great careers as opposed to a great job. And in you having a great career, how do you take that and how do you mold that, or how do you dialogue that with your 6-year-old daughter to show her this, hey, like, you're not just going to be working at the mall because you got to work at the mall. You're working there to learn some responsibility, but your career goals or your goals should be more based on this, because you're not just struggling to put food on the table. Food is there. What's the next? How are you going to feed her mentally, I guess, on the knowledge that she needs to go for her level up?
Yeah. I mean, that's such a great question, right? I mean, I think it reminds me, to be honest with you, of a story that our founder, Walker & Company founder, Tristan Walker, shares often, which is a handful of years back, before our products were released or launched in Target, right? In Target stores nationwide. Right as that was happening, things were busy. The brand was launching a bunch of different things. And this was prior to me coming on board, but the brand was launching a bunch of different things. And Tristan tells a story about how he was in a Target. He hadn't been, so he's like, oh, let me look at the products, whatever. So he's pushing the cart around. And Tristan is pushing his son, who at the time I think is like 18 months old, in the cart. And his son, as they're walking through the aisle, and Tristan doesn't know where our products are yet because he hasn't seen them. So he's just like looking. He's looking around, and his son says, "Daddy," right? Or "Dada," right? And Tristan looks to his son because he thinks that his son is talking to him. Yeah. And he looks and he realizes his son is pointing to him on the box, right? Like his son spotted the box, saw that it was his dad, made the connection. And, you know, Tristan tells the story about how powerful that is. And I'm underselling it a little bit, but the reality is like, that's so powerful, because what happened was his son saw a Black man on packaging, right? Like premium looking, great looking packaging, and saw that. Then second to that, his son was like, yo, that's my dad, right? And so what that does is it sort of opens his mind up, and he doesn't know it. I mean, he's, you know, he's a kid, but it opens his mind up to these possibilities, right? To say, oh man, what is out there? And I think I'll say that that's what I love about working, you know, at Bevel and for Walker and Company, is because the reality is everything we do is so purposeful in that we're really looking to put these images out there because we recognize the power of them to be able to train the minds of the next generation. So when you ask me, hey, what are you doing to help your daughter sort of think that way? I think a lot of it, frankly, is the work that we do at Walker and Company, right? It's putting those images forward, and not just a single image, right? But to say like, look, multiples, different, right? Different backgrounds, styles, whatever, put them all forward. But then I think it's also really purposeful to be able to say intentionally, like, what is she reading? What is she learning? What are those conversations? Who is she around? And then helping her kind of have that space to be able to say, this is what I like to do. Because the reality is, for me, that's how I got into marketing. You know, from that restaurant, I went and worked and sold clothing, right? In the mall. Because I was like, you know what? I like clothes. Like, I'm tired of smelling like dishwater. I want to have like good clothes, right?
Get a discount.
Exactly, right? I was like, you know, let me move up, right? So I moved into that space. And then after a few years of doing that, when I went back to school, I was like, what do I want to study? And I did the thing where everyone says, you know, oh, you want to do accounting because there's always jobs, or you know, you want to do this because there's this and that. And I got to the point where I was like, I don't know what I like. So I legit, and I have the list somewhere, I made a list of every job I ever had, from dishwasher to like restaurant, server, you know, whatever. And I made a list, and then I was like, what do I like about that job? And then when I made that list, you know, on, you know, paper, looked at it, I realized, okay, all the things I liked about those jobs. And I said, okay, well, what careers or what majors can I find that have these things? And like marketing kind of stood out, heads and tails, right?
Yeah.
Because for me, marketing is really about solving needs and answering questions that people sometimes don't know they have, right?
Yeah.
The reason Apple works is because, hey, we all think it's cool, but the products work. But every year they come out with something and they tell us we need it, even though we didn't realize we needed it, right?
Yeah.
You know, yeah.
Go ahead. I was going to say,
no.
I was going to say, like, what do you think is the, because I guess that takes me back to that statement I made earlier, where sometimes I feel like marketing and advertising often get misconstrued. You know, what are they saying? These kids don't know the world. I like that. Sometimes I get marketing and I get advertising misconstrued. Like, I feel, when I think that I'm doing Facebook advertising or marketing, whatever it is, I'm actually advertising. So how do we differentiate the two? Like, what differentiates the two, in your opinion, or from your expertise?
Yeah, that's such a great question. And honestly, like, for me, I feel like they're siblings, right? I feel like they're siblings. You know, if I line up me and my older brother, look a little bit different, look a little bit the same, talk a little bit different, talk about the same. And advertising for me, very, very similar, right? I think marketing tends to be a little bit more about the strategy, but the truth of the matter is great advertising is built on strategy as well. And so I think when we're successful, whether it's Apple or Nike or anyone else, it's because the marketing and the advertising all kind of work together, right?
I love that. I want to take it back to the story that you gave about Tristan, because I think that like I admire your business. I admire like the business that you all have built together and what he's founded and what he's created. My first question would be, would you describe, or would Tristan describe Bevel as a technology company that happens to do beauty? That's my first question.
At one point, that was the description, right? But really, I think we're ultimately about making health and beauty simple for Black women and Black men.
Nice.
And it's using technology and everything else at our disposal to be able to do that and to simplify it.
Okay. I love that, because I also feel like, as in this, we've always been e-commerce first as a brand, AJ Crimson Beauty. I think it's really interesting how when we came to the market as e-commerce first, so many of our customers, or so many, just people in the universe around us would say, oh, well, you need to be in big box retail. You need to be here. You need to be here. And then here we are, fast forward to just this pandemic where 8 months, we can't even get in there. But now we're seeing all of these major players now make this shift to e-commerce, who hadn't customarily been in the space before, and they're just figuring it out. So me, 7 years into my business, I'm thinking, wow, like, this is a great time for us, because hey, like, I'm just watching things like move out of our warehouse every day during the pandemic. However, I'm seeing so many other people and other brands that I would think should know better are kind of like, oh yeah, they're trying to catch up. They're trying to catch up. I feel like I almost feel like we're shifting into that brand, or maybe I was always that brand that was a technology company that just happened to do beauty, and we had a passion and love for beauty. In the same breath that we want to create beautiful solutions for Black women, but I guess on the business side of things, that's probably a better way to describe like who we are. But I think that what you said, the parallel between what you guys were doing and you creating these safe spaces for Black women through beauty and making it easier, would you say that tends to be more of the mission? That would be more of like the company's mission statement? Yeah. And it's something that drives us, right? Like it really does. Everything is about, are we solving a real, genuine problem, right, for our consumers, right? Are we doing that? Every product that comes out with, the Walker and Company, and from the Walker and Company family, and then in my case, Bevel. Sorry. All good. Every product that comes out from Bevel, it's because we said there's a real problem here, and we are best positioned to solve it. Right. Okay. What are the and this kind of goes back also to Tristan's story, having his son like in that cart and then see himself. So I can imagine as a founder. So even when I'm kind of sitting with my nephews and they or my sister will tell me like, oh yeah, like they've been showing your picture around at school, or they're showing their friends about what like your Instagram and stuff like that, or whatever thing I've done. There's this sense of pride in me because I feel like even if I don't have my own kids, then what I'm doing and what I'm building is for them. So there is this legacy. So I think as a founder, this conversation comes up so often. It's like, hey, like what does legacy look like to you, and what does that entail? And for me, I think about as a brand, I would love to see my brand go on to be a 200-year-old brand, similar to like a Guerlain. And it's where, you bring, your 13-year-old daughter, to AJ Crimson Beauty, and introduce her to makeup for the first time, through whatever product that is that brought you to the brand. And then that happens on down the line. And that's that generational path in terms of like our brand building. On the flip side of that, personally, I look at like companies like the Estee Lauder family, and how the Lauders are still, intertwined into the daily business operations of that brand. However, at the same time, what I find that in the Black community with their brands, once they reach a certain height, then there's obviously these people that come around that want to buy it, and they now want to own it. And in thinking about, am I going to keep it or am I going to sell? That's, sell to get this money to do other things, but then also what about that that keeping that forward. So I think that for my founder path is so much different. So you kind of being a high level executive, you know, within the organization, what does legacy look like for you? Like, you know, like what does that look like for you and your family? Like what would you say how do you build legacy? Like what would that be? What does that mean?
Yeah. It's really interesting, right? I think Tristan is really clear about, look, his name is on the company, right? And so there's a legacy involved, right? For him, for his son, right? For his sons, right? He has a couple of kids, but there's a legacy involved there. There's a namesake. And I think for me, from my perspective, even though my name isn't on the masthead, right? Like I'm not the founder. Yeah. There's still an element of, okay, every day I need to make today better than it was the day before. And I need to really make sure that we're being intentional and authentic with our connection to the consumer, right? Because I think at the end of the day, I think legacy is about that connection and solving the needs and ultimately being the best in your own space, right? You know, the example that I might give might be, my dad worked for Baltimore Gas and Electric. And I remember as a kid, BGE had these employee stores, right? Like this literally just dawned on me just now, but they had these employee stores. And whenever we needed batteries or like, you know, a light bulb or something like that, or a washer or something, anything sort of simple, we would go to the store. My dad would give him his employee number. We'd get the thing that we needed and we'd leave. But I remember just being really proud whenever I saw the BGE logo or the trucks or anything, because I was like, yo, my dad works there. My dad probably fixed that truck, right?
Yeah.
And I think about legacy in those terms, right? In the terms of like, I really want to, the work that I do, the work that we do at Walker and Company at Bevel, it's really about making sure that the people closest to us and the people in our community can look at that and say, one of us built that. One of us was doing that, right? So I think in that sense, we all have access to that legacy when we're doing the right work. You and I may not be, you know, blood relatives, but the reality is I can look at the work that you're doing and I can say, you know what? He's doing some good stuff. I need to support that, right? And I think of legacy in those terms, right?
Yeah, no, I love that. That's great. I love that. I'm thinking about, I was thinking about this question earlier today. And this kind of shifts it a little bit. I guess it may get a little serious in the sense of why do you feel like Black people, because and this all ties into just a sharing and communication and information. I want to know, why do Black people tend to keep each other at a reasonable distance when it comes to passing on information, you know, and whether it's passing on financial information, you know, creative information to help get ahead? Like, why do you feel that is?
Yeah, you weren't kidding, right? Like, that's a serious question.
I mean, we pass on everything else. We pass on we pass on, you know, the BS, you know, from the gossip sites, all of these things. So I'm kind of curious. Like, what do you think that is? Yeah,
honestly, I think part of it might be the spaces that we're in, right? If you go back to some of the stuff you and I were talking about earlier, which is like, hey, sometimes you're the only one, right? Whatever that is, you're the only one in a space or in a company or in a brand. I think sometimes there's a feeling of, I'm competing against you, right? Like, I don't want to be, but I'm competing against you because somewhere someone let me know that the next room I go into, there's only going to be one of us, right? And I love you, but I want that to be me, right? And so I think there's an element of that kind of comes with it. If I look at my own kind of personal experience in some of the rooms that I've been in, you know, I think if I've ever kept, you know, other Black marketers, brand marketers, or whatever at an arm's distance, it's because someone whispered in my ear, true or not, only one of you is going to that next room, right? And so you got to make sure it's you, right?
Yeah.
And that puts you in sort of an interesting spot. And I honestly think that's what I love about where I'm at with Walker and Company brands, is because the reality is, as Tristan said, we're going to do this, and we're going to do it for us, and we're going to build the legacy, and we're going to do these things, and we're going to get the right people on board.
Yeah.
And we're going to allow those right people to be able to call that agency or work with, that, photographer and say, I believe in you. I need your help to make this the best. Right. But I think that's partially why. Right.
Yeah. And I guess the other thing to that, we're going to take some questions in a second, in just about under 4 minutes, or 5 minutes from the audience. But I kind of want to get this out. I guess it's a thing of, just how do we change that narrative? Because, I don't want to just be the only Black person in the room anymore. I don't want to just, I don't want to live under that guise of fear that I'm the only one that gets to go. If I might be the first person in the room or one of the first people in the room, but I also want to get in there, do my best so that I can either reach back, or when I'm ready to move forward, I can pull the next person in. And, and maybe that kind of goes back into just, that entrepreneurial spirit, that so many of us have, is just cultivating that, to a space where, hey, what, if we're cultivating and we're building and we're getting in and we're talking more about what generational opportunity looks like, as opposed to systematic, disadvantages, shifting that narrative, then we can create our own spaces, and we can have more of us, and that many of us in the room, like your workplace, at Walker and Company, can be the norm and be the standard, as opposed to the exception, to the rule when it comes to, just kind of getting by. I mean, because let's face it, everybody's not going to be a founder. Everybody's not going to be the owner, but everybody can be a part of a great team, to build what that one business looks like.
I would agree. Right. And I think, again, it's the power of example, right? It's the power of being able to see someone else doing that and opening that door and having that conversation. Right. I think, look, 2020 has been a year, right? It's been a year, and it's still got some time left. So, but it's been a year. But if there's a thing that I've loved so much about this year, honestly, is the fact that after everything that's happened, right? Again, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, protests, right? The demonstrations, in all of that, there's now a space for us as Black people, right? Or in that diaspora, but there's a space now for us to be able to say and stand comfortably and go, listen, being Black is central to me and to what I am, and I'm going to pull other people with me, but I'm also going to let you know when I come into the door, this matters, and I'm not going to shrink myself, right? I'm not going to reduce myself to make you comfortable. And I think a lot of us were already there, because I feel like that's something that happens with age. You just kind of get there, right?
Yeah.
But 2020 has given us a real space to be able to say, hey, when that recruiter emails you and they say, hey, we want you to move to San Francisco, you can say, okay, tell me about diversity in your company. I can have that conversation up front.
Yes.
And I think more of that is what changes that and allows you to get through that door and hold it open for the people behind you, and to hire that agency and that creative, and not to feel like you have to justify it in the way that someone else, who doesn't look like us, wasn't even trying to.
And I think it also kind of holds people to a new set of standards, a new set of rules. I had a charity reach out to me recently, and they touted how they were helping all these Black people in Africa. And it was a white woman who was conducting the conversation that she wanted me to donate to. And I said, hey, what, of those people that are in your organization, how many Black people are actually at the executive level making the decisions on what's happening to these Black people and how the money is distributed in Africa? And there was none. There was none in the US, and there wasn't one in the UK where they're based. However, they had ambassadors that were on the ground, kind of working one-to-one with everyone. So here it is again. You want me to rally my Black dollars from my Black consumer to basically give to your organization that is helping Black people, but we don't have any Black voices at the top to kind of really ensure that the money is being distributed in the right way. And I felt very powerful and liberated in that moment to be able to just confidently ask those questions, because normally we wouldn't have been able to. I don't say we wouldn't have been able to, but we weren't accustomed to asking those questions. So that's what I feel like Black Lives Matter has kind of done, or just the movement itself, and us being able to kind of sit back and digest what's happened to us and what's happening with us, and how we're growing and developing, and what we're developing, growing into from this pandemic. So so I know it's 8:01, and I know that people are wanting to kind of get into questions. I heard it's been buzzing. The first question is, how does a Black multinational men's health charity? Oh, nice.
Right out the gate. Right? Yeah.
How does that happen?
Yeah, no, that's a really great question, right? Honestly, and I think the best way to approach it is, again, to have that sort of clarity and confidence around what it is you do and what you bring to the table, right, in a potential partnership. Because I think whether it's Bevel or it's other brands, like, we'd love to partner with everyone that we could, but the reality is you have to choose those partners based off of what they do really well, or the rooms that they are in that maybe you're not in, to help sort of guide those conversations, right?
But is that something that you guys are doing right now? Are there any initiatives on the table where you are partnering with outside entities or mentoring groups like that person, to where you are looking for some type of synergy like that?
Yeah, that's such a great question, right? And it's hard to say. I think the reality is, what I would say is yes, we're always looking, but the reality is you're almost sort of building the bench of like, hey, if there's a need right now, great. There's not a need right now, but man, I'm going to hang on to that and file that away and remember it and come back to it, right? And so I think, again, for us, it's really about looking at the consumer. What are the needs of the consumer? And then what can we do to meet them? That's what brought up the partnership with like Headspace, right? Because that was like, hey, there's a need, there's an opportunity. Let's connect with these guys and let's make something happen. But 6 months prior, we weren't looking and working actively with Headspace to forge something. So some of it is really, what does the consumer need and how can we answer that? And I think for brands like that want to partner, it's about being confident in what you do, how you answer the consumer's needs and what you bring to the table, and just stand in that. And I think the right brand partner will come along as a result of those synergies.
I love that. What other questions do we have out there? Now that Bevel has gone from being a small startup to a well-known brand with strong social capital, do you find that you still operate with a challenger mindset, as opposed to, or has that approach changed?
Yeah, great question, T10 Collective. So the approach has not changed. The approach has not changed, right? The mission is the same, right? The founder is the same. The majority of the people, in the company were here before that opportunity. And so we, still focus, right, on having that sort of underdog mentality and really about saying, okay, how are we challenging things? How are we moving this forward? Because I think when you start to lose that, it's okay to take stock of where you are and to appreciate it. But the reality is, if you're not hungry, then the person behind you or coming up behind you is going to be hungrier than you are, right?
Like that. Oh, I like this. With the current state of the world, is there still a budget for influencer marketing? I think as a person of color, we can undervalue what we offer, but how do we ask for our worth?
Yeah, Stephanie, those are such great questions. So to answer the first one, yes, right? I think there's still a place for influencer marketing. I think it's a little bit, it's interesting, right? I think, you know, you have to be authentic. And I think brands have to value that sort of authenticity, or they should, right? But yeah, and I think the second part of the question was, you know, how do we not undervalue our worth? I don't know, because I think all of us, listen, I'm my own worst critic. So I'm, of course, going to watch the tape from this and be like, man, there's a lot, you know, you could have done something differently, right? But I think in terms of worth, and actually I think and talk at the same time, and so it gets me a little tripped up sometimes, but I read something actually the other day. So Shonda Rhimes, you know, who created a bunch of shows, right, for like ABC, Scandal, and, you know, all that stuff, and is with Netflix now. She did an interview with Hollywood Magazine or like Variety or something, but basically
Hollywood Reporter, I think it was.
Yeah. And like, usually I don't read that stuff to be like, oh, this is where I'm going to learn something amazing. But like her interview, like Stephanie, others, if you haven't read that, go look it up. Shonda Rhimes, Variety or Hollywood Reporter. But basically, Shonda basically says, she talks about how she has undervalued herself in her own career, and how she got to a place where she was speaking at an event for women, and they asked her to be able to sort of stand up and champion, you know, women in the industry and the things that she was doing. And it made her really uncomfortable to be able to just stand in like what she does really well, and that she's great and the highest paid show creator or whatever in the space. And the epiphany for her was like, she had to just say that and like get it out. And then there was so much power that came from doing that. So I think, Stephanie, one, read that article. Two, we just have to accept, look, we are the best at what we do. And if we don't say it, no one else is going to say it for us, right? If they're not giving you your flowers, you got to take them.
That's true. I think that my thoughts on that would be, one, is there still a budget for influencer marketing? I think yes, there absolutely is still a budget for it out there. But I think that you have to. I think the conversation is different. It's not what it was before. Like I felt like I was watching brands hemorrhage from just throwing money, you know, at influencers. You know, whether it was collaborations or partnerships, and you know, and these partnerships or these collaborations weren't moving the needle. They weren't, we weren't seeing them in our bottom lines of our cash registers, you know, when the sales came in, you know, so the question becomes, is the influencer really influential for me from a brand perspective? You know, is the influencer that has come to the table, are they really influential, and how much influence do they really have? And maybe how authentic is their conversation for their artist, for their audience? Because you got 2 million followers, but I'm not really seeing that traction happening at my cash register. So now I have to debate on who the influencer is that I want. I love actually working with, and we just started doing this as a company, working with micro influencers. I feel like I'm loving that space more as opposed to some of the folks that I know that have millions of followers, only because I'm friends with a lot of the folks that have millions of followers, and you know, and I've seen them kind of, you know, they would talk about the product. It's kind of gotten to a point where it's almost like a commercial. I think that the customer is kind of looking at it like, okay, cool. Like I expect her to love this foundation this week. You know, I expect her to love this hair product next week. I expect him to like this because, you know, he's been loving all of these other things, you know, every new video. Like you can't have 5 of the same favorite, you know, foundations or hair products or whatever in the last few days, right? Or in a month's period. But it's those ones that are on the ground floor who are just starting to kind of get their foothold and just starting to build their audience. I think that the acquisition is just a little bit more authentic and it's just more real. And I think the person that's following them is like their friends, and their friends are like, hey, I trust you, you know, because you're my homeboy, you're my homegirl. And, you know, like, I know you wouldn't, I'm looking at you because I like the way you do things. So I'm going to feel like that's that. And I think that if you can communicate, if you can still kind of connect that dot, like there's like Delina Madeline. Like I love Delina. I don't know if you know Delina. Delina, she's this beautiful, you know, Black girl, Black woman who I love watching her pages because I just believe everything. I believe it all. Like, and she's giving knowledge. She's giving us information. I also feel like as an expert, I'm still learning, you know, and
yep.
I think she deserves every dollar that she asked for, you know, and I think that that's it. So one, knowing your worth, don't undersell. If you know that you're putting out quality product and you're putting out quality content, then you absolutely should ask for the price that you want, and don't be afraid to say no. I have another friend of mine who is an amazing influencer, and during the pandemic, at the start of the pandemic, you know, she was kind of frazzled because she was like, oh my God, like, what are we gonna do? Like no one's using anything. No one's promoting anything. Everybody's kind of saying no. And she had to she just turned her thinking around and said, hey, wait, you know what? I also do this. I also do that. And my audience have been watching me do these things. And she's literally turned her business around in a matter of a few months at the top of that, and was commanding, you know, $20,000 or $30,000 like per activation. So during the pandemic. So, you know, I think it's like you said, you know, it's not only the way the brands have to kind of, you know, have to pay attention to what the customer needs, but you as the influencer, I think you also have to pay attention to what the customer needs, what your audience is looking for, and shift your conversation to that. Because you telling me about the same thing that you kind of do all just again with the brand, is not working.
Yeah, and I think the only other thing I would add to that is for us, you know, when I'm looking at influencers, the number one thing that I'm looking at is are they authentically connected to our brand, right?
Yes. Yes.
Like, are you reaching out because you want business? I don't have a problem with that, but are you also using our product?
Yes, that's the main thing, right? It's like I don't give away free product. Like you know, my product is packaged really beautifully. It's expensive to make. Me giving you a $450 art kit is just not. It doesn't make sense. Tom Ford is not giving you a $450 anything for free just because you called. You know. So as a Black-owned business, A, I don't want you calling me asking me for it for free, and then B, I'm going to look at, you know, your history. I'm going to say, wow, like, have you tried it before? Or is this your first time? Like, I get that email so many times. Oh, I'd love to try it. Well, I'd love for you to buy it. You can buy it and try it at the same time. And then once I know what your real experience is with the brand, then I might be more apt to, you know, think about you for my PR list or give you something because I'm excited about you now. You know, and I think you have to get the brands excited about you as well.
Yep. Agreed.
Let's see. We have two more questions. They have two more questions, and then Joy's going to come back to us. Okay, let's see. What are they saying? What are some of the traits that we can use to identify and foster early on in youth that would make them well suited for career marketing? Great question.
Yeah, and you know, for me, I think one of the things that helped me kind of early on was I was always that kid asking why, right? But not just asking it verbally, but even looking at it and trying to understand why someone did something the way that they did, right? And what I mean by that is as a kid, you know, commercials would come on and I'd go, oh, I just saw this toothpaste. Hey, Dad, we need to go buy that toothpaste, right? Even though like we weren't buying that toothpaste. But I was sucked in because as a kid, I was always like, why are they saying they're the best toothpaste? Why are they saying they're the best at this, or this? Who are they talking to? Like, why does that matter, right? So I think fostering that kind of natural curiosity, right, and that inquisitiveness. You know, my daughter, she'll come over while I'm working on something, and she'll go, "Why is that color that way?" Right?
Oh,
and I love that.
Yeah,
I love that. Right? Like I'll even call her over and I'll say, hey, because she's reading now, you know, I'll call her over. I'll say, hey, I need to decide between this and this. What do you think? And she'll tell me, and she'll just go, oh, I like this because it says this, or I don't know what that means, Dad, so I don't like that one. But it's really just fostering that ability to ask why
Yeah.
And then to really do something with that information. And I think if you can foster that curiosity, it may not lead to a career in marketing. It may lead to being an engineer. It may lead to being an attorney. It may lead to being, a home builder. Like, it may lead to a million different things. But I think that natural curiosity and wondering why this happens or that happens, that's what led me to marketing, even though I didn't know that at the time.
And I also think it's a thing of paying attention. It's paying attention. It's listening to your kids. Like, your kids are going to tell you everything that they want you to know, and hopefully you don't build a relationship with them where they feel uncomfortable with sharing with you their ideas and sharing with you their thoughts. I think if you start from early on and you are really having not necessarily adult conversations, but talking to them like human beings and really listen to what they're saying, and you try to digest it, you may not understand, how great or how big that individual wants to be, because that wasn't what you saw for your life. But we also have to think, we have to see more for our kids than they can see for themselves, and you have to see more for them than what you could see for yourself. And I think that's how you foster it. I think that, when I think about my two nephews, and I'll just forever keep bringing them up, like, a friend, you guys have worked with Wade, right? Wade the barber, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So Wade is a good friend of mine. And, I recently called him. I was like, hey, I'm planning to bring my nephews to DC. I want to take them on a trip. My oldest nephew he has an interest in barbering. So, it'd be great if you could do like a one-on-one with him. Like, I would love to commission you to do that. And that's just to give him at 14 an opportunity. I see in him that he is expressing that he is liking, something about cutting hair. So, hey, let's get him as close as he can to the best in the game to doing that. Right. And let's see if that's something he really wants to do. I think it's so much about giving your kids the opportunity to just explore what they're telling you, as opposed to saying that, oh no, that can't happen, or oh, we don't have money to figure it out. Let's figure it out.
Or it's got to happen this way, right? Or it's got to happen this way.
Why is it like why is it there's no rules anymore, right? And there probably never was. It's just what you knew. So let's do things different.
Like, I love marketing, but the reality is if my daughter doesn't choose this space, I'm okay with that. Right. I'm okay with that. I just want her to be able to have the space to be able to explore, and then to take that to a place that she can do what fulfills who she is. Right.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Let's say in regards to business capital, why is it so hard for minority companies to get funding? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna let you start with that. You guys have raised so much money, so give us the secret sauce.
Not me, man. Look,
right, exactly.
I'm over here bagging the groceries, right? But
I get it.
No, honestly, Tristan, our founder, has spoken about this a lot, right, at length, and I think there's a couple of great interviews that he's done. I think one, there's an NPR podcast called "How I Built This," which I would recommend. Tristan did an episode for How I Built This. I would recommend listening to that, because he gets into a lot of the brass tacks of a lot of this. But at a high level, what I would say is some of it is probably a couple of things. One, some of the rooms that you traditionally go into to get funding, we're not in those rooms, right? We being Black, being women, being men, LGBTQ plus, like whatever, however, we're all in this space. Sometimes we're not in those rooms.
Yeah.
And that's a barrier. I think the second thing sometimes can be that maybe they don't understand, the people in that room don't understand what it is you're trying to bring them. Not because you're not presenting it in a great way, because you are, but because
the people that are just don't see, they don't understand our path. They don't understand.
Right.
And I think
like this, I was just going to say that, like Bevel, for instance, as Tristan kind of went to rooms for Walker and Company in Bevel, there were a lot of people who said, I don't get it. I don't understand it. But some of it is because it's the frame of reference, right? Like that's, I think some of that is in there. How do you overcome that? I don't know, but the reality is Tristan kept going.
Yeah.
And I think that allowed for the space that we're in and the products as a whole that we bring to market So I would say you got to keep going. I don't have the experience to say how you overcome that, as much as if you believe in it, the reality is someone else needs it too, right?
Yeah, I would say that you need to. I would say that you need to one. I think look at your product. I think that when I look at Bevel, when I look at Bevel and I look at it amongst other things, because I recently did a cover for a Billboard magazine where I went and I was like, oh, you know what, I want to use some men's grooming stuff from a men's grooming brand, a Black-owned men's grooming brand. So obviously I went to go buy Bevel, and when I looked at it on the shelves at Sally Beauty, I was like, wow, this looks so sleek. I was like, I wonder how much this costs, because it was my first time buying it.
Sure.
And, versus the Dax, that I know, Black men have been using for, decades, long before I was born, like using just hard wax in their hair. I was like, why would I get it? Which was like $2. But I opted for the better option, which was Bevel. I love how it looked. Absolutely. I wanted to stay true to that idea of, Black people make quality products too. And why wouldn't I spend more for what I know can be better, and knowing that we're connected to it, right? So I feel like in answering that question, your presentation to me is so much a part of it. It's so much a part of it, because not only do you have to convince white people that you're going to get money from, if that's the room that you're walking into, but you also have to convince Black people in order to buy it, to want to buy it, and giving them a reason to, I can spend $2.99, because so much of our decisions are based off of how much something costs, and if it's by someone Black, then there's really a hard battle, because now you got to prove that it's better than what they've been buying for $2.99. And why are you charging me all this money, brother? Like, why are you, why would you think to do that, sister? Like that kind of a thing. So, so I think that you thinking about your brand presentation as a whole is so important, because a lot of times I find that we as Black business owners, we don't necessarily need a lot of money to get going, but we do need the support of our people that we're talking to keep us going. I started my brand with $5,000, and I've built it exponentially over the years. Now I haven't walked into a room. I've had conversations with people who wanted to buy my company, but they wanted 75% for stupid money, like money that didn't even make sense. I was like, I can make that. Why would I ever give you what I've worked so hard for? So that's frustrating. But I think that because I saw another question in here, I think the way that I kind of connect that dot is, hey, you know what? I don't need to necessarily sell my business at this point, because I'm still very passionate about it. I need to connect those dots and make sure that my mission, like how you talked about with Bevel, and make sure that, the stories that I'm telling are something that is connecting in an authentic way to the girl that I'm speaking to. And whether that's a professional makeup artist, whether that's the everyday woman, for me, I just recently had a conversation with a retailer who said, hey, like AJ, we love your brand. And obviously your complexion products are really great, but we're having a disconnect on it feels like it's a pro brand. And I said, well, you just launched with one of the largest professional makeup artists in the business right now. So I think that you have a stronghold on what pro products from a professional would look like. I think you just haven't opened yourself up to knowing what it would look like for me,
Right.
And I was also asked, like, how would I define the brand? Well, it's a pro luxury line of cosmetics. So we create pro solutions for everyday women. And it's staying true to that, is asking those questions. So, is it difficult to get the money? I think so. Yeah, it is going to be difficult, but I think it's about you writing your own rules and writing your own rules to that end result, to that pathway, and knock on every door and go to Black-owned banks. Let's start rallying Black people that have the money to fund our ideas, and understand our journey, as opposed to walking into doors where they just don't really care to know our journey.
Right. And look, the reality is no matter the door you walk through, you have to be really clear about what it is you're bringing to the consumer, right?
Yeah.
Whatever your company, whatever it is, the consumer decides, and they're going to decide in that room. They're going to decide at the store shelf. They're going to decide somewhere. So get really sharp on that. And that, I think, can help propel. That may not answer all the questions, but to your point, you could start smaller and grow, because if the consumer wants it, they'll find you, right?
Yeah. I mean, look at Super Scent. Super Scent, like she launched, she had the crayon case, and then like two Thanksgivings ago, $1 million in 90 minutes.
Yep.
You know, that's all from her own portal, her own door. So she's taking home 100% of the margin, as opposed to a portion of it from someone else, and she self-funded it. So, you know, take a chance on yourself. Stop thinking that you have to, you know, get everybody else's money in order to be successful. And I think the slow and steady can win the race. You know, it all just depends on like what your strategy is and what you have access to. I believe we have one more question. Let's see. Oh, look, it's Joy. I knew something was happening here.
Yes, it's me. Hello. What?
Joy, you answering this last question?
Am I? Okay, well, let's see. What is it? I don't know. It depends on how hard the question is.
I know, right?
First of all, can I say you guys are color coordinated? I'm like, okay, purple, and then
Nice.
There you go.
background, and then the ABE logo. All of
There you go.
Yes, I love it. Well, are you guys okay with looking at the last question and answering it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. Let's put it up. All right, AJ and Gerard, what do you think are the most important elements that a brand needs to solidify its brand integrity with its customers? Consumers.
Yeah. For me, I would say some of the main element is your why. I think you need to know why you're doing it. You know, I see the market is just so saturated right now with everybody wanting to, you know, come out with a brand of something. And I've had people call me, friends of mine, like, hey, I want to start this. And my question is, why do we need you? And I think that you need to know why the customer needs you, and you need to push forward in that why. And then quality. The quality has to meet the price point that you're going for, and don't be afraid to, I would say, don't be afraid to price it at what it's worth. I mean, but also I think you have to think about what your audience can withstand as well.
Ooh, great answer, Gerard.
Yeah, I'll try and follow that. I don't.
You're the marketing guru.
I know, right? And sometimes it's okay to say, that man just answered that question, right? What I would say is again, I've said this before, but the consumer decides, right? And it's not dramatically different from what AJ is saying. The truth is you have to make sure you're really clear about why the consumer needs you, why you exist, and why you or your brand are uniquely positioned to be able to solve that, right? And I think everything else sort of flows from there. If you're clear on why people need you and why it's you that's got to answer that call, then I think that flows into that integrity, right? Being clear about your mission, about what you do, why you do it, right? And where you want to do it from.
Oh, great answers, guys. Great answers. I wanted to really quickly say why I asked Gerard to be on. I wanted definitely a representative from Bevel, but I saw Gerard the other day on, I think you guys were having your PR team was having an event. And I saw you, and you were talking about this, and I was like, who is that? I was like, I got to know who he is. And AJ would tell you, we've been going back and forth. And when I told him you, and I was like, he is dope. So I really appreciate you coming on. We took this extremely seriously. We just really want someone who is going to talk about this and it's going to transform people. You know, this is a very important subject. AJ, thank you so much for moderating this.
Yes.
Gerard, I want to send a shout out to Stephanie and Jasmine because they're the ones I kept going back and forth with. I was like, ooh, I wanted to do the James Brown, please, on the floor. Please.
So yeah. Stephanie and Jasmine are Amazing. Absolutely amazing. And thank you. Like AJ, this has been fantastic. I've been like, I usually talk with my hands, but I'm over here like writing stuff down as you're saying it, right? So this has been fantastic. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you for being here.
Yeah, this has been so educational. I want to thank you two gentlemen for coming on tonight and spending some of your night with us today. So I appreciate it. I will see you guys later.
All right. See you later.
All right, guys. So there you have it. Day number 2 is done. So I want to thank you all for joining today. I really do. It was really good. I had a good time. I am so appreciative to our presenting sponsor, Visa, for sponsoring the All Black Everything Summit. What an honor. They are just like to have such a big corporation believe in our dream and our mission just as much as we do. I was like, wow. I also want to thank Flashlight Studios. They've been to be the home. We've been basically at home these past couple of days, and tomorrow's our last day. Oh, I just want you to know, AJ said, make sure you vote. Yes, AJ said, tell them to vote. So I just want you guys vote. So thank you for the reminder, AJ. I appreciate that. So back here, it's almost like a TV room almost. So we're like controlling things and everything. But as you can tell, a lot of things today, we don't have any control over. But you know what we do have control over is how we show up in this world and how we move forward. So I want everyone to know that it's on you. We all got this. As long as we build community and stay around our people, as Karen said, if when you're authentic, your people will find you. I totally agree with that. So I want to thank every single person. I want to end by showing my proud Visa commercial for small businesses, because guess what? They're the sponsors. So let's do it. And then I want to come back and say a proper goodbye.
Local businesses are the heart and soul of our communities. They give thanks. They make a difference. They go the extra mile. They've always been there for us. It's time for us to return the favor, because where you shop matters. Visa, everywhere you want to be.
And lastly, you know what? I want to give some love to Splashlight as well. Please, when you guys have a chance, take a look. Turn on my mic first. All right, everyone. So, tomorrow is the last day, day 3, and we have Ebony Davis in the house as our keynote speaker, and we also have Crystal Wright. And as you guys know, the last summit, Crystal came in here, and I mean, what can I say? She's getting ready to show out. So y'all make sure y'all come on back tomorrow. We're starting at 11 o'clock tomorrow. I will see you then. Y'all have a good night.